I see the mountain moving, Lord. I see the lion coming.
Jamaica 1-1. Welcome to the platform. What a piece of bangaram. I don't even know what I'm telling the truth. I don't know, make just wake up here, it's a little from a one star and all that tell me a little bit about. I miss a man, I really know the food on with that one here. See? Jaja. Yeah, I tell you. Yeah, this politics thing I tell you one thing at the next. One thing at the next Jamaica.
You know the drill, everybody. You know what to do.
I want
20,000
thing I
tap
tell you,
for us to
no
start
matter
the
how
class.
we know,
I'm going
anybody
to
will
talk up
rise
some
up there
things, you know,
smart
so
to
no
be
get around
supporting,
who
you know.
don't like it, that's how it go, you
Don't
know.
know
But
me
a
know what to
one
do.
leader we say round
A one
here,
integrity
and
bar.
any other leader
One
look,
integrity bar.
look,
So if you don't have any idea to do that, then this is some look of vibe. You don't want to bring it back that, but we just want to bring a note to you. A one integrity bar. No weapon. The farm against the integrity bar shall prosper. None. Nobody. And just to make you know that and this is a fool and then business straight up and down and one integrity boss. Mark, sir, the most honorable, Mark Jefferson, Goldie. Alright? Morning, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to life of the life and shape the life. I want this up and down over here. Mighty God. Sparks, Claudine, we are going with me soon, you know. We'll check in early, that means a notification I run. That we are talking about. We'll show the light of me, One Drebrian from the up. One Drebrian from the up. Drebrian, I'm going to talk about the things in my know, I know some of the inside scope. Yeah, man. Some more know what go on. See? Alright,
so
do the right thing.
for the love.
Yes,
Thank you for the
yes.
taps and all the good stuff. Very late start. I have some issues beyond my control, and you know, family comes first. But nonetheless, I am here and I want to apologize to all my students who look forward. My phone blew up. Dre, where you there? No class today. The love is real, Jamaica. Don't forget, one more week to go. I will be launching. Thank you, Paula Sadler. Big up yourself, darling. Don't forget, come the 20th of July, I will be launching my YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I reached goal already. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jamaica people, next Monday, next week, them time here, I will be sitting in my beautiful brand new studio on YouTube. I will be live on TikTok. I will be live on YouTube. The cameras will be on. And once again, the spotlight will be on me. Yes, man, we are going to nice up the social media. Daytime just need that extra oomph. And I believe I would have wasted too much time on the one platform. I need to expand myself and spread my wings. And so, come next Monday, the 20th of July, all road leads to YouTube and TikTok. We're going to do it big. We're going to do it great. Good afternoon to each and everyone. Colleen James, Patrick Gray, Paulette Lewis, Rick, Shape Good from Bert. Big up yourself, my baby. Everyone at Uno. Go and get a wonderful, fun-filled show on YouTube and on TikTok. So may I ask everybody, when you subscribe yet, go on YouTube, type in the Drebrian Show, look it up, and you can subscribe there. Or to make it easier for you guys, click the link in my TikTok bio and it will direct you to my YouTube channel where you can subscribe. Jamaica, you know I miss YouTube and how we are going to put it on over there. But Jamaica, just to get into the meat of the matter, I'm here this afternoon to set the record straight. Some you may like, some you may not like, but the truth will always set us free. I've seen an art. Me have the class to start. Me no come fi bust up no mouth and do no things and talk up nothing. Which are, you know how the labor rights them stay already. And me want make sure when me say something, it is well said. I want to get the message, I want to get the memo. I've seen this article circulating by them and those within the Labour Party, and it reached social media, and it reached Gleaner. Everybody around with it as headline, Dwayne Vaz stepped down from PNP shadow cabinet. Oh, no, the reason why Dwayne stepped down from the shadow cabinet? No, me want to ask Uno whether run with things from platform and a chat about things. And ya Uno take up on the phone and call down a Hope Road down at the head office of the PNP and find out what is happening before you start to present and open up your mouth and speak on matters we don't know about. Anyone who know where they run with things, take the moment and the opportunity and come have the audacity if you come and put me good leader name pan them and do. Let me tell you something. Please to vet no information first before you drag me good leader name in our dilemma. You need to stop it. Stop from run with clickbaits and things that post up, make it seems as though the leader of the People's National Party co-sign anything. If Dwayne wants to step down, you know the reason why he stepped down from the port. First of all, Dwayne did have the portfolio. Dwayne Vaz did have the portfolio Public Works. He was a junior spokesperson. It wasn't him that has the portfolio. It was Mr. Richard Azan for Northwest Clarendon. Yeah? But I am going to expose what is happening because Dwayne Vaz MP without the utmost respect, sir. Too much bagger upon you, MP. You need to clear yourself from. You're not supposed to attach yourself by no baggage that comes with the People's National Party, such as a portfolio or chairman for Region 6. Not a chairman, you're not getting in a Region 6. So the whole of Uno Hanover and Westmoreland and St. James, please, when Dwayne Vaz come to Uno and say I put in bid for chairman for Region 6, tell Dwayne to go sort out Central West. I'm going to talk up the things them this afternoon, because work need to be done in Central and Dwayne no have no time for you to take on chairman work, much less you want to take on spokespersonship and public work. Dwayne, you need to go sit down in your constituency and sort out the mess in Central Westmoreland. Yeah? So when you know they run with story and a talk about you want this and you want position, what position you want more than your MP work, sir? And now I run with story about Mark Golding and Dwayne Vaz in that content. What kind of contention? You are not capable at this time. And that is the reason why we take the portfolio and give it to Mr. Luton Cousins. And so far, he's doing a damn good job. So with the utmost respect, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, because we know the internal things where they go on down a Region 6. Now, let me tell you something. One no good, no dashy way. And we see the PNP, the chairperson, the current chairman for Region 6 is doing an exceptionally good job. We get 6 out of the 10. What you call it now? And guess what? He's doing a good job. Why we should have take the chairman for Region 6 and give it to you, Dwayne Vaz? You cannot control what is happening in Central Westmoreland. Then you want to go control the whole Region 6 with the Westmoreland and over Montego Bay. You must be crazy. I said to you, Dwayne Vaz, go sort out Central Westmoreland. Number one, you have matters before the court and say your back's down, man, allegedly. You are Miss Chin dilemma where the woman step aside and sort things. You have the Hurricane Melissa victim them for sort out in a Central Westmoreland. Where you know I got take up more matters by your head, but you want to turn chairperson for public works. Eh? When you know I got take up yourself talk about you want to chairperson for Region 6. Why? Not up here. Colin Itchman is doing a damn good job as the region chair already. I want to dead winner and dash away. Mr. Colin Itchman is going to remain as the region chair for Region 6. Look how the blasted man do well down there. Eh? Look how we do well down in Region 6. Count and tell. The man kick out the Labour right them out of Hanover. In kick out the Labour right them out of Westmoreland. And the 5 seat in a St. James. He managed to flip back one of them. So we only now have 4. So out of the 10 constituencies that make up Region 6, PNP take back 6 out of the 10. And at that you want to replace for who? Do it. I don't want to go down the road, sir. I do not want to go down the route with you, sir. Yeah? Remember, you had to step down in 2020 as you lost it all as region chair. Look, let me tell you, you're not going to like me this afternoon, But wait till I sit down on YouTube. Cause this now do me no justice over TikTok, cause all I know I do a screen record and put up. Me want to see myself and how me articulate by YouTube because come next week, Monday, my party have to get it right. And we going up the street. And we not in a no bagger doing fast. You was the chairperson for Region 6 in 2020 and you lose every single goddamn constituency down there, and you no one put in bid because Mr. Colin Itchman take it up from for the ground and make things look good now. We win 6 out of the 10. You lost 10 out of 10 as the chairman in 2020. You did poorly down there. And God help Mark Golding to put you back as the constituency MP and you win your seat. Sit down in a central and fix the thing. Look all where you have pan your name down there. But you want to come run up and down, so you want spokesmanship. Spokesmanship me backside. You need to stay in your corner and fix Central Westmoreland. But you want to reach and cheer. Let me tell you something. Because I know found you know I'm going to talk. I am going to speak. Jamaica. I know everybody, and that is the problem of the People's National Party. We are too brilliant and we have too much brilliant mind. Everybody knows, say, Damian Crawford wants to be the leader one day of the People's National Party. But guess what? I know your time now, Damian Crawford. It is not your time. It is not your time now. And 2030, when is the next election, we still are going to support Mark Golding as the leader. Come what may after 2030. Then we might give you an opportunity, Damian Crawford. But as for now, Mark Jefferson Golding is the leader of the People's National Party. And at him we are work with and at him we are run with in a 2030 as well. So I realize it's a syndicate of you, and I don't want to call someone name, But then 2 MP they down at St. Mary, the lady the front in Hanover, and realize it's a careful plan, including you from Central Westmoreland. The walla uno they throw uno little fist together to chomp up things behind Damian Crawford. Let me tell you something, Damian Crawford, with the utmost respect in our work. One leader at a time, and me no want you become the next Peter Phillips. So no matter blighted your chances, wait your turn, Mr. Damian Crawford. And I'm going to speak the truth this afternoon, I am speaking the truth this afternoon. So when you doing, I gotta say you want Region 6 chairman and you are run down there as Region 6 chair. Me ask you something. Remember when you are the chairman for a region, you can influence the delegates. So you now doing, you want to become the chairperson for Region 6. So you can influence the delegates them down there to vote for Damian Crawford. It not happen. It not happen because you not get not a region chair down a Region 6. Mr. Colin Itchman have done a wonderful job. You're too out of order. And you're too out of order. Central Westmoreland, you belong, and a Central Westmoreland you shall stay. Right there, you have too much nasty, dirty things are going in your constituency where you can't fix. But you want to come fix Region 6. When you was the chairman for Region 6 in 2020, how many seats you win in Region 6? Me wait for the answer. Dwayne Vaz, how many seats you won in Region 6 when you were the chairman for Region 6? You lose Westmoreland Western, you lose Westmoreland Central, your own seat, you lose Westmoreland Eastern, you lose Hanover Eastern, you lose Hanover Western, you lose St. James South, you lose St. James Northwest, you lose East Central, you lose Central. Every single blouse and skirt constituency we make up Region 6, you lose. And you want to come back now, 2026, at showing your hat in the towel. Because you see Colin do such a wonderful, Colin we are work with for Region 6. Not a do we, and you need to sim in a central and do your work as an ordinary member of parliament. Do your work as an ordinary member of parliament. You cannot get it together in Central Westmoreland, but you want to get Region 6 together. We all see the plot from afar. You want Region Chair because you want to influence the delegates them down there to support Damian Crawford as the leader for the party. And it not work. So Damian Crawford, cut it out. And the rest of UNO MP where they fall in line, the whole of UNO from down at St. Mary and Western. Look, you know, I no one call out to no name. UNO is a disappointment after Mark Golden put UNO in a seat and give UNO the opportunity, you know, one come contest. It now work. You, Mr. Damian, you doing. You have to stay in a central as a MP. But you want spokesperson from public works. Which part? At ear time, you don't want to be on TV and radio if you chat up and then get chairman. You don't look and see, you know, people, you don't see what they take place. Yes, you know. And you know, go like me in this space, but the truth shall forever set me free. I'm your talk. Because some of you on platform and chat up things and no one will talk. Well, since as me know, make me talk. Since as me know, make me talk. Yes, Uncle Dino, Central and Southeast, the two of them are true support behind Damian Crawford, and this is one up on screen. But you want to run for chairperson for Region 6 and not one seat in win in 2020 as the region chair. And then give the region chairperson to Mr. Colin Itchman, and Mr. Colin Itchman have to take Region 6 and mold it and shape it, and we win 6 out of the 10 constituency. And do you know one pitch say him want go back go contest the region chair? You better sit down in a Central Westmoreland, you know. Sit down in a Central Westmoreland, because we see exactly what we try to do. You don't want to trump up the delegates them, but you want to turn chairman because you want Damian Crawford will become the leader of the party one day, but not now and not 2030. So all of you which are to farm you late and farm this in our work. In not working one leader at a time, and we now make UNO make what happened to Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips go happen to Mark Golden. A lie you know a tell. Lie UNO a tell. We now make UNO come make what happened to Portia Simpson and Peter Phillips go happen to Mark Golden. And Mark Golden, we are seeing him a lead winner the next general election. So Damian Crawford and the rest of UNO where they cook up and cook up and cook up. Make sure so no eat to no dinner or no cook up. Because come when the next leadership challenge, and Mark Golden we are say for the next election. So Damian Crawford, may they ask you kindly, sir, with the utmost respect, tell your people them which are to orchestrate and do the things them, fi stop it and cut it out. When you did mash up the party and only win 14 seats, none of you want leadership of the party because the work is too hard. And now that's Marky G take up the party in their hand and kick where the Labour right them foot and get 28 seats now. And as I say, the party is strong and firm. The whole I know I run for leadership, not up here. Wait your turn. And you, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, which at you the talk about you want sport. Let me tell you something, because I ain't not talking about a going talk. I never did I go talk, but I go and talk. The whole look how the member for Northwest Clarendon humble. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Richard Azan. A wonderful Richard Azan is the consummate gentleman. You never hear Richard as a name a calling and no pass up. The man just good with him people, and him people them vote for him and him get him good spokesperson and public work. Oh no, hear the judgment when me hear take place, Jamaica people. Yes, Sandy, come in at this me baby. Oh no, hear the judgment. Only not hear the judgment when me hear take place up a garden house. I hear say the whole clique of them, you know, sit down and a name of Richard Azan head, you know. Oh, he need to do this more. He and this. He's not that, and him a public works. And the whole of them cook up for fight out Richard Azan because them think getting rid of Richard Azan as the spokesperson do you and I go get you a lie you a tell. Me say Mark Golden wheel and come again and say No, Dwayne, you are having too much happening now in Central Westmoreland. You have to fix the charges laid against you. Remember you boxed the man in a face and the man have your court allegedly? So you have that for sort out. You have Julian Chang saga that happened down there where the woman walk away from the party because of what is happening down there. You have the Hurricane Melissa victim them down there for sort out. How you are going to take up spokesperson? Only not see the cards them Jamaica people. Remember he is the deputy and the junior spokesperson for public work. Richard Azan is the spokesman. So getting rid of Richard Azan, he thought he would arise now to prominence as the spokesperson. So you know what the spokesperson I go in the media every day, they chit and a chat, and then if him put in bed for bid for region chair now, he will be in the media, so he would get more hyper influence. So the hyper influence Dwayne would get now, he would be able to influence the delegates them down a region 6, so that Dwayne Crawford now can get the support. I lie you a tell. One leader we see and a Mark Jefferson Golding. So all I want to cook up and I go on is a wicked, nasty, dirty set of people. Some are uno. Oh, you in a canteen, a chat Richard Azan. You know hear the judgment. A chat Richard Azan in the parliament. In the cafeteria. And I hear say the Judas from North Central Clarendon. Nesta Morgan over here them a chat Richard Azan behind him. I hear say Nesta go right back to Richard Azan and tell Richard Azan say to be careful of them and those because them a chat you. Me say me want cry Jamaica people. I want to cry. Look how Richard Azan has been so good. Take back the seat from the Labour Party. And only the one said that about the man and this and the man and that. Fight out Richard Azan because Dwayne Vaz want become the spokesperson. I lie you at hell. Well, you know, see what the PNP do. The PNP give the spokesperson to who? Luton Cousins. Luton Cousins having constituency in check and the people them down there love him. He have more time on his hands to speak on public work. Where Dwayne Vaz go find time now? Him have court case with the man when backs down there allegedly. Him have Miss Chin dilemma they deal with down the way woman walk away from the party because of whatever. And he have the Hurricane Melissa victim them down there if you look out for. Where you know I gotta take up yourself say you want become chairman for Region 6 and you want become spokesman from public work. You have too much aguan in your constituency if you take on more pressure. So you're not getting no spokespersonship and you're not getting the chairman because you had it in 2020 and under your leadership as the chairman for Region 6 you lose every blouse and skirt constituency down there in Region 6 and you know want to become region chair. You must be crazy. You're too enough. Settle down in us and now a me party and me ficus them. Make me leg on me mouth about my party over here and me ficus them. Not no labor, I'm here tell you no. Sort out one sort out. Dwayne Vaz no forget not even if you hold a microphone on a public stage, if you do nothing, he needs to stay in his constituency and work for the people of Central Westmoreland and fix things down there. That's what you need to do. But you want to come take up spokesmanship on public works. And then you want to become Region 6 chairman, which you're not getting it. Mr. Colin, let me show you the stark reality, you know, people. Region 6, a 10 constituency make up Region 6. The 3 in a Westmoreland, the 2 in a Hanover, and the 5 in a St. James. All those 3 parish make up Region 6. Dwayne Vaz was the chairman for Region 6 in 2020. Under Dwayne Vaz's leadership as the chairman for Region 6, him no lose 1, him no lose 2, him no lose 3, him no lose the boy lose the 10 constituency we make up Region 6. Not one seat Dwayne Vaz was able to hold on to. None. He lose every one of them. And so Jamaica, the PNP installed a gentleman known as Mr. Colin Hitchman as the region chair for Region 6. And Mr. Colin worked tirelessly. He worked tirelessly. Remember, the man lose 10 constituency. And Mr. Colin was able to bring back Region 6 together where we would have won 6 out of 10. Look how far we have come from. None we not have because of Dwayne Vaz. He mash up Region 6. And now when Colin Hitchman set Region 6 and make we win 6 out of the 10 seat them down there, you want to put in your bid to become Region 6 chair? One no bad, we're not getting rid of it. We are going to continue with Mr. Colin Hitchman. Dwayne Vaz need to stand down and he needs to focus on his constituency. You need to get your councillors them in check. You know how no councillor up a Petersfield. You know how no councillor down a subdivision. Miss Chin walk away because of what is happening down there, and you are the leader and you are the MP down there. You need to set Central Westmoreland in order. But you want to take up problem on your head, but you want to become spokesperson for public works. You're not getting it. Luton Cousins is with sport. Speaking of Luton Cousins, I hear say the man start chump the ball already, you know. I hear say Luton Cousins start hand the ball already, people. These are the people we want to be spokesperson and run Nesta Morgan foot at. How do we not go run Nesta Morgan foot at and do we have things to do in a Central Westmoreland? Me want to not listen to Luton Cousins as the man get the spokesperson. The man him jump on the ball already. And the best man that we want. We have Mark Golding back and want the better for the PNP. We don't want no leadership challenge and a run off right now. So I don't know the cook up on a family. Cut it out. Listen to the member for Southwest Clarendon as in get the portfolio so the man shove out pan them. Listen this. This is who we want.
The following is a release from the People's National Party Media Unit.
Government has announced phase 2 of its $25 billion Park Main Road program. But the published allocations raise serious questions about the issues of fairness and transparency. According to the NWA's database, $12 billion, almost 50% of the overall budget, is allocated to the corporate area and St. Catherine. Of that amount, $7 billion is going to just 2 projects in Kingston. Meanwhile, us rural communities and constituencies and parishes have received little or no investment. St. Elizabeth, for example, has received no allocation under this program, despite the fact that St. Elizabeth was significantly affected by Hurricane Melissa. The government has repeatedly described the process selection as data-driven. If that is the case, then it must publish the methodology. Jamaica deserves to know how these projects were selected and why some areas received multiple major allocations while others were totally left out. Another concern is that the overall scope of the program will rehabilitate only 170 kilometers of roads. That is 3.4% of the 5,000 kilometers of road under the NWA's supervision and management. We are calling on the government to publish the full project selection methodology. It is time for us to restore meaningful consultation and dialogue with the people of Jamaica. Members of Parliament need to be included in the decision-making process to ensure that Spark is well implemented and benefits all Jamaicans, because this investment is an investment for all of Jamaica and not a few.
Visit our website at pnp.org.jm or check us out on Facebook at Jamaica PNP.
You hear that, Jamaica? I wonder if you don't hear Luton Cousins, our spokesperson on land and public works. The man sound of it publish the methodology because the government say it is data driven. Phase 2 of Spark program. There is no transparency. The corporate area and St. Catherine alone I get 12 out of the $25 billion. 7 out of the 12 billion is to do 2 projects in a Kingston alone, while multiple major allocations for certain areas, while some areas receiving nothing. Little to no attention for the rural parts of Jamaica. 25 billion Spark program, only 12 billion out of it, or 50%. Half of the project money is to fix the corporate area and Kingston, and that is what the National Works Agency is putting out there. Here we have a gentleman, Luton Cousins, can break down the things and expose Nesta Morgan. He would have able to hold down things in Southwest Clarendon. Yeah? He's one of the very few seats in Clarendon that the PNP got right over the years. And so he is quite fitting to be the spokesperson. No disrespect to Dwayne Vaz, no disrespect to any other member. Yeah? But you know, if it's set to no house in order, there is too much turmoil in central Westmoreland at this time for Dwayne Vaz to want to take up spokesmanship. Not because he was the junior spokesperson below Richard Azan. Uno fight out Richard Azan. Yeah? And Richard Azan give it up. You thought you were next in line as the junior. No. You are not the leader of the party, Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Mark Jefferson Golding is the leader of the party, and if the leader of the party believes you have too much focusing on, and if he believes you need to focus more and set your constituency in order, then so be it. You can't want bite off more than what you can chew. You run Region 6. Make I take off me good MP for Southwest Clarendon, because I don't want to feel say, in me a chat. Dwayne Vaz, Dwayne, and nah cuss you, and nah disrespect you. Me just tell you the truth, and I mean if it cuss you, because uno a me party. So make me talk. Yeah? Richard Azan no just walk away from the portfolio so. And uno fight out the man, the whole of sit down in a cafeteria or garden house and chat the man. Oh, Richard Azan need to do this. Richard Azan need to do that. And the same Judas Nestor Morgan hear the whole of chat Mr. Richard Azan in the cafeteria. And Nestor come right back, come tell Richard Azan. And Richard Azan as a humble individual, yeah? As a humble individual, he told the leader, yeah, that he will humble denounce. And so Jamaica, we would have given, yeah, Lieutenant Cousin the nod to be our spokesperson on public works. Right there, so it there for now, and it's working. Mr. Cousins run out, and he's doing a wonderful job thus far. So me I ask the Judas them, we want to put their friend for leadership challenge. One leader at a time. Dwayne Crawford, your time will come, sir. But right now, I'm Mark Golding, we say. And we are saying Mark Golding now and Mark Golding 2030. After 2030, come what may, then you might get your turn. But for right now and 2030, and Mark Jefferson Golding, we say he has done so much. And he has brought the party more stronger and more firm. Dwayne Vaz, with the utmost of respect, sir, you need to stand down and focus on your constituency. Not to take up no spokesperson pan your head, not to take up no chairman pan your head. You need to fix Central Westmoreland, and I say it with the humblest way. I don't want cuss no. But in fact, I'm if it costs no a party and I want to get it right. So all the plot and the plan we have to turn Dwayne in a chairperson, must remember said Dwayne did have it. And he lost all the 10 seats them down there lose. And we put in Colin Hitchman, and Mr. Hitchman would have brought Region 6 back into the fold where we won 6 out of 10. And that is commendable. And him we are work with, we're not changing no chairman. So all of we do no exterior motives for going at the delegates them head in our work. Colin Hitchman we are work with for Region 6, and that is it. Yeah? We now make what happen to Mama P and Peter Phillips, go happen to Mark Jefferson Golding, a lie a tell. So all of we run pan PNP ticket, simmer and work as a MP. You cannot take on too much work. You have too much things are going in a Central Westmoreland. They say your backs down man down there in a court, allegedly. Miss Chin, Julian Changa, you can't agree the woman walk away from the party and depend her own now. You have Hurricane Melissa people for sort out in a Central. Where you are going to find time to become chairman for Region 6. You can't even put together your own constituency, but you want to put together Region 6. It not work. And you're not getting no spokes. As a matter of fact, Luton cousin don't get the portfolio, so that out of the way. You're not getting no chairperson, Dwayne. You have too much to focus on in a Central Westmoreland. You need to fix Central Westmoreland, and then when you fix it, you can talk to the leader. But as for now, you are an ordinary member of parliament representing the people of Central Westmoreland who put you there to look out for their needs and wants. Region 6, the chairperson will continue to be Mr. Colin Hitchman, because under your tenure as the chairman for 2020, you lose every single constituency down there. Under Mr. Colin Hitchman, he managed to get 6 out of 10 seats down there. Him we are work with, and we're not changing Mr. Colin Hitchman for you. With that out of the way, let's move on, class. I want to say condolences to Mr. Dean Peart. Mr. Dean Peart have transitioned, a wonderful comrade he was. He bear the title of many. Yes. And we want to say rest in power, Comrade Dean Peart. And by now, yes, win some, and Nesta go care news because distraction, but we give thanks for Nesta because Nesta make we know exactly what is happening. And as me say, me now cuss nobody, but I just the truth, and the truth must be spoken. Yeah, it is all a ploy, and we now go fall for the foolishness. We are not going to fall for the foolishness. Yeah? As a matter of fact, make I go back pan it. The whole of you we want to say things are going in the People's National, not now going in the Labour Party. Make I show you something nasty, dirty Labour rights them where listen to me this afternoon. At least Mark Golden can talk to the members them in our party. At least Mark Golden can shift that one day and shift that and give that one day portfolio and take portfolio from that one day and give that one day. Ask no leader if it dare do that to Daryl Vaz or Andrew Wheatley or Tufton or anyone. I better say, you want to come talk, say things are going in a PNP. At least the leader, Mark Jefferson Golden, can assign individuals to respective portfolios and they comply and fall in line. And he is able to take a portfolio from that one and give it to that one because he's a leader. Ask Andrew Holness to do the same. Look the amount of them under investigation and before the court to be charged. And Andrew will never take a portfolio and give it to somebody else because he can't. Leadership matters. And there's a stark difference between the two leaders, Mark Jefferson Golding. Mark Jefferson Golding our leader and him we are work with. So anybody want challenge and come up, we wish you no well. And Mark Golding we are work with now and a Mark Golding we are work with 2020. So anyone who feel like so no can become a Peter Phillips, we wish you no well. But when the time come, Mark Jefferson Golden bring back we party to where it's at today, and him we are work with. When the party went down and out with only 14 and the rest have 49, none of them never intervened to become the leader. But I know when Marky G put the party back together, they will no one come fight for president of PNP now work. 2030. We are go back with Marky G. And anything happen come what may after 2030, then we might give thought to leadership challenge. And Mark Golden, we say so no better fall in line. The whole of uno before no get spokesperson. The whole of uno was a MP. Mark Golden sorry for some uno and go no spokesperson. And no one can stop it now work. It now work. Mark Golden fix the party to where it's at now, and come the next election, the man no have nothing for double pan in name, and we now go jeopardize we leader for put in no boy. whether ballad or natty dread. We now go make we leader within good name. Step aside for please. None of uno no coulda be ballad. Uno coulda natty dread. We don't care uno be one leader at a time. So any ballad or natty dread want intervene, in now work. A Marky G we say no, and a Marky G we say for the next election. So no ballad, no natty dread. Cannot. Yeah? Size up to a leader. He is a consummate leader. He has nothing to tarnish his reputation. And we now go take up no natty dread or no ballad and put them here so they so for challenge. So that's the labor right can have dirt in now work. You don't realize they can't find no dirt per Marky G, and we forgive a Marky G if we put in somebody with labor rights have all kind of things we say, but it now work. Yeah? Wait your turn, one leader at a time, and we now go make what happened to Peter Phillips go happen to Mark Jefferson Golden because of uno. Where? Get away! In now work. Good afternoon, me MP Danishka. Thank you for sharing, darling. Danishka, come here, my friend. Danishka, see how me get it figure so me I go get. The people them say the office you need to put on something up there and chant up back the people them in a Southwest St. Anne. We need to keep some games up there in the constituency office. We need to play some music and we need to open up by the place. No, because we lose up here, means say no comrade no left up here. So me just give the message as me get it, me MP. So please put on something up there and make the comrades them in a Southwest St. Anne can know say the comrades them is alive and well. Them say up at the constituency office lock up and we need to open up back the place and play some music and gather the comrades them. So that's you did so well up here. Xavier up here for 3 term and you come up here less than 6 months and look how you almost kick with Xavier foot. You need to remain here, my friend. Danish can bother vex with me, you know. Me leader share up the live a while ago, you know. Me MP, the people them tell me if tell you, I'm glad you come over here, and me just tell you. You understand? And so far, me just make you know straight. Yeah? Southwest St. Anne you shall remain, and anybody wants a Danishka they go yes or this, so whether not Trelawney or South, wherever, you're not going anywhere more than Southwest St. Anne, me love. So anybody have them yipe and Danishka say she a come yes or this, so and wherever in now work a Southwest St. Anne, you are going to run again. You want bex your bex, so the people them say, and that then tell me, I tell you, come say, hey, one love every time, but them a call up me MP name, say they want traffic. You're not Lego Southwest St. Anne. 8 months you can't do it with down here the campaign and you almost kick with Xavier foot. And we if you give up, you're not going nowhere. You're still with we in a Southwest St. Anne. You're going to stir up. As a matter of fact, come here, Danishka. Let me ask you sitting Dan. Somebody tell me, say, you fi go up at the Burbridge division and run as a councillor. Remember Burbridge division we only lose by 8 votes up then. Go and go run up there as a councillor, my friend. And know so you're firm in the constituency. Yes, let me pinch you and tell the people them say if you run up there as a councillor and get the Burbridge division up there. Yes. And then you know so the love will be there, the support will be. I pinch you and tell you what happening Dan. So let me tell you something, you're not going anywhere. So anybody have yipe and Danishka, say Danishka they go yes, so and promise Danishka this and she not leaving Southwest St. Anne. I hope you she go stay, she go run back pan PNP ticket up here. So me I beg you go open up the constituency office and leave somebody in charge up there. The light bill we pay and things we pay off up there. Open up the constituency office and play music and make nice up there. Comrades there in a Southwest St. Anne, you did well. You did well. You there fit less than 8 months and Xavier there fit 3 term and you come almost kick one foot in 8 months. You shall remain in Southwest St. Anne. The love will forever be for Danishka. And we are telling you, she not leaving and she not moving, go nowhere else. You run back up your next time. Anyway, people, moving on. Dwayne Vaz, and I'm cuss you, my friend, and I'm bash you, but I'm if you cuss you and I'm if you bash you because I feel me party and I want so no get it right and do well. Yeah, you're not getting no chairpersonship for Region 6. And you're not becoming no spokesman from Public Works. You have too much bagger they do in a Central Westmoreland and you need to get your house in order. Then say your back's down, man, you're there before the court, allegedly. Miss China, you're down there in a passa the woman walk away from the party. You have Hurricane Melissa thing for sort out to the people down there. You have too much on your plate, my friend. You can't take up region chair and you cannot take up spokesperson. So all I know where it feels say because you are the deputy or the junior and Richard Azan step aside, you are going to automatically get it. No, we have a leader in the name of Mark Jefferson Golding, and whatever the leader say that we are work with. The leader say a Luton Cousins are going to get it. You have too much to focus on in Central Westmoreland and you shall remain as your MP and put in the work and unite your constituency. Me don't talk. Because I don't know how much clearer I should be this afternoon. But at that, depend the table for this afternoon. Alright? So let us move on. My people, I realize that nationwide, yeah? I realize nationwide so that the Integrity Commission staff them leave in a droves. Highest rate in its history. The Integrity Commission is pointing to uncompetitive pay, high stress work environment, and leadership challenges over the years. But let me ask you something nationwide. When you come out with an article like this and I say the staff down at the Integrity Commission are leaving droves, now the same thing happen up a nationwide. Now I want to ask you if I know the same thing happen up a nationwide. The staff them now leave in a droves up and they say, oh, you take up things by your head and accuse the IC what they go on up there. But the same thing happen under your nose. The same thing is happening under your watch at nationwide. So how no I say the staff at the Integrity Commission are leaving in droves? Huh? How? How is it that the staff at the Integrity Commission leaving in droves? But you not tell the people them say your staff at nationwide are leaving droves as well. Huh? Me not understand about nationwide. Isn't the same thing happening at oceanwide? Salary issues and leadership issues and the staff them are leaving at droves. Huh? Me not understand about NNN. Speaking of NNN, Jamaica, are you aware that NARA headquarters is to be housed at the Digicel building next to NNN? Me not think you no hear me, you know. Are you aware that NARA headquarters, yeah, is to be housed at the Digicel building next to Nationwide downtown? Yes, down there the headquarters for NARA are going to set up at the Digicel building right next to Nationwide News Network. So you know what that mean? Paula Sadler, you know what that mean? That is another rent to be paid by and burden the people of Jamaica, you know. I mean, want to ask the government something this afternoon. The building won't have where Marlene Malahou Fort waste the 5 years as Constitutional Affairs Minister. The building, why don't you use the Constitutional Affairs building where we are spend millions and monthly rent? Eh? What make the building where we have lock up the Constitutional Affairs Ministry building? Why the government don't use that building up there Finara headquarters. So no have that the building they lock up where the people of Jamaica fear pay the rent a month time. And now go down a Digicel headquarters now, go rent out one other headquarters Finara, and the people of Jamaica go further be burdened with that rent to be paid. Huh? What happened to the Constitutional Affairs building where Marlene sit down in for 5 years and couldn't shape with constitution and lead you into a republic? For 5 years, uno pay rent up there and the building up there unused right now. Why uno couldn't use that and set up it as the headquarters like uno pay rent fee? Why uno have to go open up a new headquarters to pay more rent and further burden the taxpayer of this country to pay that exorbitant amount of rent on a Digicel headquarters? Huh? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And yet still the government cannot help the Hurricane Melissa victims. Them say them not have it. We have to unravel the mess that is happening in this country. Seaside view, ocean front view. You know, want to set up Nara downtown, but yet still the Constitutional Affairs building up there unused, and the people of this country have to be footing the bill monthly. And you can't say, I'm going to turn that into the headquarters for Nara, a building that is already being paid for every month. We are paying for an empty building. Instead of use the Constitutional Affairs building and set up Nara, on one go up on the waterfront, down a Digicel headquarters right next to Mouthpiece, NNN, and set up Nara headquarters. I am telling you how insensitive this government is, I am telling you how insensitive this government is. You mean to tell me, Jamaica, that we have a building, the Constitutional Affairs building, paying millions and millions every month, taxpayer for pay. All of the ministry, them, no think a government a pay rent, and we, the taxpayer, have to be paying these rent for these buildings. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Public Work, Land and Water, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, all of the various ministries, them. A taxpayer fi pay the rent every month, and them set up one ministry and call it Constitutional Affairs. And for the 5 years Mala who have been there, the building is now not in any use, but we still pay the rent a month time to keep and care. Why the government of Jamaica don't set up Nara headquarters up there instead of going to the waterfront down a Digicel headquarters and set up a brand new HQ for Nara? These people don't care. We are still renting that building, Uncle Dino. Rent still appear for the Constitutional building where Marlene Malawi Fort was being housed. And that ministry fall apart, and the building is still being paid for every month by taxpayers. And instead them set up Nara up there, so like how them already appear rent feet. No, them have to go open up a brand new building at Digicel. What is the relationship this government have with Digicel? I don't understand, but something is happening there. Lease them appear. The lease them appear, but still. Why continue? If you don't pay the lease and the lease say after 1 year or for 5 years, why you not make use of the lease? Why is the building being paid for? The lease is still going and you not occupy the building. Why not put the Nara HQ up there instead of gone down at Digicel headquarters now to further burden the taxpayers of this country to pay a lease for Digicel headquarters to house Nara as the headquarters, and you have the Constitutional building there. Every month, you not pay a lease fee. Tell me if this government have the interest of the people at heart. You can't find money for help Hurricane Melissa victims, but you not go find money now for pay rotted oceanfront lease. Down at Digicel headquarters. Tell me if the Jamaica Labour Party mean the people of this country any good. Me say if you not get it right the next time, That's why me ask the councillors them if you get to yourself in line. The MP them, we are focused on spokesperson and portfolio. Spend time in our constituency and get to know division them up to date. Because come the next local election, we have to get it right. We have to get it right as a people. Because I am telling you, Jamaica, this country continue to be on the decline. Speaking of this country being on the decline, are you aware, Jamaica, that an article came out? Because every day you hear the member for East Central St. James, Ed Bartlett, I talk about we are the best, and tourism this and tourism that, and we have record this and how much record a tourist are come back. And there is an article today, how much? Today the 13th, well, yesterday this published. And when you read the headline, Jamaica leaves the United States, Brazil, Chile, and others behind as tourism declines across the Americas amid rising travel costs, falling arrivals, and softer visitor spending in 2026. That is what the article is saying, you know. Jamaica leaves the United States, Brazil, Chile, and others behind as tourism declines across the Americas amid rising travel costs, falling arrivals, and softer visitor spending in 2026, driven by weaker international demand, changing travel preferences, higher airfares, economic uncertainty, and increased competition among regional destinations. Jamaica recorded the sharpest visitor decline, highlighting growing pressure on tourism recovery, while the United States, Brazil, and Chile faced mixed challenges affecting arrivals and spending. The broader slowdown reflects a shift in travel behavior, with visitors seeking value, shorter trips, and more affordable experiences. As tourism performance diverges across the Americas, destinations must strengthen connectivity, competitiveness, and high-value visitor strategies. I don't want to read out all what's in this article, but the long gist of it is, Ed Bartlett like to come and portray that all is well and tourism is booming. Well, here we have an article that came out yesterday saying otherwise. And persons like Ed Bartlett like to collect awards and make it seem like we are the best. When these articles continue to say otherwise. Jamaica as a destination is no longer competitive. It is too expensive to come here. Too expensive. I've seen where places such as Panama and Colombia, you can travel your airfare and spend an entire week in Colombia and Panama and Brazil for less than all $500. Your room fare, everything paid. Your trip, everything paid for less than $500. And you have hotels in Jamaica that charge $500 a night. PR government, Uncle Dino. Here we have an article saying otherwise Jamaica arrivals are on the decline. We are no longer a competitive destination. It is too expensive to come here. And tourism is on the decline. And every day Ed Bartlett come out, you would think that tourism is on the best foot it has ever been under his watch. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Well, Jamaica, we just have to continue to hold these people to an account. I'm not sure if you saw an article that came out of Antigua, but Antigua's Prime Minister Gaston Brown is pushing back as the United States presses Caribbean to take more deportees. What the Prime Minister of Antigua did was to put arguments before the people in their Antiguan parliament so that the people of Antigua and Barbuda can know the intentions of their government. So whatever private talks Washington had with St. John's, Yeah? The Prime Minister of Antigua now transparently open up those discussions to their parliament so the people of Antigua knows the deal what the United States want to sign with Antigua. On the other hand, Jamaica is in the same predicament, but the way in which the Prime Minister of Jamaica handled the TCN deal has now caught us between a rock and a hard place. And when you look Jamaica on the perks, a lot of them are eager for the deal, especially in Jamaica where Andrew Holness and Audrey Mark is so eager for the deal. Yeah? When you look at the country in Africa, Eswatini, that deal that Eswatini signed to welcome the third country national, they are agreeing, yeah, for US 5.1 million for 160 TCN deportees. I want you guys to look into this matter, you know. Look carefully. The African country that signed the TCN deal, remember when Fitzjackson asked the parliament and asked Horace Chang and asked Andrew Holness and asked the government, what is it that Jamaica will benefit from this TCN deal of 10,000 people? Yeah? And they couldn't give us an answer. There is something behind it that the government continues to hide from the people of Jamaica. Because here we have another country like Jamaica who would have signed to take on these deportees. This African country have agreed to take on 160. And to get the 160 deportees in that African country, the deal is that they will get 5.1 million US dollars. So the question we must ask ourselves, if that African country will be getting 5.1 million US, 160 people, how much money is the Jamaica Labour Party will receive for 10,000 that will be destined for Jamaica? Now we have to ask these questions, Jamaica. See it in front of UNO. The deal between the African country and Washington is for them to receive 160. The perks that African country receive is 5.1 million US dollars for 160. So we need to ask the government of Jamaica, if the African country will be getting 5.1 million US dollars for 160, how much will Jamaica receive for 10,000 deportees? Hey. Uncle Dino said Jamaica, so we are doing it for free. And it's not lie. Based on what Andrew Holness and Audrey Marks and Horace Chang told the nation, including Dana Dixon, the information minister, yeah, we are doing it for free. They are only transiting through Jamaica. But what about those persons who cannot go back home for various reasons and want to remain in Jamaica? Who is going to take care of them? This is an absolute mess. And we are here as the opposition to unravel the mess and to expose the government and hold them to an account. Look at it, Jamaica. And recently, this African country, me can't even pronounce them good. Eswatini, them down in South Africa. 5.1 million US dollar Washington give to them for taking 160 of the deportees them. And when you look at 160 compared to 10,000 destined for Jamaica, you have to ask yourself the question, if that African country is getting 5.1 million US for 160 deportees, how much will Jamaica get? So when they come and tell you, say we are doing it for free and them only are going to transit through the country to feed them destination, you mean to tell me, say, of the 10,000 deportees, none will remain here? All will be destined for their homeland? Is that what the government of Jamaica is proposing? That none of these persons will stay here? All of them will head to their country of birth? Something is missing from this deal. And that is the reason why when Fitz Jackson asked Horace Chang to make the document public, he told us that the document is a public document. So if it is a public document, why can't the government of Jamaica table it in Parliament so we the people can see what was signed for us behind our backs? Of course they can apply for asylum. But the impression that the government gives, they all give the impression that these people will only be passing through and Jamaica is just going to facilitate the process where they're going to stay here for a couple of days until the flight to transfer them to another destination is available. But something is totally off. Why would we agree to do this for free when other countries are being paid or getting a kickback from this TCN deal? Something is being hidden from the people of this country. Something is being hidden from the people. The government is not being open and transparent with the people of Jamaica. It is a shame. It is an absolute shame, Jamaica. Everything is for sale, but yet still, 160 deportees head to the African country and them get $5.1 million for the 160 to facilitate them. And we are take on 10,000. And you want to tell me, say, we are do that for free? Huh? Only no say we government a kuno muno. Only no say we are kuno muno. Something is being hidden. And no care how they come and explain and explain and explain. They cannot explain the truth to the people of this country because they are telling a lie. A lie, Jamaica. It is an absolute shame. An absolute shame, Jamaica. Speaking of shame, the Prime Minister is in a quagmire, and I don't even know if a quagmire is the right word. This man don't have no shame, you know, people. This Prime Minister is shameless. Completely shameless. When I look and I saw the Labour Party setting up a committee to oversee the Integrity Commission, and the same committee where they set up to oversee certain things contains criminal elements such as the member for South Trelawney. Marissa Dalrymple sits on a committee, to preside over the Integrity Commission, where she herself, Marissa Dalrymple, was charged. In Jamaica, me want to ask them how them get it do. How them get it do? How is it that they are going to set up an ethics committee? It has been 27 days and Wheatley still in the cabinet with 4 charges against him, including illicit enrichment, and the Prime Minister have not come out to speak or address. He has not addressed the nation. 27 days, it's almost a month, and this man continues to sit in the nation's cabinet. And the Prime Minister continues to operate business as usual. This is more than a quagmire, Jamaica. I don't know what kind of braggadocious word the Gleaner use to describe the Prime Minister. This is more than a quagmire. The Prime Minister cannot intervene in a matter like this because he too is compromised and culpable of the same, if not worst. You mean to tell me that Andrew Wheatley knew he was under an investigation prior to the September 3rd election and he failed to even tell the Prime Minister? Or maybe he did tell the Prime Minister, we don't know. But criminal minds will continue to think alike because the Prime Minister told us he would have asked far and wide, and no one is under investigation to the best of his knowledge. But at the same time, the Prime Minister himself was under an active investigation. How is it that we continue to believe and trust these individuals in the Labour Party? It has been 27 days and Andrew Wheatley is still operating business as usual within the nation's cabinet. And here we have April. Mr. Me can't wait for get me YouTube. Them something I want, but can you imagine me they talk up the things them and Andrew face the pan for me screen? Now Jamaica people, me just want to know picture the excitement and the judgment, Can you imagine me the pan YouTube I talk up the things them are right next to me, the Prime Minister face and full this Jesus have mercy, see what about to happen, the judgment. Jamaica people, me want to know come support me over YouTube, Me say me set up my little studio and it looking good. Jamaica people, come the 20th of July. I want more week left, next week, Monday. Next week, them time, Me dey on YouTube, hot in the morning time. Me I ask the whole of uno we dey on TikTok. Uno have to come over on YouTube. Me not get rid of TikTok, TikTok I got dey on me. Yeah, man, the camera got turn on, good lighting and good things. It a go nice, Jamaica. But me want to know come on the YouTube comes. Support the thing and subscribe. Click the link in my TikTok bio and it a go take you to my YouTube channel and subscribe. Me want 2,000 people over my YouTube when me start next week, Monday. Me I ask you kindly. Yeah? Please and thanks. The 222 people where they here right now, I want to know pause for 1 minute. Please, pause for 1 minute, the 220 other and just go on me TikTok bio. Looking at me TikTok bio, see one long little link, YouTube link. Click the YouTube link and the YouTube link, Jamaica, is going to take you to my YouTube channel. So may I ask you right now to just click the link in my TikTok bio and go over my YouTube. 1 minute break. Me I ask you, me want when time I finish my program tonight, this evening, me have 2,000 people over there. Kindly please, 1 minute break we are go on. Wanna do that for me right now, please. Oh yes. Go and subscribe, everybody. Click the link in my TikTok bio and go on YouTube. My God. Yes. When? Come on. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Sidoma. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you, Tuna, comrade. I'm nothing but peace. I'm nothing but the mighty God. Oh, yes. That's it. Woo. My God. Thank you, Paulette Lewis. I'm gonna make it. I need to be. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Still, that's right. Woo! Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yes, man, we want at least 2,000 to start my YouTube channel. So I want to say thanks. Big up yourself, Uncle Sir. Bless. Big up yourself. Make sure just click that link in my bio. It's right there in my TikTok bio. Go up on my main page. Click the link in my bio and it is going to take you over to YouTube. When you go over YouTube, you just click the subscribe button and you can click the notification bell. So that's every single time we go live, you will get the notification on YouTube that I am live. So come the 20th of July, which is next week, Monday. Thank you, Zari, for subscribing, for following. Big up yourself. Next Monday, that is when I will start my YouTube. So this week, I go and practice. Remember, me now come on YouTube, come papi show myself. You know, me have to familiarize myself for YouTube work. Me have to know where to find this key, how to loop my video. There is a lot to learn. You know, it's not like TikTok where you just turn on TikTok live and start bust up the things and talk. YouTube is very technical. So me I use the whole week and learn and know where to find this, how to do this, how to search and find. The old laptop is struggling, you know, Jamaica. The laptop beat me bad, but slowly but surely, may I get it and may I give myself 1 week. I'm going to sit down on the laptop and find every crevice and corner and master the YouTube. And what me not know, me reach out to those who can assist. Now, people, when I look at the Prime Minister and see that the Prime Minister today is not only a quagmire, but you mean to tell me that the Prime Minister sit with individuals in his cabinet such as Xavier Main, yeah, such as Andrew Wheatley, among others, under investigations and brought before the court? You mean to tell me that what goes for the others don't go for these in the Labour Party? Eh? What go for those don't go for the others in the Labour Party? I remember Richard Azan years ago in a Porsche time, and Andrew put on big press conference. Big press conference, and him now sit down in a parliament, and Richard Azan is being investigated. And look how much of them in the Labour Party under investigation. And not one of them fi stand up and say, no, this no look good. No, this no look good, Andrew. You know, under investigation, step aside. Nobody saw no to resign as an MP. But if you don't have a position, relinquish the position. That is the right thing to do. And sort out to yourself. And no shame and so no one come talk about people have integrity. Who in the Labour Party have an iota of integrity? Well, I saw the member for West Central St. James, Marlene Malahoo Fort, is letting them and those know that the IC is not after no MP in a no witch hunt. Yes, Malahoo say public hearings for MPs. That's right. Committee chairperson stresses ethics. It is not an embarrassment. So you know what that means? The likes of a Marissa Dalrymple, the likes of a Pernell Charles Jr. and the likes of a Matthew Samuda will come talk about the IC enough to investigate financial this and the FID if you do this. And the lady come class her own members say, listen, the IC is not in no witch hunt to bring down no MP. As a matter of fact, the MP them a bring down them own self. Because you can't tell me, so the IC they investigate you and them ask you question. And when if you answer them, you nah answer them. You they dilly-dally and put off meeting and put off this. And you bring down your own self MPs. Not a soul after no which on and Malahoo Fort tell them to them face in the ethics committee. So guess what? As the chairperson on this committee, all MP will be put in the public. Every case concerning MPs will be publicly heard. What a thing in the country. So just like the Vibes Cartel case, that was a public showdown. Just like the Julian, why name again? Joyland Silvera matter that was public. The Malahu woman are telling us, say, MPs, any matter concerning, once it is brought before the ethics committee, it will be heard publicly. That's right, woman. They not go like you. I remember say Andrew take away the ministry from you, so you is an ordinary MP. So guess what? You don't have a thing for lose. Stand up for the people of this country, lady. I salute her despite she's a labor right, but she stand on some good principles. Yeah. You want to tell me Matthew Samuda no want the MP them matter out in public? Jamaica record 16 murder during them are breaking news in Jamaica and they say murders down. 16 people murder in a 1 week in a July, between the 5th of July to the 11th. I just see it flash from the Gleaner. Auntie Tiny says she's just a distraction, attack, she just attack. Well, Auntie Tiny, when sometimes we see good sense prevail, we have to make it go through, because I believe on this matter, she got it right. She got it right with the Nara, and certain things had to be made, put to review. So we give her credit for that as a legislator. And in this case, she came out and she defended the Integrity Commission and make them know say the Integrity Commission is not in no witch hunt. If a member of parliament is being accused of something, yeah, for transparency, the cases must be tried publicly and it must be heard publicly. It is not an embarrassment. And I agree with Miss Malawo Fort. So you know Matthew Samuda, see me, he wants external oversight for the Integrity Commission. And then when him call for that now, Malawo Fort lick him and say, no colleague, for transparency to work, these matters must be publicized. I think he come back out with one another story. Make us see if I can find it. See me? FID is not the place. Can you imagine? So after I say the FID now are the ones that should investigate matters further. Him further weaken the Integrity Commission, you know. Now when he see him get the public backlash, see him come out now and say the FID is not the place to investigate. These people wanna so no have pan ethics committee. Look pan Matthew Samuda, where the pan ethics committee. Look pan Dalrymple, we sit down pan the ethics committee and speak on matters concerning MPs brought against the IC. These people don't have no shame. In Comrade Ivan Wilson, them are people are no shame. Matthew Samuda, the pan ethics committee and Marisa Dalrymple sit down pan ethics committee and talk about the IC. The same IC we brought 10 charges against Marisa Dalrymple. And hey, Jamaica, I don't know how we are going to manage as a country, you know. But them are people in the Labour Party and no shame. And you know me want them stay right there. Yes, the people them come out and say Matthew wrong. FID is not the place that should investigate these matters. Remember, Matthew Samuda is the one that come say the Integrity Commission mustn't investigate these things, you know, is the FID. Well, there was an editorial that came out and chastised Matthew Samuda and said, hey boy, the FID is not the place to investigate those things. And we know who the Prime Minister put there. So once a matter concerning an MP is brought before the FID to be investigated, nothing will come out of it because it is all set up. Can you imagine the Prime... Let me tell you something, you know. My first class for me I go do, I go and deal with the Prime Minister case come next week Monday. I go and put everything in sequential order. Why the Prime Minister will never be certified in this country. Yeah, I go and lay out everything for Monday morning class by YouTube. You know that is going to be a bombshell. Yeah, I mean now come out, come call nobody name in our out there in the public me I put out. So all I always set for hear things talk when I go so no, we are going to speak the truth and the facts that is already out there. These people have no shame. Eh? The editorial came out and chastised Matthew and make Matthew know say you're wrong. The FID is not the place to investigate those matters. They want to further weaken the Integrity Commission. That is their aim. And when you look and you see who they have by Ethics Committee, the likes of Marissa Dalrymple. Marissa Dalrymple that was charged 10 times, 10 counts of charges, you know. And plead guilty, fined much money. And Marissa Dalrymple sit down now pan committee and chastise the IC. The same IC that found her guilty and referred her to the court. And the court charged her 10 charges. Eh? Can you imagine? I go and lay out Andrew Olness on the floor. Yes, shape good. Me say the class I go nice by YouTube come next week, Monday. It is an utmost shame and disgrace. These individuals that continue to sit on a committee. Eh? A committee that should have individuals with integrity. You have individuals such as Matthew Samuda, Pernell Charles, and Marissa Dalrymple. Honestly, say them are people and no shame. No shame. How can an individual who was referred to be charged and you say you're innocent and when you go to the court charge you 10 counts and you plead guilty and you want to sit down on committee and chastise the Integrity Commission? The Integrity Commission is doing a brilliant job. Eh? The Integrity Commission is doing an excellent job. But of course, this administration will say do anything to jeopardize the Integrity Commission. But we continue to encourage them and we have all faith in the Integrity Commission. Up to now, the Prime Minister is not certified 5 years and counting. This no look good. And then you have individuals want to justify. The Prime Minister can become certified, but he have to answer the question laid against him. Instead of going to the court to seek justice, just simply comply with the Integrity Commission. I hear the sick foot chuck. I talk about how the Integrity Commission shouldn't go beyond 2018 with their investigation. If you sound a good MP, and a politician, and have integrity, who cares how far beyond they want to investigate you? If you say you have integrity and you are a good leader and you are a politician, that means, well, why is it that you want to hide? There shouldn't be anything hidden from the people of this country. And when you see sick foot, chuck a limp and a hop and come and talk about, oh, the IC shouldn't investigate matters beyond 2018 because it was formulated. It doesn't matter. Corruption did go on way back before 2018. Nothing wrong if we investigate those individuals. But you have labor rights who will continue not to hold these individuals to an account. It is an utmost shame, Jamaica, and we have to hold this administration accountable. We have to. Jamaica is 25 minutes after 2. I want to wrap up by 2:30. Despite my late coming, I think I would have spoken enough on some of the key pressing issues. Yeah? And so I'm happy that I was able to come on and get your attention. Tomorrow I will be on my usual time and we will do it all over again. I'm asking for the last time. Davian, my friend, you subscribe to me YouTube channel. Me want people like you over me YouTube, you know. Opal Watson, you subscribe to the YouTube already. Nadine Colors, you subscribe already. Ali Boo, you click the link in my TikTok bio, you know. I want 2,000 people. Me there about 1,890.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's
2,000
all
people
about
over me
Mark Golden for the
YouTube
rest of
to
the week.
start with.
You understand what I deal with? So, this is a Monday, me a throwback. Alright, tell a friend for tell a friend. Yeah, man, it's gonna be a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a marathon. Alright, it's not gonna be a sprint. I want to thank those who are here, those who came through and bless up the like button and share up the live. If you haven't hit the like button yet, you know where you are waiting on. You understand? I don't know what you're waiting on. And make sure you go subscribe to Drebrian YouTube channel. As you hear him say, he's going to be on Monday the 20th. He already set the live already. And we wish him all the best, obviously. Yeah, man, in a real life. So, I'm going to go check him out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the content. This is what I've been asking for in terms of leadership. We need a leader and family structure, the nuclear family, right? And he's been married to his wife for quite some time. So shout out to him as well. So that's why I say between the two leaders, between the leaderships and the parties, your two options is the UIC and the PNP. I'm not telling anybody what to vote for. All I'm saying, do your research. Just do your research. There's persons that have no confidence in the PNP anymore and they will not vote. And I'm saying, look at the UIC very, very carefully. You may want to land your support in that direction if you decide that you're done with these two main parties. I understand your frustration, so I get it. Right? But you have to give credit where credit is due, ladies and gentlemen. And Mark Golden went and got prayer. As you can see, at half I get it from. So I have to share this. Listen to this.
Powers. Yeah. Dangerous boy I'm around against. Oh no. Dangerous boy. I'm telling you. On the top of Andrew and say, my wisdom warriors. Mighty God. But Mark Golden went for prayers. I want to know watch the video and then we elaborate on it. Alright?
Yeah, man.
Hear this.
Stop. You don't need to build a business.
Advertisement, I think it's easy. None of those come in the part, it thing get
Rat
nice.
race is hiding under everyone's.
Yeah, man, if God knows it don't make no sense.
What you know? Curse and destruction. Every coming to disturb.
Beverly Small, hey, like I said, at least read them manifesto. That's all I'm saying, at least. them is young and everything. And at the end of the day, the way how their thing is, they don't take funding from private entities. Certain private entities, because they don't want to be controlled by those private entities. And that's what's been happening with these two major parties over the years. They get funded by the PSOJ and other private entities. And, you don't give millions and millions of dollars from one entity and don't expect to have some sort of favor where policy is concerned or, certain things given to you. It's the same thing all around the world. That's why these lobbyists in America and so forth, certain huge organizations get away with getting things approved that should never be approved because of the corruption through the funding. What the UIC does is, we the people who support them, if you support them, you're the ones that put your money into it. You understand what I'm saying? Into their movement, right? So underfunding, might be one of the reasons why their thing doesn't look as big as when these guys are campaigning. They can just take 30 million from there and take 45 million from there, 100 million from there, and waste it on a by-election, right? Instead of putting it into the hospitals. They have access to a lot of money. So that might be the reason why it seems to you that the UIC is not proactive. But they're doing work on the ground. You understand? They are. They're meeting with the people, the grassroots, and they're doing work on the ground. And they have their YouTube page, but I don't know if you guys watch it. But I do. So I see what's going on. But anyway, back to Marky G.
In the name of peace, I curse all earth. I say thanks. Father Jesus, I tell you thanks.
And I think that's Andrea Burke right there on the left. So I'm not just Marky G. You know, the PMP, them go for prayers. This is good. This is very good.
And Father Jesus, I say thank you. And you let me see and hear that you was talking at this time. Thank you, Jesus.
And you know, it's not the first time because I saw a video. I saw a video from Peter Chambers, and he did mention that, you know, the People's National Party is very open to hearing from the pastors. So say, for instance, Pastor Peter Chambers reached out to the PMP and Mark Golding and said, listen, you know, I have a word, you know. I need to speak with you. I have a word for you. He's very open to go and listening to the pastor, you know. The pastor said it. So I think that is very good because there's no way we can move forward without God. I can tell you that right now. It's not going to work. No movement, no planning, no getting back our country where it needs to be is going to be void of God. God has to be at the front, the center, the side, and the back, and the circumference of that plan. All around it, above everything. You get me? So I think this is very, very good. And Mr. Peter Chambers did say that he shook Mr. Mark Golding's hand, and his hand was clean. He was not dabbling in any corruption or dark arts, masonry, or none of that stuff. You know, so that's very, very good to hear. Melvin Watkins said blessings and all who are here supporting. Thank you so much for at least coming in and saying hello. I really appreciate that. Roslyn Swaby said, I don't get what it is, the official role of the Governor General. No, that's a whole other conversation. Yeah, man, this is very good, guys. This is very good. Right? Again, I'm not telling anybody who to vote for, but for me, this is very encouraging. Yeah, we leaders need to put God at the center of everything, you know. No matter if you, because you see the spiritual warfare that is going on in Jamaica.
Wisdom warriors, it is a good look. I'm telling you something.
Yeah,
prayer is not too much.
Norma Bantan said good night, everyone. Big up yourself. Remember to like and share, no, please, guys. Remember to like and share.
Prayer is not too much. And I am glad. I am so glad that he received the prayers. I'm so glad like the way they surround him and pray. Like it because you see that man there, them all about Obia. Obia run for them life. You understand me? And you know, the Bible tell we already so we're fighting against principalities and powers.
Facts.
Understand me? So we have to, you know, we have to pray. We have to pray.
Have to.
But anyway, want to tell me what you think about it, tell me how you feel about it, and put an honest opinion in the comment section. Like up the video, share it out, and subscribe to my channel. And if you're new to my channel,
bless up on that one. Yeah, I just really wanted to share that, guys. So, yeah, man, you know what Talk Your Mind TV said. Like, share, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Marky G and some of the PMP members went for prayer. I think it's very, very important. Because what is coming in terms of the judgment of Jamaica, we need leadership. We need everybody. We need the young, the old, it doesn't matter. Right? We need everybody to come together on this one because we're in trouble. We're in trouble. And our present government, you know, legalizing Obia, signing Samoa agreement, we are in trouble. God is not pleased. God is not pleased. But like I said, go and look at my video, my playlist in the description. I have two playlists, one from Sister Carrie-Ann and one for me. You can watch both. You can watch mine or hers. It doesn't matter. All right? I did some research based on what I learned from her prophecy, and then it brought me more information. And she learned some things too about other things that I put out there, which she reacted to. So
Watch hers and watch mine. Watch both of them. Alright? Yeah, man. That is it. Remember, like, share, and subscribe. I am going to play this. So, we just want to take a look right here at, this tribute that Mr. Mark Golding, family, his wife, his daughters, his son. I thought he had two sons, but he really had two daughters and a son, right? And big up to Andre Stevens. I'm using his clip because he cuts them up well, so I don't have to be going to timestamp as bad when it comes out to the original clip. So let's hear this.
Listen to it.
How about getting your shipping rates calculated in 30 seconds?
So then really go advertisement again after me just do that? The people are not easy.
My name is Benjamin John Jefferson Golding.
Hold on.
Listen to it.
Hello, Jamaica. My name is Benjamin John Jefferson Golding, and this is my father, Mark Jefferson Golding. He grew up in a loving home by UA campus with my grandmother and grandfather, who we in the family called Mima and Frumpy. As you can see, he had a full head of hair back in the day. While that may no longer be the case, the roots have served his family. Believe it or not, but my father is an extremely talented musician, blessed with a great voice and even greater songwriting skills. He's never been a stranger to the microphone, performing in front of large crowds for much of his youth, long before the politics. Music's always been at the center of our family, and although dancing might not be our main strength, it's always on rhythm, and it's always from the heart. Back to more serious matters, seeing my dad go out into the world and make his mark has been a fascinating inspiration to watch as I've grown up. He went from corporate lawyer to investment banker to entrepreneur to senator to minister of justice to member of parliament to the president of the PNP and now the opposition leader. The final chapter? The next prime minister of our great island. It's been quite a journey that I've had the privilege of watching from up close. But no pressure on me, right? While each of these roles has been more important and demanding than the previous, he's never once failed at being a present and attentive father to his kids and a husband to my mother. He's now even a grandfather to my young niece, who's blessed with the full head of hair that he once had. Even though he always puts Jamaica before himself, family will always be a priority. So that is our way. Dad, for everything we are and everything we will become, you are the reason. Thank you, and we love you.
The word is love.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Dad.
The word is love. Why may I tell you, what a beautiful tribute, man. What a beautiful tribute, man. What a beautiful tribute, man. Wow. I think every father would want to have that type of respect and love and adoration from their kids. And I am proud of the nuclear family. So this truly resonates with me. Right? Truly resonates with me. Right? This was the highlight of the entire thing for me. It showed this man's humanity. You understand? Coming from his son and his daughters and his wife. But let's go into it a little bit more, right?
Hello, Jamaica. My name is Benjamin John Jefferson Golding, and this is my father, Mark Jefferson Golding. He grew up in a loving home by UA campus with my grandmother and grandfather, who we in the family called Mima and Frumpy. As you can see, he had a full head of hair back in the day.
Look at Marky G back in the idea. Look like Elvis Presley.
While that may no longer be the case, the roots...
Man, balling like me. Hey, welcome to the balling crew, yeah, Marky G. Us bald-head brothers got to stick together.
of service planted in him by my grandparents have stayed with him for his entire life. In my 27 years on this earth, I've met nobody smarter than my father. He finished a 3-year law degree at Oxford University in 2 years, achieving first-class honours with laser focus and a true dedication to working hard. After university, his focus turned towards his family. I hope one day to look upon my future wife in the same way he's always looked at my mother.
No, that right there shows commitment. It's a reason why back in the day, leaders, if you weren't married, if you were not married, you would not have a good chance of going into office as a leader, you know. Because being married, especially for a long time, it takes commitment. It takes a grind. You understand? And commitment is definitely family morals, big up Black Beauty, is definitely something that we need from our leaders. Commitment to the people. Commitment to the task at hand. Right? Definitely something that we need. So it really, really pleases me. 30-something years, come on, man. Come on, man. You have to be responsible. You have to be responsible. This is beautiful.
Towards his family. I hope one day to look upon my future wife in the same way he's always looked at my mother. And after 34 years of marriage,
you can't imagine the people them really attack this man both in British citizenship. You know, so I'm not gonna forgive them for that. I'm sorry to say him denounce it. I don't know what you guys' thoughts are on it, you know, but I felt disrespected for him. It was not something illegal. Why did they even bring it up? Because they know you, the people of Jamaica, your mind. They knew you would run with it. And you, the people of Jamaica, pressured this man. People in the PNP pressured this man to denounce his British citizenship. Now him denounce it. What now? Filiadi Wagwan. What now? What else are you guys going to say now? Chill, Wagwan, chill. What are you going to say now? But it was very unfortunate that you guys pressured him into denouncing his citizenship with the British, his dual citizenship. But again, it shows the level of commitment and dedication that he has for the people of Jamaica. Although, in my view, it was unfair for people to pressure him because it was not illegal. It didn't go against any constitution. When they never pressure Andrew Wallace, you know, see, not nobody in the JLP. I pressure Andrew Wallace for declare him asset and sign the code of conduct. Right? And pressure him about the money they were missing. You don't see none of the JLP doing that. But you, the PNP, on such a minuscule issue. Right? That was not anything illegal or against the Constitution. You should be ashamed of yourself, in my opinion. You should be ashamed of yourself for pressuring Mark Golding to give up his British citizenship. But you guys never pressured Andrew Wallace to remove himself from the Privy Council. Have you guys read the vow that he took to become a part of the Privy Council? Andrew Wallace's commitment, in my opinion, has nothing to do with the people of Jamaica. It has everything to do with everything else but the people of Jamaica. Melva Watkins, Wagwan, Alberta Redman, big up. Right? He said, Bolo, chat is cheap when people mouth. What? What are you talking about? Is that it? Are you trying to be disrespectful? You can be blocked very easily. So please clear that up. But let's continue.
I still haven't seen that look fade. My sisters and I are lucky to have their relationship as the foundation of our family. Believe it or not, but my father is an extremely talented musician, blessed with a great voice and even greater songwriting skills. He's never been a stranger to the microphone, performing in front of large crowds for much of his youth, long before the politics.
I never know say him bad like that still. Big up package. When you see, when you're a Jamaican, I mean, and you're really into the culture and you're into the music, you know, you're really tapped into the culture. Again, it's unfortunate that we, the people of Jamaica, really did that to this man. But I digress. Natina, big up, all right? Thelma, big up.
Music's always been at the center of our family. And although dancing might not be our main strength, it's rhythm and it's always from the heart. Back to more serious matters.
Yes.
Seeing my dad go out into the world and make his mark has been a fascinating inspiration to watch as I've grown up. He went from corporate lawyer to investment banker to entrepreneur to senator to minister of justice to member of parliament to the president.
No, Philly, no. No, it's wrong. It is wrong, Philly, in my opinion. It has nothing to do with transparency. It is wrong. It was downright discriminating and racist when they asked this man to denounce his citizenship. It is wrong. It is wrong. What this man's family has done for Jamaica, nobody else, not even the Jamaica government, has done. They are the only family that created a facility for people that are disabled to be taken care of in the entire English-speaking Caribbean. That in itself alone should validate the root of dedication and commitment that this man have to this country. He never had to go into politics, but he's taken from his father's footsteps and his parents' footsteps. These are the type of people they are. Just look at their history and look at what they're still doing. So it was wrong for them to ask him to denounce his citizenship, his dual citizenship. It's not like he went there, you know, to have a dual citizenship, you know. He was born, and the way of England is, you have to, no matter where you're born, you are a British citizen. So it was wrong, all the way through, in my opinion. And I stand on that. Jamaican mind is the problem. Our mind is the problem. I'm telling you.
Then to the PNP and now the opposition leader. The final chapter, the next Prime Minister of our great island. It's been quite a journey that I've had the privilege of watching from up close. But no pressure on me.
Yes, it's the people's mind. It's not the JLP or PNP. You're absolutely right about that, Kimo.
While each of these roles has been more important and demanding than the previous, he's never once failed at being a present and attentive father to his kids and a husband to my mother.
Committed again, man. Boy,
he's now even a grandfather to my young niece, who's blessed with the full head of hair that he once had.
Granddaddy, I know, you see? And it's important that our leaders have family, because you see, children motivate you to do the right thing. If you're a family person and you believe in family in its capacity, in its full capacity, you're going to work for the collective and not just yourself. You're not going to be selfish. And I really hope that Marky G does not allow any entity to come and corrupt him, because the pastor said he shook his hand and that man's hand was clean of corruption. Pastor Peter Chambers. And he said he has shaken many politicians' hands, many people, businessmen, and they are not clean. Because you see, the eye of the spirit different from the eye of man. You know? You shake somebody, and if you don't have the spirit, you can't read. The spirit not gonna reveal that to you. But you know, the apostle, the prophet, it's kind of different.
Even though he always puts Jamaica before himself, family will always be a priority.
He puts Jamaica before himself.
But that is our way. That, for everything we are.
Hey, Marky G, put God first, then Jamaica, and then your family. Big up yourself,
everything we will become, you are the reason. Thank you.
Come on, man. Big up him, no, man. Let me tell you what you think in our comment section about that. Like and share the video. Marky G, the family man. Wife, beautiful, kids, the daughters. Right? You know, we're not nothing about this one. Big up yourself in general. Look like your father. But like and share the video. Alright, let's go into some more of the reaction.
And here with me today, we have the leader of the party and the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mark Golden. And to his immediate right, the legal advisor of the party, Member of Parliament from Western St. Andrew. Today, we're going to be having a discussion with you, the members of the media and the wider public, in relation to some happenings around the outcome of the general elections that were held just over a week ago. Some may be wondering why it took us so long to speak, but we are of the opinion that you have to have the discomfort of thought before you have the comfort of opinion. In other words, you should first seek to understand before seeking to be understood. And so we took the time so we could examine the information that is out there. We could meet with the officer corps of the party, which we did yesterday, and to meet with the candidates. And we also had that meeting as well yesterday. We will undergo a process of review that will start from the constituency level, getting a report from the individual constituencies. We will also get a report from the regions based on how our party is structured. And of course, there will also be a national appraisal committee that will look at the election results, what we did right, what we did wrong, what we need to improve on, and the process to implement any change. Now I'm going to ask the leader of the party to give a more general overview of the elections and the way forward.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good morning. I wish to thank all who supported our election campaign, all of our 63 candidates and their campaign teams, our party workers, our supporters who came out and voted for our candidates, our bloggers, our donors and contributors, our election day workers, our police, military. We increased our vote nationally in this election by over 97,000 Jamaicans. And we doubled the number of seats that we hold in Parliament from 14 to 28. Our team in Parliament is strong, and we will be a formidable force in the Parliament of the land to hold the government to account and to defend the rights and interests of the Jamaican people. I am happy to announce that all our MPs elect, except for one who is traveling abroad, have signed a letter to the Governor General confirming their support for me to be appointed leader of the opposition. Since the election, our party has been active. A meeting of the officers of the party was held yesterday to discuss the way forward and internal issues that we need to chart a time frame for related to things like our various internal conferences, annual conference, and so on. This was followed by another gathering of our candidates and the national campaign team to thank everyone for their efforts and to have initial dialogue around the conduct of the elections in each constituency. Written reports from each constituency team will be required and further evaluations are to follow. And the General Secretary mentioned a appraisal committee which will be constituted to do an overall in-depth assessment of what took place. And our executive committee of the party will recommence its meetings on Monday coming. I now want to address the widespread concerns that have been expressed in the public domain about the conduct of the general election last 2025. As a responsible political movement that is committed to nation building and national development, it was important that we should await having reliable information before speaking to these issues, rather than proceeding on raw emotion and hearsay. Having waited for the final count to establish the official results in each constituency, including ascertaining the number of spoiled or rejected ballots and how these were apportioned between the two parties, the advice that we have received from our lawyers who attended the final counts is that a magisterial recount is unlikely to change the outcome in any of the seats. In the case of West Central St. Andrew, however, the nature of the irregularities which took place there is being carefully scrutinized in anticipation of a case being brought to the constituted authority for appropriate relief. I won't be able to answer more questions on that today. That matter is with our lawyers. While we don't have sufficient evidence to mount a legal challenge against the outcome of the elections, we are nonetheless deeply concerned at the extensive and I would say vulgar use of state resources to impact the outcome of the election over the campaign period. Specifically, the massive political advertising paid for by ministries, departments, and agencies of government during and up to election day at the cost of taxpayers to benefit the incumbent JLP administration is problematic. And we are going to have to, as a nation, look at the way in which public resources are used in support of political achievements in the election period. We're also concerned about the unprecedented scale of distribution of benefits, black tanks, fertilizer, building materials, cash by both the state and the Jamaica Labour Party. And in some cases, it's very different to distinguish one from the other. And we have received numerous reports of widespread suppression of PNP votes across marginal constituencies, with reports of very large sums of money being paid. And this strategy was enhanced by the timing of the elections and related giveaways in the back-to-school week, when parents in low-income families in particular are most vulnerable and could be financially induced to prioritize loyalty to their families and their children over party loyalties. A second concern we have is in relation to some aspects of the operations as conducted by the Electoral Office of Jamaica. We think there should be an independent inquiry into the operation of the 2025 general election, and it should be urgently undertaken with changes implemented for future elections, because we need to improve the processes. In particular, the process that results in hours-long waits at many polling stations by voters who turn out to vote, frustrating electors and causing many to leave without voting, And this factor is exacerbated by the law, which only gives 3 hours as a window to employees to be away from their workplace during working hours for voting, which is clearly inadequate in Jamaica's modern realities when you consider the time for transportation to get to a polling station from the workplace, depending on where the person works and where they vote, and the lengthy delays in the lines in some polling stations. We also need to look at the use of finger inking. That was originally implemented to prevent multiple voting, but it currently facilitates voter suppression as persons are being induced financially to dip their finger in ink prior to the vote and then being paid not to vote. And we have several reports of this being done. We're also concerned about the black book, and we believe that the polling that is used in polling stations, it must be made available during the polling process for viewing by indoor agents and not left entirely to the presiding officer to identify voters who present themselves without IDs. Because if the presiding officer is operating in a way that is not satisfactory from an independent, impartial point of view, there needs to be the ability of the indoor agents on either side to scrutinize what is going on there. And the integrity of the voters list needs to be re-verified through a comprehensive re-verification of voters to clean it of dead voters in particular and other voters who don't have a place of residence in the constituency where they vote. We will be sending teams into those constituencies which were most affected by these issues to conduct a field survey. This survey will empower Jamaicans who experienced or witnessed these issues to share their experiences with us. Many persons are deeply upset by what took place, and this process will allow them to get some closure. It will also assist us to advocate for changes to the law and the processes of elections that will ultimately help to protect Jamaica's democracy from tactics that clearly affected the ultimate outcome of the 25 general election and which are not contemplated by the system that we have. I will now hand over to our legal advisor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Party Leader. As you've said at the beginning, and the General Secretary has commented, we are at this time not intending to have any magisterial recounts. Other processes that are available, legal processes that are available, are being looked at based on the evidence that will come forward. I will just echo the point that you make about a review of the management of the election by the EOJ. I think after almost 30 years of a system that was robust at the beginning, I think there is no concern that gaps are opening up and they need to be examined. And we will be doing so by the processes that you have outlined in the various constituencies and regions as well. So the other point really is the legislative and regulatory improvements that may well result from all of this, which is to ensure that the use of state resources prior to and during elections are much better managed. And I think that there are clearly loopholes there, and we need to fill those gaps through the legislation and or regulation. And I believe that the point was well made by the abuse that we saw during this election. Those are the points I will have at this time.
Thank you, MP Hilton. So in relation to one of the media houses carried an article saying that we were going for a magisterial recount in 2 constituencies. I'm not sure where they got that report from, because we did not give that information to the media. We know that on the night of election, you have a preliminary count, and in the days after, you have the final count, which we waited on, so we could get what is the official result from the EOJ. And after looking at that, we realized that there were 3 constituencies: Central Kingston, East Central St. Catherine, and Northern Trelawney, where the number of rejected ballots were more than the margin of victory. However, when we consulted with the teams that were present for the final count, we were reliably advised by them that of the rejected ballots, they are split roughly evenly between the two main political parties, and therefore you would not get any material change in the result in the constituencies. And as a result of that, we took a decision not to pursue any magisterial recount. So that is the official position of the People's National Party. We do have some other concerns of acts of intimidation, aggression, and vandalism that would have taken place since the elections have been concluded. And specifically in South St. James, the Anchovy Division, persons have been making threats about removing the water pumps. And I think they even made reference to using dynamite and other things like that to destroy the infrastructure. We've seen videos as well and heard voice notes of persons in Eastern Portland that would have made comments that resources would be limited to the newly elected Member of Parliament, Isaac Buchanan. We have seen as well in Southeast St. Mary, where there's been vandalism of a community center and the removal of certain infrastructure in that area. And probably the most concerning of them all is in South Trelawney, where a team from the Labour Party, led by persons in leadership, went to the house, the accommodation of our candidate, Paul Patmore, to threaten him. And we believe that these things are intended to intimidate and weaken the democratic process within the country. And we are calling on the members of the Labour Party, the leadership, to rein in their supporters and for them to understand that we do believe in a democratic process and we have to accept the outcome. Similarly to how we have accepted the result at the national level, it can't be that they accept it at the national level, but at the constituency level, they are reluctant to accept that Isaac Buchanan did defeat Anne-Marie Vaz in a free and fair election that took place in East Portland, and that as the duly elected representative, he should be accorded with all the respect and the authority that should be conveyed on such a office. We also want to encourage our candidates across the length and breadth of the country to remove the paraphernalia that was put up during the time of campaigning. And some of our candidates will not have much to do because their opponents already removed them before the elections. But for those that still have some material, we're going to ask them, use this opportunity to ask them to remove those paraphernalia from the different constituencies. And I know that the municipal corporations will be playing a role in ensuring that we can return to normalcy. The matter surrounding West Central St. Angel is a matter, as was said by the leader of the party, that the legal team that has been engaged by our candidate is putting together their documents, and for further information on that, they will speak at a later date. And so we'll leave it at that, and I will now open the floor to get any questions that may exist. Who's monitoring this? Is it Nationwide or Riva? What is the appropriate name?
Siobhan Campbell, still Nationwide News. My question is to Mr. Golding. Based on the concerns raised, are you casting doubt on the legitimacy of the outcome of the 2025 general elections? And are you concerned that such doubts would raise speculation of Jamaican people and cast a shadow on Jamaica's electoral process?
I'm concerned about the widespread reports that we have received of voter suppression strategies that were employed, in particular to dissuade our supporters and in some instances our workers from voting, and in the case of workers from turning up in some instances for the elections. I'm not seeking to in any way suggest that we are not accepting that the government that has been elected will be duly constituted. I don't want to go down that road. I don't think that's a wise road for Jamaica. But I also think it's important that we don't sweep things under the carpet, which have become, and which were in this election, a significant factor at play. And the use of financial resources to suppress votes, based on what we have heard, these are now indirect reports. That's why we're going to go through a process of going into the field to hear from people directly what they experienced and what they saw. But based on the reports that we've received, this is a matter which really needs to be confronted by Jamaica's democracy, and certainly by our party going forward as to how we can try to respond to these types of tactics, which have become a central part of how our opponent operates in trying to secure power for themselves.
Let me just comment a little more on what the party just said, which is that in Guyana, recently there was a general election in Guyana on September 1. I think we're all aware of that. Coming out of that election, the EU delegation, the European Union delegation, has issued a report. And when I read the report, a lot of what they commented on and expressed concern about were actually at play, as certainly complained of widely in the Jamaican situation. And that tells you that the question of the democratic process being legitimized is also a question of the various activities and the concerns and the issues that are raised that will affect the quality of the democracy. And I think that's a lot of the concerns that are being raised here and need to be pursued is around not just the specific legal aspects, but about some of the concerns and gaps that may have opened up in our electoral system that needs to be addressed.
Morning, Desmond Richards here, Rebel Radio. Mr. President, have you identified reasons why the party lost? And secondly, what are your concerns about the low voter turnout? And I would like to hear if the party has plans to encourage voters to hold their votes.
I would say that there's something perplexing about the voter turnout statistics, based on the fact that during the campaign, right through to the end of the campaign, the energy and enthusiasm on the ground was palpable, significant, and suggested that there would have been a stronger turnout. As indeed, the polls, right up to the last poll, which was published on the Sunday before the election, indicated that, based on the expressions of persons polled, they were expecting a significantly higher turnout. What happened on the day needs to be examined carefully. I think it was a combination of factors at play. I think that there were persons who didn't vote because the lines were long and slow, often in the hot sun, sometimes in the rain, and they got fed up and left. I think that the financial inducements of which I speak or have spoken were a major factor as well in dissuading some people from voting. In terms of why we didn't win the election, we lost it narrowly. If we had 4 more seats, we would form government today. And when we look at the seats that we have in mind, we lost all of those by less than 500 votes. And in all of those, some of the issues which I raised were prominent factors at play. So obviously, I don't want to prejudge what the appraisal committee will say based on their investigations. But as I said, the low voter turnout is a bit of a mystery as to why that transpired, given what we know and what we saw and what we felt during the campaign. I would say one other thing, which is that the voters list itself has not been cleansed comprehensively for over a decade. I can't even remember when the last proper re-verification. Early 2000. So it's probably 2 decades now since that was done. And given the nature of our population, how people move around, move to other parts of Jamaica to seek work, and that sort of thing, and the people who die, and there's no automatic removal of voters on there. The number on the voters list from which the percentage turnout is derived is a questionable number. And so the voter turnout statistic itself is necessarily understated. The degree of understatement is what we don't know.
And if I may add to that, the People's National Party polled an additional 97,000 votes over the 2020 elections. The Jamaica Labour Party polled 5,000 more over that time. And as has been said, if you look at some of our areas, there was significant suppression that took place in some of our areas by persons inducing individuals in there not to go to vote And with the long lines that were present at the polling station, there is a question for the ECJ to answer. Because if we had a turnout of only 39% and we had such long lines with such delays, one shudder to think what would have happened if the turnout had been 50%. Because significant delays took place on the day. I was on the phone from early with the director trying to resolve some of the issues. And you did have persons in those lines that turned away. So we lost 4 constituencies by less than 500 votes. Each of those constituencies have over 100 polling stations. It's just 5 persons in each of those that got frustrated and left that would have made that difference. And so it is a significant thing. And I think we have to resolve how we do this thing. I was third in line at my polling station and didn't vote until, I was there before 7. Didn't vote until about 10 minutes to 8 before I completed the exercise. That's just not acceptable in my opinion. So there was a decision that was taken that persons that showed up without ID should have been placed in a separate line and that you should have started the process from outside with an additional agent. That did not obtain in all constituencies. And so you had, in some cases, what appeared to be a deliberate attempt for persons to turn up without the IDs to deliberately slow down the process. And so there is a need for a proper review of the process and for us to ensure that the elections are indeed free and fair and that people can express their rights.
And I'll just add that if you anticipated a larger turnout, which the poll suggested we may have had, then the planning, it seems to me, was inadequate. The planning by the EOJ must have been inadequate because in the event, only 39% or so turned up, and we had such
voted, not turned up.
Well, voted,
yeah,
actually voted, and we had such problems. So, and the low vote turnout. So I think the planning has to be questioned, and perhaps an audit is appropriate at this time as well.
Team are at CVM TV. We've seen at rallies there are crowds and a lot of support. Even with the big gains, how do you plan to keep the base energized after the back-to-back defeats, Mr. President?
Well, after a campaign ends, there's a process of reflection, there's a process of analysis, there's a process of reconnection with our base and our supporters. And there's also, I think there are some reforms internally that we need to pursue as well to strengthen our overall organization. So the way in which we plan to handle the matter would be through a period of careful analysis of what took place and a recognition of where there are weaknesses that need to be strengthened and the deliberate pursuit of changes that will strengthen those weaknesses. So, one doesn't energize the base from the start of a 5-year term of government. Energizing the base comes from the kind of process involved in campaigning. But what we need to ensure is that we stay in touch with our base, that we strengthen our constituents and divisional organizations so that when the time comes, we're able to deliver an effective result. And we are starting now from a much stronger position than we have enjoyed over the previous 5 years. With just 14 in Parliament before, it was much more difficult. Only 14 MPs out of 63 were PNP MPs. Only 14 out of 63 PNP MPs got state resources through the Constituency Development Fund to help to do the work that they have to do. So it's moving from a very limited base in Parliament is difficult, and it required extraordinary effort to take us where we are now. With 28 seats to their 35, I mean, the situation is much more balanced, and that will enable us to build on that to be even more effective next time around.
But you also pointed out, Patty, that there'll be engagement in the field from now, in the reviews. I believe, generally speaking, from my own constituents and from talking to others out of yesterday's meeting, that process of engagement will be helpful because a lot of the concern and the sense of rejection that is there comes from some of these things complained of. And I think once you're on the ground investigating, giving people an opportunity to speak and to vent some of that frustration, I think that will be part of the process of healing and engagement with them. part of the process of healing and engagement. So I think that process will be ongoing.
Morning again. Indulge me a couple of questions. One, given what you have described as acts of voter suppression, can you indicate whether or not the PNP has made a formal complaint about electoral fraud or irregularities to any state organ? And if so, in what constituencies? That's one. Two, can you indicate, sir, what is the projected spend by the People's National Party during this election campaign? And you say also, how was it funded and what percentage is corporate donation? And then finally, personally, Mr. Golding, is this disappointing for you? And if so, how disappointing?
So your first question was whether a formal complaint has been made to any state organ in respect of the voter suppression of which we speak. The answer to that is no. We are, as I've said, going into the field to do a survey so that we can get more tangible information rather than the indirect reports that we have been receiving. Through the reports we're receiving is really through both things like social media, but also more importantly through the campaign structures that we have. But we want to go into the field and get more, a more comprehensive survey of what took place. At that point, we can decide, where we go from here. There isn't really any state agency that is mandated to address that issue. That's one of the challenges we have. So it's, that is something we'll have to consider carefully as the best way to proceed, to deal with this. Some of these things may require a strengthening of the electoral law itself, the Representation of the People's Act, which, to take into account the kind of methods and tactics that are being employed in this era relative to when that law was last amended or reviewed. Other things may just require an internal response as to how we manage that kind of process going forward. So that's my answer to your first question. Your second question was about campaign finance. Yeah. I haven't seen from our treasurer yet a final report on the level of funding raised and expended. Based on my assessment of it or knowledge of it, I would say most of the funding that we raised came from donors. Some are corporate donors, some are individual donors. And I'm very sure that they were within the overall envelope allowed by the law in terms of the limits. I can tell you that because I have a sense for the numbers, but I don't have the specifics. And the third question was about it's a mixed feeling. I feel pleased that we are on the up and up, that we have managed to double the number of MPs that we have in Parliament, that we are going to have a team in Parliament now that is going to be formidable as an opposition, given the people who won. And we have an excellent team. And the fact that we got 97,000 more votes this time than we got in 2020 is also significant as an increase. Our opponents got 5,000 more votes. So there was a definite improvement in our performance. Disappointment at the same time that we weren't able to deliver that final, 5 additional, call it 4 that we needed to just have 32, which is the threshold for winning. That was disappointing. And when we look at the seats that we thought we would have won and didn't, we have to look carefully at why we weren't able to prevail there. I think that the reasons for that were more to do with factors that took place on election day itself and maybe the night before or 2 nights before, rather than the campaign as a whole. I think the campaign as a whole, we ran a pretty exemplary campaign. I think it was a much more active campaign than our opponents in terms of presence on the ground and meetings and rallies and the attendance at those rallies. I think our manifesto was delivered in reasonable time so people could digest it and was well received. I think that our performance in the election debates, where most people feel that we won each of the 3 debates, was also significant and helped us along. But, we weren't able to actually cross the line first because things went on, as I said, the very end of the process, which we were not able to respond to effectively on the day. And for that, we must all take some responsibility, including me as party president. Is there somebody determining who speaks for it? Yeah. So,
Morning, gentlemen. What positives can you take from the campaign? Excuse me.
the speakers, right?
Yes. What positives can you take from the campaign? And what are your views generally about your team, the team you put together? Okay, it's a bit disappointing to lose, obviously. But when you reflect back, to say 5 years ago, from where you came from there to where you are now, what positives? And secondly, what plans do you have to bolster your treasury? You're definitely a political force in this country again, and maybe perhaps the treasury angle of it will get you an effective treasury if you're fighting a campaign in the 21st century. So what do you see going forward? How do you entice, say, the business community, other people to bolster that treasury campaign?
Yeah, in terms of positives, I think that we now have a united party. We have a team that is working together and has worked together well throughout the campaign. I think that the organization as a whole is strong. That's not to say there aren't areas that need improvement. There are. But we did significant training, for example, of our workers over the last several months. And we were really building on the success in the local government elections, February 2024, where we won the popular vote quite handsomely there. And we ended up with six municipal corporations and the city municipality of Portmore, making 7, which is the same number as the JLP have, but we have one more division than they do. So there's been a kind of process over the 5 years of building an improvement, which I think was reflected in the 97,000 additional votes that we got and the 14 additional seats that we won. Now, going forward, you mentioned the Treasury. I mean, we got, I would say, good support from the donor base that we have, corporate and individual. We were able to finance our program. We didn't have the sort of additional resources for deploying in the field to do the sort of things that we were up against, and that was never part of our budget. Anyway, we weren't seeking to do that. That's not a strategy that we employ. But, in terms of being able to pay our media houses for the advertising that we had booked and developing that advertising and paying our party workers, for their efforts and the paraphernalia and so on that we were able to hold our own. And going forward, we will just be encouraging Jamaica to understand the importance of maintaining financial balance in how they fund political parties, because if one party has excessive resources relative to the other, it can affect the democratic outcome of elections quite easily. So these are the sort of arguments that we impress upon donors, and we have been, we get good response for the most part. So I don't have any issue really there with the fundraising side of the campaign.
Yes. Good. All right. Greetings to all at the press table. President MG, this one is for you, sir.
Who is this?
I am Baba Tunde's Stargate Communications. Before I get into my questions, I would just like to start on a positive by saying there are some things that you initiated that changed the experience for the Rastafari community, especially with the ganja experience and all. Only more than ever doing, but we must acknowledge when positive moves there. So we kick off the party. So the first question, seeing all what we see now, maybe some 8-9 days after the election, was the People's National Party fully prepared? I have 2 more. I don't know if I have to pause and answer or go with the other 2 and then.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we didn't ultimately win the election suggests that there are areas where our preparation could have been stronger. I think that what we have come to realize going through this experience is that some of the tactics that we have to manage are not normal orthodox in the book tactics, but are things that are being deployed quite effectively by our opponent, which we haven't yet, I think, mastered a methodology of responding to. So I think I would say what would you regard as the orthodox way in which campaigns are conducted and way political organization is done, we were ready. But in terms of specific seats, which those tactics were being deployed, our response to them was inadequate.
All right. So in your preparation going forward, it's a little bit of small advice that you don't have to pay for. Art of war must be studied. Next question for you now, President MG. The positive way forward, and there are aspects of your manifesto that are tangible and excellent. What plans are in place to not wait till 2030, but to, one, empower the people and implement where it can. Much appreciated for listening. You got those?
Yeah, I mean, in response, I think that I need to actually say something about that. Our manifesto was our series of policy proposals and programs that we had intended to roll out during the first five-year term that we were in government. Those things require being in government to be rolled out. An opposition party gets no state resources to implement plans and programs. We get a modest stipend as MPs to run a constituency office, and that's it. And then there's a CDF, which is a modest sum which hasn't been adjusted for inflation for many years now, of 20 million a year, out of which 1.5 million pays an administrator. So it's 8.5 million to be spent in a constituency with residents typically exceeding 40,000 people. So, I don't want to pretend that the opposition will be in a position to roll out things like the First in Family Scholarship or build 50,000 housing units at an affordable price for people, or to implement rent to own to enable persons who are currently excluded from the mortgage market to become owners of their own home, or indeed a disability fund to help persons with disabilities with $1 billion in it, and those sort of things. Those are things we want to do with reform government. What we will be able to do is individual MPs who have won will be able to pursue their own particular set of policies that they had brought to the people. Some of them will take time. It won't happen overnight. Resources are always an issue. And to the extent they're able to garner additional support through creative methods of fundraising and using the goodwill of people who might want to support those initiatives, that will determine how quickly they can do what they want to do. But it's going to be more on a constituency and an MP level that you'll see things happening rather than nationally, because an opposition party is not able to, or indeed expected to, implement national policies. That's for the government of the day.
Just two more, one for Anthony Hilton and one for you, Mr. Golding. Mr. Hilton, you put forward the suggestion comparing Jamaica's electoral process to that of Guyana, which has a history now of concerns about the process, whereas here in Jamaica, we had the OAS, CARICOM, as well as CAFE, all suggesting that the elections were free of harassment, free of intimidation, or any other irregularities, so far as going as to commending us in terms of our conduct here and to put forward Jamaica as a model that the Caribbean can follow. Isn't that a bit out of sorts in terms of that assessment by you in terms of irregularities? And to you, Mr. Golding, your predecessors have all offered their resignations to the wider party following an election loss. Will you not do the same, or will you simply take up your post as opposition leader going into the parliament?
Let me. No, you want to go first?
No,
let me say. I think the aspects. I don't think what you characterize as overstatement, notwithstanding anything that has been said by CAFE or any other organization that participated. The EU focus, and I urge you, and I think you have read the EU report. And if you have, then you'll see that they commented on some other aspects of it, much of which we saw in full force here in Jamaica. The issue that we believe needs to be addressed as an urgent matter is the whole issue of the advertising and promotion before and during the campaign with excessive state resources. And that aspect of it and others were specifically commented on. So my advice is that whatever the specific limitations or the concerns that the OAS or other monitoring group didn't address, the EU's report, I believe, was much broad-based and some of it very relevant to Jamaica.
If I may add something to that before the leader answers the next question. I think we've been very responsible as a party. I think we've been very responsible. Nationwide carried a story that Cafe said that 21% of the persons at the polling station at 5 o'clock were not allowed to vote. We could easily have created a stir with that to suggest that those persons would have voted for us and it would have changed the outcome of the elections. We didn't. We waited for good information, right? For additional information. And we have seen where over the last 2 days, the ECJ has refuted what was carried as to what Cafe had said. And then since that, Cafe today in the paper is clarifying that that did not actually take place. So I believe the comment that was made as well was not necessarily comparing the electoral system in the two countries, but about the report that came out of the election. So I don't know how you got to the point of saying he was comparing the two electoral systems. He was speaking to the report that came out and said that there are similarities, that we have seen the same thing here. Cafe, CARICOM and other OAS, other persons that came here would not have been out in the field to see that $100,000 was offered to an indoor agent not to work, or offered to a customizer to give me the canvas of this party. They would not have seen that. They would not have seen what took place in the field. They would have been at the polling station, right? They would not have seen the night before that somebody was offered money to dip their finger in ink and therefore can't show up to the polling station. They would not have seen where we saw some persons, MPs, trying to separate people into lines as to who we are going to vote for, totally inappropriate, right? From a high-ranking member of the Jamaica Labour Party. So the issues that we are bringing forward here are things that we have contemplated on, we've heard about, and not just anecdotal things, but things that we can say, these based on the reports that we've gotten, and there's additional work to do, but there is sufficient evidence to speak to it at this point to suggest that there was indeed an attempt to suppress the votes. Remember that we did run a campaign, where the last credible poll that came out before the election had us ahead by 3 percentage points, right? Not like the one from Nationwide that said we're 13 points behind. That was totally fraudulent, right? And if you look at the outcome of the elections, it was within 1%, as in the popular vote. So it was within that margin of error. And that is after all the suppression that took place by the Labour Party and the delayed voting by the ECJ that caused persons to leave the polling station and not being able to participate.
In relation to, well, first of all, I'm not aware of any historic precedent of which you speak. There have been instances where party leaders have offered their resignation. There have been instances where they haven't, to my knowledge. I serve at the pleasure of the party. And, I'm happy to continue to serve in the capacity as leader for as long as the party wants me to. And thus far, all of the MPs who have been elected, all 28, other than one who's overseas traveling, have signed a letter confirming that they have confidence in me and want me to be the leader of the opposition. Right. And that's where it is right now.
If I may add, again, if I may just add something to that. I want for us not to mislead the public with some of the statements. There are some things that have been said in the public space that are just not true. Andrew Holness was defeated by Portia Simpson Miller in 2011. It seems persons have forgotten that. He did not resign, nor did he offer any resignation. He stayed there. He did not even make public the appraisal committee report that was done, right? 10 of the 21 MPs signed a no confidence in him. He's the one that saved himself with his casting vote. I also hear persons saying that it's historic, unprecedented, this third term. When they say one complain about the PNP being in office for 18 years, the PNP has won 4 consecutive elections in Jamaica. So what is historic? It's historic for the JLP that they've won 3 elections. It's not historic for Jamaica. PJ Patterson won in 93, 97, and 2002. Why do we continue to mislead the public in this vulgar manner?
Mark, I just heard what you said. It's one thing to be endorsed by the party and have the party's confidence, but do you yourself, do you want to lead the party? And then secondly, I'd like to follow up and saying, you don't really want to, as a party, enter another period of fractiousness, internecine warfare that splinters the party. I think you've been an MP since 2017. 2017, beg your pardon. You brought the party back. It seems united. You fell short. You've doubled your seats. I mean, that I think will go down in history. But do you want to lead the charge? It's all very well being endorsed. You seem to have a good support team around you. But in your heart of hearts, do you want to lead the charge going forward? And secondly, I'd say that you seem to have a deep bench, both in the lower house What are your plans for the upper house? A lot of bright people around, a lot of people who can take positions. How do you want to lead them and how do you want to deploy it?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the composition of the Senate, which is, you'll hear more very shortly on that. In terms of my own personal aspirations, Al, I feel a continued commitment to my country, Jamaica, where I was born and where I've lived all of my life other than when I was studying abroad, and which has been very good to me, and which my parents, instilled in me a sense of service to the people of Jamaica. And I am willing to continue and plan to continue to serve my country through the political process as leader of the People's National Party, moving ahead, going forward from the significant achievements that we have managed to garner in these elections to a victorious result next time round. And as I said, I serve at the will of the party. And so as long as the party has confidence in me to continue, I will be here.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it was informative, and have a great day.
It's your brother Bolo VNR 2.0. We on the backup channel, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not yet subscribed to the channel, what you waiting on?
Hey, brother, how you do?
There, man.
Right. No, I was saying, I wanted to commend you on this thing because I don't think people understand how important this NHT matter is,
Yeah.
And I like the clip you played because it was just simplified what the NHT plan and the PNP is. And their plan is in keeping with what inflation is to reflect the cost of a house. Yeah.
Yes.
So if you look this what they call it, the social housing that the government is doing now, right? When they started out, they were complaining that the contractors were doing social housing at $14,000 and $15,000 a house. Yeah. They inked an agreement with Arc Industries, Arc Group, I forget the group, but it's the same group run by Norman, which is now run by Ashley and Foster and his wife. Yeah? And they inked a deal with them which saw the price being reduced to almost reflect what the party leader is saying, somewhere between $9 and $10 million for
Yes. That was the important part of it, the cap. Yeah.
The cap. Because if you don't cap the thing, what will happen is you will have what is happening in the market, the inflation in the prices, because it's determined by, as you said, the availability of the homes, and so two, it is determined. It is almost a free market, and poor persons are just being abused in terms of the prices of home. And the good thing, when I say trick, I don't mean the trick in the sense that nobody's being tricked.
Right.
But the skill in maneuvering this is that you are also ensuring that the NHT who owns the land is not selling the land to the homeowner.
Yes. So they are getting equity. I don't think people understand the importance of that. The equity of owning the land itself.
Exactly, because why are you going to sell land that is already an asset that belongs to the government? That makes no sense.
It makes
You're
no
defeating
sense.
the real purpose of the NHT, which is to give houses to poor people.
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
And I'm telling you, the people of Westmoreland, St. Mary, St. Thomas, and Portland, who have been for years been not considered, because by the way, if you look at the places that have not seen any NHT houses, it's more so the parishes of Portland, St. Thomas. They just did something in Albion the other day, and that was way out of the prices that the ordinary people in Albion could afford. Because those houses were going between 14 and 15,000, right? 15 million, sorry, right? But when you look at the parishes of St. Mary's, St. Thomas, and Portland, and Westmoreland, which need the housing stock to improve, because every time you look on an NHT project a break, if it's not breaking a man in the west, in St. James, it is being done in Trelawney. Yeah, so the housing stock in those parishes are not too bad, but also the prices are out of the availability, the affordability of some people. But those 4 parishes I called, I can assure them that they will be on the priority list of the People's National Party, because there's already government lands in these parishes. They talk about the sugar lands. Yeah,
you're right, because you can see their focus on farming one, and then they also said they have already scouted out the areas that they will be doing these projects in. So, if you know, you know.
And when you look at it, when you look at it, right? When you look at what is happening remember, this plan that Mark Golden is talking about is not something that God embed and wake up on. I am one person who likes to give credit. I give credit to former party leader, Dr. Peter Phillips. When he became the party leader after Portia Simpson limited office, the first thing he did was he commissioned what was called a housing and land commission of the party. Yeah? So what the Housing and Land Commission started to do in 2017 was what was actually Paul Burke.
You can't take your time, You can't take your time, You don't have to rush yourself. Take your time.
No,
Okay, my brother.
let them digest the information, because it's serious. Go through.
Right. So Paul Buchanan was a part of that commission, and some other persons and noted land surveyors and others were a part of that commission. And what they did was that they went through and surveyed the entire Jamaica, looking at the history of where government lands existed, what was needed, what the infrastructure, if the infrastructure exists there. And so the party really, what Mark Golding is doing is building upon the work that was left by Dr. Peter Phillips.
Something like something he would have do. You always give them credit. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so really and truly, it is so they know, they can tell you how many Operation Pride schemes were not, the infrastructures were not completed. And I also want people to look at this too. Imagine this administration has been in power for 9 years, going 10 years, and they have not done any major work in some of these Operation Pride schemes. Because like the infrastructure, when you build a housing scheme, because the focus under the PNP then was really just to give the people the house. Yeah? Give them the house. And in some instances, some of the infrastructure was neglected because you really never had the money to put in the infrastructure at the time, right? But you have schemes that today, the infrastructure is not there. So like the one where I jump up and down over Portland in Norwich Heights, that was an Operation Pride scheme. Yeah? That was a PNP bill scheme. And the infrastructure was never done, as Colin Bell explained, because when it was being done, if they were to put in the infrastructure, it would have drive up the cost for the land in the housing development.
Okay. Now I see it. So they were considering the people, and that's why they didn't put the infrastructure, because the houses would be too high for them.
Exactly. Let's use another place in St. Mary that they call Trails, right? Which is up in the hills of St. Mary, going up into Retreat. That was an Operation Pride scheme. And when they purchased their lot, right, which is about 4,500 square feet, they paid somewhere between $80,000 and $90,000 for the lot in 2001. Yeah? You know how much is for one of that lot up there now?
That's supposed to go in millions, multiple millions of dollars.
$4.5 to $6 million to get a lot up there right now.
Because them place to get road now and them something to something level in a summer park them. So it value must go up.
You know who lives in those housing schemes? The ship workers. If you see the houses that they have built.
Yeah, so be a mansion then build up there for sure.
When the PNP is talking about giving housing to the people, it's not something that they have not done before. It's something that they have done. It's like you, Bolo. A man I go say to you, say, what you know? We say, no, I have the information. I've seen it. I've been there. I've lived the experience. You know Portmore. Nobody can tell you about Portmore.
Right.
So it is this experience with the housing, and what this will do as well is that it will move also. It will cause more smaller contractors in the country that have been left aside. Because, we really have to look at this thing with the contractors. Yeah. We have too many small contractors in Jamaica who are not really getting their fair share.
You're absolutely right.
They're not getting their fair share because why? The NHT, who is supposed to be giving a guaranteed purchasers program. So the contractor can access him loan, have the land, him buy the land, and the NHT is supposed to pay him a portion of the funds so he can actually roll out the scheme. What they're doing is they're giving a lot of this thing to the Chinese. Yeah? To the Chinese. If you use an example down in Mandeville, you remember the Prime Minister went to break ground by his favorite road in Mandeville? Yeah?
Yes.
Right? That housing development that they broke ground at, it is supposed to be comprised of roughly about close to, if my memory serves me right, it's about close to 200 and something acres of land over there. Yeah, a lot of land over there now. Yeah? And look what is happening now. I don't know if you saw the news. The NHT with the contractor is evicting people that live there.
What?
And I'm saying, what sort of nonsense is this? What you should be doing as an housing institution is saying, look here, we're going to build here. So because there's so much land there, they will never be able to build off 200 acres of land build houses in 200 acres of land in no time. So what you should be doing is really saying to the people, where we intend to build, let's regularize your situation.
That's
let's come in and sit down. What can you pay to the trust, seeing that you're already on the trust land? But you know what hurt me? What hurt me is that when I looked, it was a Chinese company who get the contract. A Chinese firm, and I'm saying, how could you have a scenario where Jamaicans who born in the country are being forced off of lands which actually are their birthright?
Yes.
And it is being executed by a Chinese company who is telling them to come off the land.
Conflict of interest. Major conflict of interest.
I am not anti-China. And I want people to, because a lot of these days I've been talking strongly on China. So people might think that I am not anti-China and I'm not pro-America either. Yeah? So my issue is my belief is I am pro Jamaica. Whatever works for Jamaica and whatever is in the interest of the Jamaican people. But you cannot have Chinese firms come in. And it should be a shame. Rhoda Crawford, as a member of parliament, sits in a constituency and sees that this Chinese firm is saying to her constituents. And let me tell you what they're doing. Because that section of the constituency is a strong section for the People's National Party.
Oh.
So it's gerrymandering 1.2 or 201 if you want to call it.
I would say gentrification.
Well, gentrification, gerrymandering, same cousin because Jerry involved.
True that. No, it's serious still. It's serious.
No, we have to look at giving housing. Let me tell you, when you look at across the Caribbean, Jamaica has the highest housing stock demand. When I get on housing, I'm passionate about it because I look at some of my young friends who left college, right? Some of them still live with their parents.
Yep.
They don't want to live with their parents. They don't desire to live with their parents. And some of us have had to go outside of Jamaica to be able to own a piece of land in Jamaica.
That is true.
Yeah? And it should not be so. Mm-hmm. It should not be so. And this is something that the administration going forward must correct.
Yes, man.
In Trinidad and Tobago and in Ghana, when they were leaving slavery, the slaves in those countries when they finished slavery, they were allotted a piece of land. You know what happened to us in the Anglophone part of the Caribbean, which is the English speaking or the more darker side of in terms of Afrocentric Caribbean. You know what happened? We were sent off the plantation and we run to the mountainside. Yeah?
Yeah.
And that is why free villages were established, like places like Augusttown, places like Sligoville. Yeah. Some of these free villages across the town because people had to go where land was available because there was none for them. And I'm saying if we want to correct this thing as seriously, and the People's National Party, I will be holding their feet to the fire.
Oh, listen to me now, man. You see, if the Labour had them things I was on Andrew Holness, just wait till PNP going to power. I mean, if they ever slip, I'm going in the next direction. I know PNP people are going to hate me. Me not run a joke, brother. I Jamaica, I'm not run a joke.
And this is the thing where people don't understand, and I don't think people get it. Not a lot of the bloggers who you see blogging, and they try to politicize people by saying they are PNP or they are being paid by the PNP. The truth be told is, so what? People don't have the independent view.
Exactly.
Right?
Thank you very much.
The reason why they can say that is because they are being paid.
Exactly. Yeah? The ones that are being paid. Yeah, we call it projection.
Yeah, so they're doing the projection. But brother, all I can say, this issue of housing is going to have to be a pillar. Because I want the youth, and particularly in Kingston and St. Andrew, though, the operation will have to be a little bit different. So I've been looking at places like Maxfield Avenue. You have a place in Trenchtown called No Man's Land. Yeah?
Right.
Sitting in No Man's Land, that is at the bottom of the lower part of Trenchtown, between the fire station, going all the way back over into Denham Town, takes in pieces of Craigtown. Yeah? That land there sits idly empty. Roughly, I say, is about close to about 400 acres of land. Yeah?
Wow.
And look here what happened down there. You are telling me that the NHT don't have the vision, or the housing agency of Jamaica don't have the vision to start to build houses on those pieces of land if you want to make them gated community so that the police and teachers and nurses can live in there, right? And because it's right, why is it called inner city? It is from downtown. That is what it's called inner city, Yeah? And our people in Kingston and St. Andrew got to get out of this mindset that, they want to go live up on the hill because you better have the hill money. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's the reality. And some of these communities are not as people make them out to be. Yeah? Right. Because I know teachers who come from Trenchtown. I know police officers who come from Trenchtown. Yeah? And nobody bother them. Nobody mess with them. Yeah? Right. So we have to now seriously look at where the availability of land is in Kingston and St. Andrew. Because we're growing out the space that we have. And we don't have to start build up in the year. Yeah? Instead of building out. So those are places we have to look at. Some of the persons who live in Kingston and St. Andrew who want houses might have to go into St. Thomas to live, which is just less than 30 minutes from downtown.
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
So we have to now think, or you have to go into places like Clarendon, which is 45 minutes from Maypen to the end of the toll.
Right,
yeah? So we now have to consider where the availability. But if you're going to do that as well, the government must now put in the infrastructure and investments around those spaces. So if a man move to Langville Park out in Clarendon, or move to Albion or out Poor Man's Corner in Yalas, right? That him don't necessarily have to travel out of parish to work. Yeah?
Right.
Those are some of the things we need to look at. Because with housing, there must be economic activities around the housing. Yeah?
With all the growing and the building and
Anyway, my
infrastructure and
brother,
everything.
all the best to you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? You look like you couldn't hear me, you know. Sorry about that, my boss. So what I was saying is, with all the infrastructure, right? I guess the wire got a short in it, so it disconnected with me and him. Sorry about that, General. But I thought he was hearing me. Yeah, hello?
Sorry, but it seemed like the Pegasus grabbed me.
Boy, I bet you me I wonder what going on the computer because me I try to talk to you and then me I realize you not hear me. Somebody I try to fix the wire, you see it. But what me I say?
As I wrap up, because I know you might be, you're proceeding to something else.
At 5 o'clock, because I got to take a little rest after this 5 o'clock, say, them have the campaign, so I'll be streaming that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as we wrap up, really and truly, I'm saying, so the housing now, people have to look at not just being stuck in Kingston and St. Andrew, but if they're going to move from around Kingston and St. Andrew, economic activities have to go around the places that they're going to live.
Yeah. Right.
So the concept of living in Longville Park, when PJ Patterson created Longville Park, it was to supplement what was supposed to happen at Vernon Field. Yeah. When PJ Patterson was also doing 14 miles, which they now call Mesgar Gardens, that 14-mile Albion concept was to also support the idea of... So Andrew is coming and talking about a developmental city out in Morant Bay, the town centre thing that him developed. That was not Andrew Willis's idea.
Really? So
let me repeat it.
What does this man have? What idea did he come up with?
And I challenge anybody, I challenge any Labourite, including Marlon Morgan, to come and challenge me when I say this, that it was not Andrew Wallace's brainchild. And I'll tell you why. There was a development plan for the greater Morant Bay area. That development plan was created. A matter of fact, it goes as far back as Michael Joshua Manley. Whoa. That is why the thief in Charles who thief the people them land. I'm not afraid to say, who paid only $1 per acre of land. Me never hear that from a bank. Yeah?
That's wild. That is...
So why he grabbed those lands was that he looked, when he became MP in 1980, he looked at what the developmental plan was for St. Thomas. And strategically purchased lots around the area. Yeah?
Isn't that illegal?
Well, he was also at the time minister of, his brother-in-law was Minister of Lands, Bruce Golding.
Yeah.
So he got access to the developmental plan and purchased lands accordingly. So it was not their brainchild. It was in fact coming far back from Robert Lightburn, who had a concept of. Remember, Goodyear Factory was running in St. Thomas. St. Thomas was a productive parish. Right. So when you see, so I'm making the point to say that that parishes, we must develop houses linked with the economic activity so that people around it. I want to share about the housing now for the hotel workers, because the hotel workers, particularly from St. Mary, St. Anne, Trelawney, have been the most neglected set of workers. When you look and see sometime where the hotel workers leave from to go work in the hotel and eat some of the best food, because I want the hotel workers, them now miss a chance to eat the free food. Yeah? And me not wrong them. Eat the free food because no work so hard. When you can't carry it home, so eat it. Yeah? And drink the best drinks. But when you look at them, and many of them don't have the ability to access housing because they're on contracts. So, right? Which don't give them the ability to, and they're not qualified at the ceiling that NHT have. So the basic level, them don't even qualify for that. Yeah? We now have to look at when these hotels are doing their developments, can the hotels commit to saying, okay, if there's cheap lands available in the areas that we're going to be building, I'll tell you what's happening in the Eastern Caribbean. If you live in Antigua and you're working in the hotel gives you the option of living on the hotel compound. Yeah? Not necessarily the hotel, but they have what is called staff housing. So you don't have to commute from work on a daily basis. Yeah? It doesn't mean that it is your house, but it is once you're on duty, you can commute. You can actually commune at the staff housing. Yeah, those are some of the things we need to look at. The hotels now need to look at. For example, the government is going to bring in investment for hoteliers. Where is the investment for the housing for the workers? Yeah, we have to look at how we treat hotel workers. Because
I used to just try a thing the other day, which we all know it's because it's election time.
No, but Delano, let me be straight. Delano Steve Wright is my brethren. Yeah. somebody who, by the way, have a very good heart. Him is one of them few labor rights that were better than some labor rights.
Okay.
Yeah? But one of the challenges that you face in the hotel sector is that when they go to negotiate, because they want to say they are bringing in the investments, sometimes they give up too much in the negotiation. Jamaica don't need no more. What we need from an hotel standpoint, for example, how can the hotel be producing every dollar that is spent in the hotel? You know how much stays in Jamaica? 20 cents.
That is insane.
20 cents per dollar. So let's just look at that. 80 cents of that leaves Jamaica. What we have to look at is how can we get the hotel sector, how can we push the hotels to now understand that if you're going to come and set up in Jamaica, your experience must be a branded Jamaican experience. Still not taken away from your international brand appeal, still not taken away from what is your normal appeal, but your furniture cannot be, because they're giving these hotels waivers to carry in duty-free concessions to bring in furniture, which is crazy. When the same furniture could be, look in the days of Jamaica, look how much carpenter we know. Jamaica used to build the best bed, the best whatnot, the best this, the best table. Yeah, when you used to go down on Orange Street, yeah, in a town.
And it will increase the ambience and the experience of the people.
Exactly, because that will be your real Jamaican experience.
Yeah, the energy, the creativity within the work that the man is doing.
And that is a part of. So when the People's National Party talks about the creative industry, those persons, the furniture manufacturers, they are also a part of the creative industry, because they then will be given the opportunity to. We have to look at that. We can't be having these investments not materializing into benefit for our people. Yeah, we have to link tourism to the local economy. The farmers must have access to the local economy, to the tourism sector. Why is it? Why you come to Jamaica and you're getting the same food you'd have gotten if you're overseas? That makes no sense.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah? If I travel,
I can understand. Like, there's a restaurant called Hard Rock, and anywhere you go in the world for Hard Rock, you're gonna get Hard Rock.
But there are certain substitutes that you can produce locally. Okay. So instead of Hard Rock, I've used some examples. For example, across the region, when you go across the region, and if you go to Damrep, let's use Damrep for example. The hotels in Dominican Republic, by the way, Damrep is doing far way better than Jamaica in terms of tourism. Punta Cana alone has 500,000 rooms. When I say 500,000 rooms, I mean 500,000 villas. Yeah. So Airbnb, 500,000 of them. Yeah. They are seeing annually stayovers of 3 and 5 million. Yeah. And last year, after the COVID, a little bit after the COVID, they were seeing up to 6-7 million in stayovers, which means that money is being circulated in the local economy, right? Mm-hmm. They in Punta Cana, you know what they do? Everything that they produce, that they contribute to the tourism industry, is made in Dominican Republic.
Right. And any type
it's
of
made
industry,
there. Most of the things are made there, and I'm not exaggerating when I say most of the things are made there, because obviously there are certain things that cannot be produced on a local level. But most of the things that they do is made there.
Yeah. But you know, so, now, boy.
Anyway, brother, all the best to you, and we'll catch up.
All right, my boss. All right, cool.
All right, brother. All the best.
Yeah, man. Blessings.
Cool.
No, me know what happened. Did you have something on mute the mic? And you know, say all the time you talk, boy, now hear me.
Yo, I was here talking the whole time. My apologies, y'all.
May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and my redeemer. I want to acknowledge former party leader Peter David Phillips, the architect of Jamaica's economic stability, who I enjoyed working closely with to ensure that future generations would benefit from a lower public debt, more fiscal space, and more opportunities for the people of Jamaica to build a brighter tomorrow. I want to acknowledge all of my other colleagues on the platform. When I became leader of this party in November 2020, we had a lot of work to do. We had to unite the party. We had to rebuild the organization. We had to develop the message that the people could relate to and that would resonate with them. And I want to thank each and every one on the team who has helped me on this journey, because we are marching on to progress. And come Wednesday, we will be marching on to victory. And most of all, I want to thank you, the comrades and supporters, the workers and warriors of this great movement, the People's National Party, who have come in your many, many tens of thousands to Sam Sharp Square tonight to send a signal that we are ready for change and that time come for a better life. To all my fellow Jamaicans, I pledge to you that the government that I will lead will be one that is accountable to the people, that listens to the people, that is transparent in how we operate, and that ensures that the resources of the people are used solely for the benefit and upliftment of the people, not for Fred and company, not for personal enrichment. No more hanky-panky. Time come for integrity in public life in Jamaica, and the People's National Party is committing to you tonight that we will deliver that integrity. The context in which this election is being held is important. Although the fiscal reforms engineered under the administration of Portia Simpson Miller, managed by Peter David Phillips, have achieved 13 and a half years of sustained debt reduction, stabilizing our macroeconomy to the point where the fiscal commissioner this week gone has in writing confirmed that the debt to GDP ratio target of 60% of GDP will at last be achieved by the end of this fiscal year. It is a new era that Jamaica is embarking on. But the context in which we are embarking on it is a decade of almost no growth, where 55% of the Jamaican people are suffering from food insecurity, as measured by the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, where foreign direct investment has fallen by 80% over the last decade under the government of the Jamaica Labour Party, and where the productivity of our workforce has declined by some 21% since 2007. This is why our policies and programs have been designed to address these fundamental challenges facing the people. That is why we are going to ensure that children who need it when they go to school, they will get the hot, nutritious meal that they need. That is why we're going to ensure that parents who struggle to send their children to school, especially in rural Jamaica, because the cost of rural transportation is so high, they will get a subsidy, $400. They will get a subsidy, $10,000 for the month, for each child in the family, to help cover the cost of going to school. It is why we're going to support our students at university. First of all, with the First in Family Scholarship Program, because I've seen where the children do everything that they're supposed to do. Study them book, keep out of bad company, pass their exams, but then they can't go any further because they can't manage the financial aspect. And we say, if you're the first in your family to qualify for university or college, the People's National Party will give you a full scholarship, and we expect you to, brothers and sisters, when you pass through the gate and benefit from that scholarship.
Hey, Jamaica, you know, say, we really have to look back on these videos. Why may I tell you, hey, we really dropped the ball, you know, as a country, you know. This is how the people vote against. Jaja.
And for our students, you don't have to worry about borrowing from the Student Loan Bureau under the People's National Party. First of all, we will cap your monthly payment at a manageable portion of your income, so that you will be able to live comfortably.
Geneva. What's up, Geneva? Delila.
We will suspend the obligation to pay. It will not mash up your credit. Those payments will go on the back end of your loan.
Hey, man, what talk about it, man? Love, big up yourself. Elga, Colleen, Unique, big up yourself, you know. Unique, saying Vix. Marva Dice, big up. Who else there? Richard, big up. Who else there? Oh man, Carla, how you doing? Bless up. Carol Gale, big up yourself. Merville, Vian Miller, Vilma Watson. Vernon Mitchell, hey, big up on yourself, yeah, man. Anita Masono, Asgol, yeah, we did there when Asgol did come in. Lady J, Lassom, me born on us. What's up, my baby? Big up Lassom, man. Yes, big up everybody. Let's continue with Marky G. Boy, may I tell you what a man.
For our farmers, taking some of the tax that is on the food imports, which have doubled under this government from 800 million US to 1.6 billion US a year, taking some of those taxes and putting them in a fund dedicated to support the farmers of Jamaica so they can produce more food, so they can get the things they need, the inputs to prepare the land, the storage facilities, better farm roads, and all of the other aspects of farming that are required, because we need to produce, we need to grow our food, eat what we grow what we eat, and feed those countries around us that are not as blessed as we are when it comes to agriculture. And it is why when we see all of the people living on land, public land, living on it for years, build them house, but they don't have no title, and the colonial law that says they can't get a title unless they live there undisturbed for 60 years is such a wickedness. We're going to reduce it to 25 years. We're going to get them their title, and when we run the maths, we see that we will be transferring over $1 trillion of ownership value to the people of Jamaica in the biggest transfer of ownership in the history of this land. There are so many things we want to do. We want to help our workers. We want to ensure that the contract work abuse that goes on in various sectors of the economy, having our workers on a string like a yo-yo, denying them the rights that they should have as full-time employees. We're going to put a stop to that abuse. I want to thank the hotel workers I was reasoning with a few weeks ago here in Montego Bay, who said to me, Marky G, the tax and the tips and the gratuity, it have we away. We need more money in our pocket. We work hard, but we can't make ends meet. I beg you, deal with that for me. I'm going to deal it for you, because my sister, you need it. We're going to deal with it for them. We won't be taxing the tips and the gratuity. And the security guards, and the police, and the firemen, and any worker who earns overtime pay in this country. If your earnings are under 6 million a year, you will not be taxed on your overtime, because we know you need that little break to make your life that much easier, that much more bearable, that much nicer. And when you see the struggles that families are going through, reflected in the food insecurity, because they're talking about poverty rate and they're talking about unemployment rate. But if those rates don't mean anything, because people hungry and people not eating properly, that means something must be done. And that is why we're going to increase the income tax threshold to $3.5 million a year. You will pay zero tax on the first $3.5 million of your income. It is going to mean a significant benefit for many people who are struggling now. And for those who earn more, they will get the benefit up to 3.5. So there's something in it for them as well. And comrades, we're going to govern the country with a seriousness of intent to restore dignity and integrity and confidence and trust in the leadership of the country by the people who elect and put us there. We'll be introducing the impeachment legislation. So we will put an end to a situation where an MP can be caught on a video with a big stool in a car park, beating a woman bad, and nothing don't come out of it at all. And he's running to be a candidate for the JLP again in this election. They don't respect the women of this country. We'll be introducing the unexplained wealth orders for all of those people who get rich out of public life because they're not serving the people, they're serving themselves. They will have to account to the law for their wrongdoings. And we will ensure that every member of the government has their statutory declarations published by the Integrity Commission. We will amend the law to achieve that, so we have greater levels of transparency. Right now, it's just the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition who are required to do that. But his can't be published because his are not yet certified. Because for him thing not straight, him in a problem with the Integrity Commission, and him now been referred to the FID, the Financial Investigations Division, and him come in a debate and tell pure lie. But the people of Jamaica, them no fool, them know the truth. So comrades and friends, as we approach the 3rd of September, we're also approaching the new school year. And I want to take this opportunity to say to all of our parents, all of our students, all of our teachers, everybody involved in the education system. I wish you all the very best as you start the new school year. May God bless you and keep you safe in your transportation arrangements. May the children get to school safely and come home safely. And make the school year be a success for you all. Comrades, it is with great humility and a great sense of purpose that I put myself forward to become the next Prime Minister of Jamaica. I dedicate myself to serving the people of Jamaica, all of the people of Jamaica, and in particular, those who need the help of a caring government, a People's National Party government that knows about the struggles of the people and that has established itself from 1938 for upliftment of the people. I commit myself to continue that mission and to help move Jamaica from stagnation, from hopelessness, move on to a better quality of life for us all, higher levels of economic growth, and Jamaica will be moving up with the PNP to a better place. Comrades, on Wednesday, I ask you, all undecided voters, even laborites, put your ex beside the head and return Jamaica to decency. Return Jamaica to being a...
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete...
Breaking news coming out of the People's National Party camp, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news, like and share this video. Fian Miller, how you doing? Big up yourself, Sonia, what's going on? I see you. Who else is here? Nats, how you doing, Nats? And Dion Campbell, Rudolph, Winifred, Lorraine, Brown Security. Everybody where they on the live. Big up on yourself, Jada. Lorraine Smeek, I want to big up on yourself, big up on yourself. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. The People's National Party has put out a statement. Let's read. It says here, statement from the PNP, President and Opposition Leader Mark J. Golding, MP regarding Dennis Garden and Jack Den. Kingston, Jamaica, April 5th, based on the facts made available.
If you are ready for a victory of the People's National Party, wave your flag. And comrades, I want to welcome to the podium at this time the man who is going to be our next Prime Minister of Jamaica. I want you to welcome Comrade Mark Jefferson Golding, President of the PNP and future Prime Minister of Jamaica. One love.
Stevens! Have you welcome? Sorcerer! I am giving you a new day is dawning. I am giving you a warning. Wicked people, Jesus Christ is in the mighty man. Jesus Christ.
Well, this is me, man, representing from Angolan, aka Marky G. Yeah, them not bad like me. Now them know we. Them just see it. Yeah, man, on the TV. Zaga, Z.
Boy, the vibe is nice in another bay tonight. Make sure this microphone all right enough. This might not sound too right to me at all. Well, next mic.
Why the man them up a set me on the can't disappoint with the
What the next mic?
How will sound this?
Wow,
Careful,
wow.
you know, what I mash up Marky G.
Sound a little better now.
What them a deal with Marky G? You right thing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, man, you're good.
Comrade Chairman, Comrade McLeod. Comrade MP.
They need to take them some of my tapping off.
For Central St. Mary.
They need to take them some of that.
Mine, no.
Yeah, man, careful. One Marky G.
What the next mic?
No sabotage. Careful. What am I deal with? What am I
That
deal
mic,
with?
yeah.
Mic, then I go on good Marky G.
Go on talking to the mic. All right, I'm going to try it again.
Yeah, man, do right thing.
Comrade Dr. Moray's guy. You worship the man. Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm going to use this mic. Candidates for Western, Omar Woodbine. Central, Omar Newell. Comrade councillors, comrade councillor candidates, and the man of the movement, the man who just delivered a wonderful speech for his future constituents when he becomes the next member of parliament for Southeast St. Mary, Comrade Christopher Brown. Give him a round of applause. Comrades, we've had a wonderful day today in Southeast St. Mary. The crowd was out and about with us in a massive motorcade. And we give thanks to the Most High God that we never had any serious issues on the motorcade. And that everybody seems to be all right. And we give thanks for that. Comrades, I want to big up all the workers and warriors of the People's National Party here in Southeast St. Mary. You are the ones who are going to deliver the victory that your party needs and that Jamaica needs. You are the ones who are putting in the work. And you are the ones who will ensure that Christopher Brown is there beside me as I walk up Duke Street and enter Garden House and take my seat as the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Christopher Brown is a man of action. Christopher Brown is an established and an accomplished professional here in Jamaica. He is somebody who people can look up to and people can have confidence in. I am impressed with how he has gone about the business of establishing himself as a leading candidate in the constituency. The man has been a political operative for many years. He knows what needs to be done, and he goes about doing it with great energy and fervor. And the people are responding to him, and the people say, yes, Chris, you are the one we want because you can deliver good representation for us here in Southeast St. Mary. Just today, the man established a new first up in Enfield, where I had the honor and privilege of opening the office for the People's National Party for the community of Enfield, the first of its kind. Chris Brown is delivering already, and him don't even get elected yet. And the man has successfully shown up, the MP, a man who is a junior minister of government, and a man who was unable to address the issue of the road to the hospital. And the patients were suffering, and the staff at the hospital were suffering. And they reached out, and Chris Brown, with his ingenuity and his energy and his initiative, put together the resources somehow. I don't know how he did it, and was able to put the road that the people needed. And then you see the MP, Mr. Johnny, come lately, arrive on the scene and go and like him have something to do when the work has already been done. Well done, it done do already. You don't get embarrassed already, though, Mr. Dunn. Chris Brown, your sample. Keep on doing what you're doing. Whether it be north, south, east, or west, the man have to follow back at you because you have set the trend. And the people then say, yes, Chris Brown, take it to them. Take it to them, Chris Brown. Comrades, today was a big day for Jamaica and a big day for the People's National Party. Today, the Constitutional Court handed out a very important ruling, a landmark ruling in the history of this country. They established that we were right all along when we said that the states of emergency that they had been using as a routine tool of policing was unlawful and unconstitutional. We have been resisting that because we knew that the role of a state of emergency under the Constitution was a very singular role. It was there to ensure when the state was under threat of subversion and the democratic order of the country was under threat to be overthrown, there was a mechanism under the Constitution to save the country from that kind of destabilization. But Andrew Holness had been wrongly advised, no doubt, and proceeded over a period from 2018 through to 2023 to have the Governor General declare over 20 states of emergency in Jamaica. Some of those states of emergency covered several parishes at once. Thousands of young Jamaicans were apprehended under the state of emergency. Many of them lost their jobs. Many of them were criminalized by their association in the detention center with others who were there. And it did not have the impact on the crime rate and the murder rate that the government was saying it would. And it is only after the People's National Party, under my leadership, took a strong position and said, no, we are sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution of Jamaica, and we will not vote for these bogus states of emergency, which are being used as a normal policing tool. You must come with the proper crime plan and crime strategy. And we prevented them from going any further with the state of emergency. And it was after we stood up that they started to do what we said all along should be done, using intelligence, focusing on apprehending criminals and prosecuting them through proper police techniques. And we have seen some results, and I want to commend the Commissioner of Police again and his team for the improvement we've seen over the last year or so. And the court today unanimously ruled that what we had said was indeed correct. And all of those states of emergency declared by the Andrew Holness-led government were unconstitutional, null, and void.
Marcus Garvey, big up on yourself for the life, you know. One love here, there, man, there. The life, hey, Mr. My phone get some attack today. Be overeat, my phone overeat. And that's why the life is so cut off, you know.
Some of them got charged for corruption.
Remember that, the man.
When the right time come.
That is it. Tell them,
and I hear them saying now. Sorry, man, I'm like a horse today. I hear them saying now that they're going to appeal. Well, if they don't accept the correctness of the decision, that is their right. But I'm confident of the justness and the correctness of the position that we have taken all along. And we will take it as far as it needs to go in order to protect the rights and interests of the Jamaican people and uphold and defend the constitutional freedoms guaranteed by the Charter of Rights in the Constitution. Comrades, we are on a mission, and we are on a mission to address the very real challenges and issues facing the people of this country. We see the problems in the education system. We see the high levels of absenteeism from school because many people, many mothers, many families struggle to find lunch money for their children. They struggle to find bus fare for their children to go to school and come back, or taxi fare. And we have come with a commitment. We are going to ensure that our needy children will get at least one hot, nutritious meal at school every day, whether it be in primary or secondary school, because that is in keeping with the philosophy of the People's National Party. We will ensure that we provide a subsidy to families in need so that they can get a little help with the cost of transportation for their children to go to school in rural Jamaica. And we are committed to that, starting with 20,000 families and expanding that as the economy improves. And we are committed to the First in Family program because we know that education is the antidote to intergenerational poverty. And if you are from a family where no one in your household has ever been to a tertiary institution before, and you qualify for that institution as the first in your family to do so, the People's National Party government will give you a full scholarship to attend that institution so you can uplift yourself and uplift your family and uplift your community and uplift your nation.
Hey, I one thing with sit here and up here with the music, you know? Hey, market you in my work.
Yes, my people. And when it comes to housing, we see that under the Jamaica Labour Party, the houses which have been built have been houses for those who can afford expensive houses. Houses of $30 million and up. But there's a huge unfulfilled demand for affordable housing in this country. And I said to Professor Senator Floyd Morris, We are going to work together to deliver 50,000 affordable houses to the people of Jamaica in our first term of office of 5 years.
Over my head. What them market you, all them PMP.
And we're going to restore the National Housing Trust, an institution created by Michael Joshua Manley for the upliftment of the workers of this country. We're going to restore it to its true purpose. We're going to end the taking up $11.4 billion a year, which has been going on now for the last 9 years and even before. We're going to stop doing that so that the National Housing Trust can deliver on its mandate. We're going to establish a fund of $1 million per annum, $1 billion per annum within the National Housing Trust for any youngster up to 35 years who needs help with a deposit to pay down on a house. If they are contributed to the fund for 2 years or more, they will be eligible for a $500,000 grant so they can get on the ownership ladder and start moving forward in life. And if you are somebody who doesn't get a pay slip every month because you are self-employed or you're hustling or you're just making money through an informal employer and you can't prove your income so you can't qualify for the mortgage, we're going to have the rent-to-own scheme for you so that you can go into the house as a tenant. And after 6 months, if you're paying the rent and you're paying on time, we will treat that as being proper establishment of your ability to pay. And we will treat that as proof of income. And you can draw down on your mortgage and move from being a tenant to being an owner and pay the mortgage instead of the rent. The People's National Party is a progressive movement of the people of Jamaica. We're going to look about the interests of persons with disabilities. My father, Professor Sir John Golding, was Jamaica's first orthopedic surgeon. He established the Mona Rehabilitation Center, which after his death in 1996, P.J. Patterson renamed the Sir John Golding Rehabilitation Center. It's the only center of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. I grew up around persons with disabilities, and I'm committed to improving the lot of the people of this country who have a disability. It is the People's National Party who enacted the Disabilities Act, and we are going to make sure it delivers for the people of Jamaica. We will be establishing a fund of $1 billion to help persons with disabilities to step up in life. We're going to deal with things like sidewalks and other assistive aids and other things that will make their life more accessible, and they'll be able to enter the mainstream of society and live a decent life. And for the youths, the creative youths, the youths who can DJ or sing, the youths who can do graphic design, the youths who can do beautiful paintings or drawings, the youths who are sound engineers and want to step up in the music industry or the entertainment industry, we are establishing a special fund of $1 billion for the creative and cultural industry so you can get support to buy a piece of equipment or to do whatever it is you need to do to move to the next level as a creative person in this country, because we know that brand Jamaica is built on the creative brilliance of our people, and it is men like Bob Marley and Peter Tosh and Bonnie Wheeler and Burning Spear and Dennis Brown and Gregory Isaac and DJ like the great Supercat and so many others that have built brand Jamaica, and we have much more talent in the country to come, and we have to give them the full support.
Got tired facing me face. Can't get me out of the race.
And comrades, most importantly, we have to build a government that is based on a strong moral foundation. The people of this country are tired of the Alibaba and his 40 thief government. They're tired of the 28 bank accounts and the millions, hundreds of millions of dollars moving around, and a man in charge of the government whose Integrity Commission declarations cannot be certified for several years now. A man who is taking the Integrity Commission to court to strike down that law and to strike down the offense for which he is being investigated. And the other 7 of them make 8 under investigation for illicit enrichment. And the Jamaica Labour Party has the gall to say that they're going to run again to represent Jamaica and to govern Jamaica. What can go so? The next PNP government will burn out all hanky-panky business. We have to be upright and correct in how we deal with the people's money. It is there for the people, not for friend and company. We are going to be zero tolerant in our approach to those issues. And we are going to look about constitutional reform, not in the way that the Labour Party has pursued it, where they have this committee, which they have appointed most of the people on the committee, And the committee is not really taking serious note of the issues of the people raised in the various town hall meetings because the government had its own agenda all along as to what it intended to do. And the first port of call in any constitutional reform must be to ensure that our people have access to justice and have access to a final court where they can get to the court without having to be a multimillionaire and they don't need any visa to go to the court. Time for the Caribbean Court of Justice to become Jamaica's final court of appeal. It is long enough now from slavery days coming up. Our people have not had access to a final court unless they have some lawyer in England prepared to do the case for them for free or they happen to be a multimillionaire. That is not right, comrades. That should be a prominent part of any constitutional reform. It cannot be phase 2. It has to be phase 1. So we are going to go and reopen the whole issue because there are many things that the people of Jamaica want to see. They want to see our political class being held accountable through a mechanism of impeachment. They want, if you have a delinquent member of parliament who isn't doing anything, you don't have to wait for the end of 5 years. You can have recall if enough of the electors say, him not do nothing. We have to come away. We have to get rid of him. We can recall him. They want a mechanism like that as well.
Everyone is crying out for me. You remember good? Marky G, I stand up on him 10 toes. Love it. Hold them, Marky G. Set Mary, stand up. Don't run no joke election here. Make sure so, no? Clean sweep.
Can you imagine? They have brought a bill to Parliament. And that bill is going to reconfigure the Senate. Right now, since 1962, the government of the day can't pass any piece of legislation or any resolution or motion that requires 2/3 without getting the opposition on board, because no government has 2/3 in the Senate. They have brought a bill to change that so that now the opposition will no longer be able to block a resolution or motion that requires a 2/3 majority. And they're going to have a president, if they get their way, who the ultimate person to appoint that president is the Prime Minister. And that president, who will be somebody who the Prime Minister wants, will be able to appoint 3 senators who no doubt will also be persons who the Prime Minister wants. And then you could have a situation where a state of emergency could go on and on and on, and everybody would be at risk if it were to be abused, because they would be able to ensure that it is extended and extended, because the opposition would have no power to block it. And that is what this government has brought as constitutional reform. We don't support it, comrades. We don't support any mechanism which would allow the government of the day to rule like a dictator over the people. The People's National Party believes in participatory democracy. We believe that the people must be represented and protected by the Constitution, and we will always stand up for justice in this country, because that is the way of our party from Norman Manley days, coming right through to Iman Marky G, Mark Jefferson Golding. So comrades, my voice is a little hoarse tonight, as you can hear. But the message I'm telling you, and the message I'm trying to impart to you tonight, is that the next PNP government is what Jamaica needs at this time. We'll be dealing with some of the real issues confronting our nation. We'll be providing new opportunities for our people. We'll be changing the system to give the people a proper chance. We'll be dealing with infrastructure, with proper road maintenance programs on an ongoing basis. This government has abandoned road work and road maintenance for 9 years, and allowed the most deplorable conditions all over the country, including here in St. Mary, in Southeast, where the roads are in such poor condition. And we are going to have a proper preventive maintenance program, which we will fund year in, year out, and get the road network back up to a proper condition. And we're going to ensure that water is a priority, and where we can bring water to the people. God has now given, through technology, we can generate solar energy to drive water pumps, to pump and distribute water to where it's needed. And you know, Jamaica is not short of water, but we have a terrible problem with distribution of water. And the next PNP government is going to tackle that problem in a very serious way, because we know that that is what the people want, and that is what our duty to deliver, what the people want and need. So comrades, I want to close again by saying to you, please, don't be distracted by the propaganda and the lies. Don't be distracted by the gimmicks. Don't be distracted by the little money that they might want to run to try and buy you out to do what they want. We have a serious issue coming up in this election, and we have to get over that hurdle so that Jamaica can get back on track with a government that the people can have trust in and that will look about the people's interests. You in St. Mary have 3 excellent young candidates in whom I am well pleased. Businessmen, men who understand how to get things done, men who are here to serve the people and who will do what the people need and represent you well. And so I ask all of you tonight, are you ready to deliver a victory for us, the People's National Party here in South East? Are you ready for Christopher Brown, into Parliament, beside Martin G, when we form government? Comrades, you look good, you sound good, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of this wonderful evening. And I say to you, keep the fire burning. The struggle must continue. We will have victory when the time comes. One love, comrades. God bless you all. Power to the people. Power to the people, I say. Power to the people. The world is love.
One Marky G, in an exclusive interview with none other than the man in the wilderness and guest speaker, Mystic Sensation, aka Byron. I make sure say on the support both platforms, the Titans, you understand? And say a straight Michael Manley them saying and them now full. Yeah, and I will learn from them two gentlemen, and I have to say, a lot of history that was not clear to me. I understand? Yeah, they're not following all protocol, Shara. My cut, Yeah, man. But anyway, Mark Golding really show another side of him. I think we are getting to learn who is Mark Golding more and more. And it's great. It's great to see. The more and more him speak. Oh, sorry, Port Rocky, not Rockford. Sorry. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. No, say, me know if you take correction. Thank you so much for texting me that, sir. That is watching. You could tell me in a chat too, Me, I'm not, my ego is not very big. You understand? I can make mistakes as well. But, hold on. I wanted to highlight this particular portion of the video. Oh, let's get biblical. Big up. I wanted to highlight this portion of the video. Just this portion alone where we really get to hear from Marky G about Marky G. Because they've been trying to defame his name for quite some time and tear him down. Not them call him Master Mark. No, them have, all the people that come in my chat. If you want to get blocked, say Master Mark. Just type Master Mark. Because I'm not going to tolerate it no more. You have somebody named G-Rai. All of my video them. I have to say him subscribe to all of my platform them. And him comment or she comment for every video. Even when they watch them already. So that person has to be getting paid by the JLP as far as me concerned. One of them vlogger. One of them foot soldier on the social media space. Every video, you're bad, but pick up yourself. Anyway, especially when I talk about Mark Golding. So I'm sure he's going to be dropping a comment in this video, the live or the premiere, or both. But anyway, I want to highlight this portion of this video with Mark Golding. And I have to say this before I play this portion. Mystic Sensation asked some excellent questions. One of the key things to interviewing, right? Especially when you interview politician, or anybody for that matter, but in terms of politician and, the concerns of our country, you have to know how to ask the right questions. The right questions can give you so much clarity. But let's get into it. Remember to like and share. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and don't keep it to yourself. And before we make Mark Golding talk, I just want to say this.
But listen to me. Big up the government. Respect. But you see me? The truth is just the truth. I have to respect it. Our country now run right. Our country now run right. All who believe me, Bossa Blanc say blow.
Big up Altia Chance Pat W. I mean, tell them nothing. Country now run right.
Situation.
Hey, my brother, my co-host, my brother.
All right.
All right. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Lonesome, right, for the privilege here. And Sir Golding, once again, pleasant morning, and it's a pleasure to have this conversation with you. I have some questions that I want to ask. I hope I get the opportunity, right, to ask all of these questions. However, upon your entry, right, as it relates to being here today, you spoke about your transition as it relates to the People's National Party from then until now. So I want to pick something from that as it relates to the importance of good leadership, the quality and value of good leadership. So I'm going to take you back there where you started, right? Now, let me say that you have exhibited to the nation good morals and ethical regards for our constitutional laws, while the incumbent displayed the opposite of what you exhibited. Relating to the quality of your leadership style, you were able to unite the party and change the party's position from trailing in the poll, right, to have a solid lead, 5% lead out of the margin of error. I want Mr. Golden for you to tell Jamaica, as it relates to your leadership style, the quality in terms of, getting into the party, get to the grassroots, unite the party, put the party together, make the party focus, and wow, what an excellent performance today. We are looking at Mr. Golden. 5% lead out of the margin of error. Please explain and expound how you were able to achieve that.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for what you've said. And
Big up yourself, Barbara.
My personality is, I'm just an ordinary person like everybody else. I respect people, and I grew up in a community which welcomed youth from outside the community to come and play ball with us, or generally par with us. So I grew up with an understanding of Jamaica's grassroots culture, and a love for the culture. My wife of many years now, we've been married for 3/4, when we were married in 1990. So, we've gone over 34 years. So we are 35th, I think. And we were together for 6 years before that. And, my wife was from Augustown, which is a community that, is named after the month in which slavery was abolished, and it was one of the three free villages, is my recollection, where, people came to settle and try and move forward in life. So the culture of the people is very strong. The Bedward was from down that side too, and Cesar Kalanji is down there too, and many other artists of note. So I used to par with man from there, from Hermitage, which is another community next door. Play football every weekend together. We run boat and cook some nice greens and some good, flour dumpling or whatever it might be, cornmeal dumpling, and And so I'm a person who respects people, and I came into the politics late in my career. I had achieved certain things in the law and in business, in finance, and when I got a certain financial security, I said to myself, well, I've always been interested in politics, not really party politics, just more the thinking behind politics and how, ideology and the modern history of the world and how things are the way they are. So I thought this is a good way to serve. My father and mother were people who were great servants to, my father was a man who looked after poor people as a doctor, as a bone specialist. The love for him, especially from older people, because he died in 1996. So the younger generation don't know him, but those who were around from that time and before, a lot of them know him. A lot of them, I get people approach me all the time saying, say, my brother or my uncle, my grandfather is your father, saved him and, didn't charge him the money and all of those things. So the goodwill around that is because of the love with which he expressed his talents, So that is a kind of, my mother was a civil servant, one of the first 3 women to join the Jamaican civil service at an administrative level, not as a secretary or, or teacher or nurse, but as a person on the pathway towards being a senior person in the civil service. And then when she got married and had my sister and I, and my father was dealing with the Mona Rehab Center at that time and building it out and trying to expand it to cover a wide range of things, employing disabled people, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, producing prostheses, artificial limbs for people, special footwear for people who have problems with their feet, all of that. My mother went and worked with him for the rest of her career and basically as a volunteer. So that is the home I come out of, Byron. So my approach to politics is just a heartical thing. I'm just really about, listen, man, we have a common vision. We come out of a party that was formed in 1938 by Daddy Manley and others, O.T. Fairclough and others. And, we set the trend of looking about the people's business in a way that will move the masses of the country forward. And Michael Manley took up the mantle and achieved so many great things in his era. PJ did the same, more around economic development at that point now, around infrastructure, giving us highways and ports and airports. They love to mischaracterize PJ's era, as if it was something terrible. But, poverty, he moved poverty down to single digit from way up where they left it on the Seaga. Unemployment, the same thing. And yet, look at how the country developed, the telecoms infrastructure, the road infrastructure, and so on. All the institutions that PJ established, Chase Fund, National Health Fund, Drug for the Elderly Program, PASS program for people who are on the edge of survival. All of that is PJ's time. So that is the tradition we come out of. So I just embrace my colleagues and say, listen, man, I don't really business who you supported in past internal contests for leadership and things. That done settle now. I could just come on board and work together, and that reached out to the key people who I wanted to make sure we were all seeing eye to eye and moving in the same direction, and they have responded well, and there's a nice vibe in there now, and we're moving forward. And then going on the road, meeting people, just showing the people the love, and people can have a chance to talk to me. Some of the things that they see me doing around the place, and them like it. So it's not like I'm not a career politician, Byron. I'm a Jamaican who just wants to see Jamaica move forward. I have certain skills as a corporate lawyer, as a man who's been in the financial sector. I built 2 successful businesses there, not alone, with others, but I played my part. So I have some skills, I have some understanding, some experience, some knowledge, and I want to deploy it for the benefit of Jamaica. But at the same time, it must be about the people. And it's the people I've come to work for. I don't need to scrape off money, government money. The public funds are for the people, and for the people only. So that is how we approach this thing. And nobody's perfect. We're going to make mistakes. It's going to be a difficult task. I have some serious problems to try and tackle, but we're going to put our best foot forward, our heart and our minds into those things to bring the best solutions we can. We want to work closely with the diaspora, our Jamaican family internationally, because we know that they love their country same way, and they want to see Jamaica move forward. And they have a lot to offer too. They already do so much. They already do so much. Jamaica couldn't survive without them right now. They're the biggest source of our foreign exchange. And, they're the biggest source of social support. The families that they support, if you aggregate all of that, that is the best social network that we have. It's really the only one of any substance. So the diaspora is key, but there's a lot more they can do, I think, in terms of if we engage with them and give them opportunities to serve on public boards, for example, where they have expertise and they can bring that to the table, and other things, and encourage investment as well, So we have some ideas around that. I'm not going to roll out that yet, but we have some ideas around that as to how to really embrace diaspora and so on, because, Jamaica is not just an island in the Caribbean Sea, a geographical thing. Jamaica is a culture. Jamaica is a vibe. Jamaica is a people. And we're much bigger than just that island. So, we all have to put in what we can put in to make the thing grow, because the world needs Jamaica, The world needs Jamaica. You don't see what's going on in the world. The kind of conflict that's going on now, and all these things that you really feel, we need to kind of step back from some of those things and say, what is this all about? Why are we in these conflictual situations? Why don't we just work together and try to solve the world's problems, and just deal with each other with respect? That is really all that is needed, Bob Marley don't tell you that already, and others too, That's why I want to make Bob Marley a national hero and Miss Lou, because them don't set the trend that we need to follow in terms of the philosophy of mankind. And Miss Lou built the culture. She took the language, which was something that was treated as being negative, something that was treated as being second class, and she took it and she showed it how brilliant it is, how expressive it is, how clever it is, and people love it. So, we have to love ourselves. So our people who have showed us how to do that, we must lionize them and make them be, people we can draw strength from in tackling our challenges. And that is what I love about Miss Lone and of course, the great Bob Marley, So, my leadership is just what you see me do right now. It's just how I talk. And like when I talk this way, I get a lot of notification from people, because of how I look. Them say I shouldn't speak a certain way. I'm not real when I talk. All kind of things and say about me. Them don't know me, No, that they real when I talk. All kind of things and say about me. Them don't know me, No, that they know me. When I talk. All kind of things and say about me. Them don't know me, No, that they know me.
Emotional damage.
That is it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Them don't know Marky G. And them never get a chance to know Marky G. And you know what? I think them fear the people them knowing Marky G, and that is why them attacking Marky G. Now, look on the guy, on Byron and Wayne known some face. You hear the man them quiet, you see level of respect where this man come on because of him humility. Who listen to Mark Bowling a while ago and you feel like our hype somebody at. You know what I'm with? This man don't have a hype in his body. We can tell. Miss Curiosity, big up. Yes, Black Beauty. One Marky G. The man don't have a hype in his body, Yo, when you hear the man talk a while ago, it resonates. I don't know about nobody else, but it resonates in my spirit where man say. You see me? The man have a genuine love. You hear the man talk about back in the idea when they used to play ball and you have other community where come and he used to interact with all different type of people from all different type of community. You see me I deal with man they used to go bush and the man they used to cook them cornmeal and them something. Them they think they are real Jamaican experience. I see somebody in a chat about Matty Samud. I'm not even trying to chat off him, you know. See, we just a stick for Marky G. It's about him. This is the man where we are look to change things for the people. And you see how the man honest. And that's why I respect the man. And look how the man honest. The man say, yo, Brethren, it now go easy, you know. We have a whole heap of work for doing, and guess what? We are going to make some mistake. You see, let me tell you something. A huge character flaw in any leadership or individual is when them cannot admit say them do something wrong. I want to tell me when you ever hear Andrew Holness administration say them do something wrong. If you follow Andrew Holness and him administration and how them talking, they are perfect.
Embarrassing.
They
needs some milk.
perfect. Enough for their mind. It's a narcissistic type of thinking and doing things. You get me? They don't even want to be honest about the recession. Eh?
What can go so? What can go so? What can go so?
That is what I love about Miss Stone and of course the great Bob Marley, you know. So yeah, my leadership is just what you see me do right now. It's just how I am. I talk. And I like when I talk this way, you know, I get a lot of notification from people, you know, because of how I look. You know, them say I shouldn't speak a certain way. I'm not real when I talk. All kind of things and say about me. Them don't know me, you know. None of them know me, right? Them don't know where I'm coming from or what my life has been like from, you know, from I was a youth coming up. You know, so what you see is what you get with me, you know. I am who I am. Yes, I don't talk the same way all the time. It depends on the vibe and where I am and who I'm talking to. Yes. If I'm in Parliament, I'm naturally be more inclined to speak in a more formal way because the rules of Parliament require that as well. But when I'm on the road or I'm in front of a crowd or in a gathering where I feel comfortable, I just talk the way I feel comfortable. I'm not going to put on the airs and graces for nobody.
Jamaican.
I just mean it.
Jamaican. But Sir Gully, I got something though.
Man, listen, man. Hey, man. Yo, no, this was too powerful. I wanted to play it out so you guys could hear it, but me I have to go back. It's all good.
Grew up in a community at the end of December. Jamaica had 2 consecutive recessions.
Once again, present morning, and it's a pleasure.
Speed it up, though. I speed it up a little bit.
I have some questions that I want to ask. I hope I get the opportunity, right, to ask all of these questions. However, upon your entry, right, as it relates to being here today, you spoke about your transition as it relates to national party.
Look, I have to play it again, man. I have to play it again.
So I want to pick something from that as it relates to the
can't play one time, trust me.
The quality and value of good leadership. So I'm going to take you back there where you started, right? Now, let me say that you have exhibited to the nation good morals and ethical regards for our constitutional laws, while the incumbent displayed the opposite of what you exhibited. Relating to the quality of your leadership style, you were able to unite the party and change the party's position from trailing in the poll, right, from to have a solid lead, 5% lead out of the margin of error. I want Mr. Golden for you to tell Jamaica as it relates to your leadership style, the quality in terms of, you know, getting into the party, get to the grassroots, unite the party, put the party together, make the party focus, and wow, what an excellent performance. Today, we are looking at Mr. Golden, 5% lead out of the margin of error. Please explain and expound how you were able to achieve that.
Man, hey, listen, man. Byron is a professional, man. What a question. What a well thought out question. And let's hear the answer to that.
But first of all, thank you very much for what you've said. And, you know, my personality is, you know, I'm just an ordinary person like everybody else. You know, I respect people. And I grew up in a community which welcomed youth from outside the community to come and play ball with us or, you know, generally par with us. So I grew up with an understanding of Jamaica's grassroots culture, you know, and a love for the culture. You know, my wife of many years now, we've been married for 3/4, when we were married in 1990. So, you know, we've gone over 34 years. So we are 35th, I think. And we were together for 6 years before that. And, you know, my wife was from Augusttown, which is a community that, you know, is named after the month in which slavery was abolished. You know, and it was one of the three free villages, is my recollection, where, you know, people came to settle and try and move forward in life. So the culture of the people is very strong. The Bedward was from down that side too, you know, and you know, Caesar Kalanji is down there too, and many other artists of note. So I used to par with man from there, from Hermitage, which is another community next door. You know, play football every weekend together. We run boat and, you know, cook some nice greens and some good, you know, flour dumpling or whatever it might be, corn dumpling, and, you know, and so.
Yo, you hear the richness, hey, Jamaica, in the man Tony, you know? You hear the richness of the culture where this man grew up in. Augusttown, you hear what the man talk about?
the freedom of Jamaica, and that's why they call it August. I never even did know that. I never even did know that. How much I only didn't know that? When I'm just talk about August a while ago. Because I never know. I'm not going to be here. I'm not a capper like Andronis. Me not telling no lie, Bridget. Me never know. Zane? And all of the artists them the man link with, well, at the time I don't know if they were an artist, but years ago, we had about 35 years ago. Zane? A long time that you talk about 1990s. You feel me I deal with? So, and now when I go in era that Jamaica, you know, the 1990s, I go to the 2000 and 2001 and them something, you know. Me never know that, Barbara. I'm telling you the truth. This is just a wealth of conversation right there, so Bridget, may I tell you?
There too, and many other. It is a community that, you know, is named after the month in which slavery was abolished.
Yeah.
It was one of the free villages, is my recollection, where, you know, people came to settle and try and move forward in life. So
Ines Brown says she know. Big up Ines Brown in her place. You never know. Black Beauty says she never know neither. Tell me that's try to show you.
The culture of the people is very strong. The Bedwellers from down that side too, you know, and you know, Caesar Kalanji is down there too, and many other artists of note. So I used to par with man from there, from Hermitage, which is another community next door. You know, play football every weekend together. We run boat and, you know, cook some nice greens and some good, you know, flour dumpling or whatever it might be, cornmeal dumpling, and, you know, just, yeah.
Yo, Mr. Lonesome live them life, they know watch Lonesome. Mr. Lonesome know exactly what I'm talking about, you know. Oh, this a call me. Oh my God. Yes, good night. You have to turn on that, bro. You have to make it quick, you know. I get 2 minutes. You know what I'm messing that. That's a 2 minutes. Go through. Yeah, me there, man. Make it 2 minutes, with General. I'm live right now. You're supposed to know that. Me I do want to record it.
Me I say. Just feel the energy, man. When man feel you are talking, man. When man talk about that, that is Jamaica, brother.
Yes.
That's the country word.
Yes.
That's the country, brother.
No joke. No joke. No joke.
Yeah, everything you come on. Go on, let's go.
Yes, General. Big up yourself. For real, man. I said that the culture for real, man. Seriously. That is the culture. Big up yourself, G. The whole of Spanish Town, big up. John got to say him never know neither. And then Bambino say first time she know that, or him know that. Hey, man, listen. Man, I did not know that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
So, I'm a person who respect people. And I came into the politics late in my career. You know, I had achieved certain things in the law and in business, in finance. And when I got a certain financial security, I said to myself, well, you know, I've always been interested in politics, not really party politics, just more the thinking behind politics and how, you know, ideology and the modern history of the world and how things are the way they are. So I thought this is a good way to serve. You know, my father and mother were people who were great servants too. You know, my father was a man who looked after poor people as a doctor, as a bone specialist. You know, the love for him, especially from older people, because he died in 1996. So the younger generation don't know him, but those who were around them from that time and before, a lot of them know him. A lot of them, I get people approach me all the time saying, you know, say my brother or my uncle, my grandfather is, you know, is your father, saved him and, you know, didn't charge him the money and all of those things. So the goodwill around that is because of the love with which he expressed his talents. You know, so that is a kind of, my mother was a civil servant, one of the first 3 women to join the Jamaican civil service as at an administrative level, not as a secretary or, you know, a teacher or nurse, but as a person on the pathway towards being a senior person in the civil service. And then when she got married and had my sister and I.
My bad. I'm gonna find it back. My bad. I was just trying to slow it down. It's kind of too fast. I'm hearing it's kind of too fast, so I was trying to slow it down. My bad. I'm gonna find it. Don't worry.
Is the Integrity Commission is a very critical agency, and they can bring that to the table and other things and encourage investment as well. You know, so we have some who were around them from that time and before.
Lonesome, right? For the make the party folk.
Those who were around them from that time and before, a lot of them know him. A lot of them, I get people approach me all the time saying, you know, say my brother or my uncle, my grandfather is, you know, is your father, saved him and, you know, didn't charge him the money and all of those things. So the goodwill around that is because of the love with which he expressed his talents, you know. So that is a kind of, my mother was a civil servant, one of the first 3 women to join the Jamaican civil service as at an administrative level, not as a secretary or, you know, a teacher or nurse, but as a person on the pathway towards being a senior person in the civil service. And then when she got married and had my sister and I, and my father was dealing with the Mona Rehab Center at that time and building it out and trying to expand it to cover a wide range of things, employing disabled people, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, producing prostheses, you know, artificial limbs for people, special footwear for people who have problems with their feet, all of that. My mother went and worked with him for the rest of her career and basically as a volunteer. So that is.
No, if this don't give you a real insight as to the fabric of the stock that Mark Golding come from, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Did you hear the history of the man father and then the man mother add on to the legacy? she wasn't thinking about her career so much. She was always in service of, and then when she married her husband and she said him going in a certain direction, she followed him. There's so much gems and lessons to take from this. On every level. That is how a married couple is supposed to work with each other. You understand? And what an example. No wonder Mark Golding because he come from a structured family, and he has also structured his family. He learned from his mother and his father. You need these types of people in leadership. Somebody that is humble and also have a fear of God. Very important. Very important. People person. Huh? The man wasn't even thinking about being a party leader per se. To the point where the man said, listen, you guys, I understand. You have a favorite and you didn't want this person to be the leader of the party. But we are at this point right now. So, I think for the best interest of everybody, we should come together. And based off of all the people in my move and the energy when him get from them, him say, all right, them cool, them all right with it, and we good away and move forward. The uncle person that I saw didn't move forward with the process, not to be messy, but is Lisa Hanna. Lisa Hanna kind of left the party still. I the uncle person that were kind of, But outside of that, big up Lisa Hanna same way. I'm just saying, and nothing wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with that. Her wanting to move on. But I'm just saying, the man, Marky G, man, I tell you, this right here, so I definitely wanted to highlight this. This is lovely. This is lovely.
So my approach to politics is just a article thing. I'm just really about, listen, man, we have a common vision. We come out of a party that was formed in 1938 by Daddy Manley and others, O.T. Fairclough and others. And, we set the trend of looking about the people's business in a way that will move the masses of the country forward. And Michael Manley took up the mantle and achieved so many great things in his era. PJ did the same, more around economic development at that point now, around infrastructure, giving us highways and ports and airports. They love to mischaracterize PJ's era, as if it was something terrible. But, poverty, he moved poverty down to single digit from way up where they left it in under Seaga. Unemployment, the same thing. And yet look at how the country developed, the telecoms infrastructure, the road infrastructure, and so on. All the institutions that PJ established, Chase Fund, National Health Fund, Drug for the Elderly Program, PATH Program for people who are on the edge of survival. All of that is PJ's time. So that is the tradition we come out of. So I just embrace my colleagues and say, listen, man, I don't really business who you supported in past internal contest for leadership. And that don't settle now. I could just come on board and work together. And, that reached out to the key people who, I wanted to make sure we were all seeing eye to eye and, moving in the same direction. And they have responded well. And, there's a nice vibe in there now. And we're moving forward. And then going on the road, meeting people, just showing the people the love. And people can have a chance to talk to me. Some of the things that they see me doing around the place, and, them like it. So it's not like I'm not a career politician, Byron. I'm a Jamaican who, just wants to see Jamaica move forward. I have certain skills as a corporate lawyer, as a man who's been in the financial sector, built 2 successful businesses there, with not alone with others, but I played my part. So I have some skills, I have some understanding, some experience, some knowledge, and I want to deploy it for the benefit of Jamaica. But at the same time, it must be about the people. And it's the people I've come to work for. I don't need to scrape off money, government money. The public funds are for the people, and for the people only. So that is how we approach this thing. And nobody's perfect. We're going to make mistakes. It's going to be a difficult task. I have some serious problems to try and tackle, but we're going to put our best foot forward, our heart and our minds into those things to bring the best solutions we can. We want to work closely with the diaspora, our Jamaican family internationally, because we know that they love their country same way and they want to see Jamaica move forward. And they have a lot to offer too. They already do so much. Jamaica couldn't survive without them right now. They're the biggest source of our foreign exchange. And, they're the biggest source of social support. The families that they support, if you aggregate all of that, that is the best social network that we have. It's really the only one of any substance. So the diaspora is key, but there's a lot more they can do, I think, in terms of if we engage with them and give them opportunities to serve on public boards, for example, where they have expertise and they can bring that to the table, and other things, and encourage investment as well, So we have some ideas around that. I'm not going to roll out that yet, but we have some ideas around that as to how to really embrace diaspora and so on, because, Jamaica is not just an island in the Caribbean Sea, a geographical thing. Jamaica is a culture. Jamaica is a vibe. Jamaica is a people. And we're much bigger than just that island. So, we all have to put in what we can put in to make the thing grow, because the world needs Jamaica, The world needs Jamaica. You don't see what's going on in the world. The kind of conflict that's going on now and all these things that you really feel we need to kind of step back from some of those things and say, yo, what is this all about? Why are we in these conflictual situations? Why don't we just work together and try to solve the world's problems, and just deal with each other with respect? That is really all that is needed, But Bob Marley don't tell you that already, and others, That's why I want Bob Marley and actually run this, because them don't set the trend that we need to follow in terms of the philosophy of mankind. And this will build the culture. She took the language, which was something that was treated as being negative, something that was treated as being second class, and she took it and she showed it how brilliant it is, how expressive it is, how clever it is, and people love it. So, we have to love ourselves. So our people who have showed us how to do that, we must lionize them and make them be, people we can draw strength from in tackling our challenges. And that is what I love about Miss Stone and of course, the great Bob Marley, So, my leadership is just what you see me do right now. It's just how I talk. And like when I talk this way, I get a lot of negative notification from people, because of how I look. Them say I shouldn't speak a certain way. I'm not real when I talk. All kind of things and say about me. Them don't know me, None of them know me, right? Them don't know where I'm coming from or what my life has been like from from as a youth coming up. So what you see is what you get with me. I am who I am. Yes, I don't talk the same way all the time. It depends on the vibe and where I am and who I'm talking to. If I'm in Parliament, I'm naturally be more inclined to speak in a more formal way because the rules of Parliament require that as well. But when I'm on the road or I'm in front of a crowd or in a gathering where I feel comfortable, I just talk the way I feel comfortable. I'm not going to put on the airs and graces for nobody.
Jamaican.
Hey, y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now. Stop playing. Support. You're not gonna lie, people. My heart full. Me don't know about nobody else, but my heart full. Andrew, call the election, man. Brethren, the man article, the man certified, the man relatable, the man genuine. That my spirit, everything that I want me to get from listening to this man. This man is genuine. The man genuinely wants to see the people of Jamaica win. And him ready for work for we. Andrew, call the election, Andrew. Call the election, Andrew. Call it now, Andrew. Since as the Jamaica Labour Party is just this wonderful, hard-working team of people that done so much for Jamaica, and our realities is what you want to tell us it is, and not what we are experiencing. Call it, Andrew Wellness. Call it. Nothing wrong with Jamaica. The crime not too high. Nothing wrong. Call it. Jamaica in one perfect place. And if that's the case, that means you're third term for you. So just call it, Andrew. Call it. Call it, man. Just call it. Call it. You know why you're not more. Just call it.
Done for every time. Time come.
Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes, we're ready.
Why, Bolo? Some are go charge for corruption.
Time come. Some are go charge for corruption. Oh yes.
The entire Jamaica know. Gold in the best of the show. The road, the people are really still up. Every Jamaican we are in some soul.
It pains my heart when I see what this government is doing to the great sprinting legend of Jamaica, Usain Bolt. It is a disgrace. The man invested his money for his retirement in an institution regulated by the Jamaican regulatory body. Is the selector. Oh my gosh. Port Maria, you feel electric tonight. What a vibes in the house. All protocols observed. I want to pick up everybody on the platform. Your worship, the mayor, Senator Morris, Dr. Morris Guy, OMC Lenroy, and of course, your three candidates here in St. Mary who represent the up-and-coming generation of young PNP politicians across the nation, in whom I am well pleased. Starting in the west with Comrade Omar Woodbine, moving to Central, Moving to Central with Comrade Omar Newell. And then in the southeast, in the southeast with Christopher Brown. And comrades, a special shout out of love and appreciation to all of the items who are here tonight, who have been on the tour across the parish today, and who find yourselves here in Port Maria to support your party. God bless you. What a wonderful night that's been.
When you want to talk about good leader, you have to talk about Mark. I me say forward, Marky G, forward. Forward, Marky G. I me say forward, Marky G.
Comrades, last year in the local government election, the people of St. Mary were very good to the People's National Party yet again. And we took the council and restored it where it rightly belongs, in the column of the People's National Party, under the mayor, His Worship, Comrade Fitzroy Wilson. Comrades, a full circle now, and we're in the general election in just a few days' time. And I'm asking each and every one of you to repeat that victory again and return St. Mary, East, West, North, South, all three constituencies, Central, Western and Southeast, to the People's National Party, so we can feel Irish together.
Sound the trumpet.
Orange
the
country.
Just sink. Jamaican people, who don't know since the time come for the labor right then. Pack up and come and leave out.
Comrades, the next PNP government is going to be a government that has to transform Jamaica. We are taking a country which has been through 10 years where the economy has not shown any appreciable growth. And the Prime Minister has a habit of departing from the truth and has been saying that the Jamaica Labour Party rescued Jamaica. The whole world knows that that is not true. Because when the People's National Party came to government last time round in the beginning of 2012, we inherited a situation where Jamaica was on the rocks. We had abandoned the IMF program. Our name was mud in the international community. And under Portia Simpson Miller, Sister P, and Peter David Phillips and the team, we steadfastly rebuilt the reputation of Jamaica. We got ourselves back into our program to transform the economy, to build the revenues of the country, and to reduce the national debt. We delivered on the program in such a way that the managing director of the IMF herself had to fly down to Kingston, Jamaica, to big up Dr. Peter Phillips and the PNP government.
Yes!
And because we knew that we couldn't trust the other side with the ship of state and the management of the economy, we had to strengthen the fiscal rules. And we had to ensure that every government going forward would maintain the momentum and keep Jamaica away from the shores of bankruptcy and on the right path to fiscal prudence. So we put it in the law, and they have had to maintain what we started because it is in the law and they can't depart from it. So Andrew Holness, stop talking about you and your government rescue Jamaica. You and your government are a huge disappointment to the people of Jamaica because what you inherited was a platform on which to grow a strong economy and create wealth for the people of this country. And you've let us all down with anemic growth, little growth, and no wealth and no prosperity. I shouldn't say no wealth because there are a few who have made money in large numbers, and they tend to be the friend and company of those who are in the government now and the members of the government themselves. That is why we have to build back trust and confidence in the leadership of the country by maintaining utmost integrity and accountability in what we do when we form government. And that is my intention. We are going to introduce impeachment into the Constitution so that there cannot be a situation again where a member of parliament is caught on video in a car park holding a massive wooden stool and beating a woman, bad, there for everybody to see, and nothing happens to that person. And in fact, he's once again a candidate running for the Jamaica Labour Party in Central Westmoreland.
Yes!
All of our spokespersons and shadow cabinet members have signed the Integrity Commission's Leadership Code of Conduct. Every single one of us committing to the 7 principles of good governance and international standard. Not one Labourite has signed it. You have to ask why. It can only be because they don't believe in that. When we form government, I'm going to amend the law so that all members of the executive who are part of the government will have to have their Integrity Commission declarations published in summary form, as is the case now for the leader of the opposition, and should be the case for the Prime Minister. But his can't be published because his is not certified, because his thing is not straight. And we are going to amend the gag clause in the Integrity Commission Act. Because right now, we know that there are 10 or so members of parliament who are under investigation for corruption, an offense called illicit enrichment. The only one who we know of right now is the Prime Minister himself, because his report came to parliament.
Embarrassing.
But there are people being asked to vote for persons who might be under investigation and nobody knows. That cannot be right. So we're going to amend the gag clause so there's a better balance between protecting people's reputations and transparency and public information on important issues. Comrades, we have a number of important policies for the workers of this country. First of all, there is this use of contract work, which is being abused in some cases, keeping workers on a string with these short-term contracts that they keep rolling, denying those workers the full raft of benefits that Jamaican employment law is supposed to guarantee. We are going to change that by legislation and by moral suasion as well. And comrades, we want the workers of Jamaica to get a little ease from the cost of living crisis. So we are going to remove tax from overtime pay for all workers in the public sector and the private sector earning under $6 million a year. Security guards, police officers, nurses, firefighters, all workers. When them payday come and they don't get the tax and overtime, they'll have more money in their pocket and life will be a little bit easier under the People's National Party.
Free a march, march, march.
And in the tourism industry, the hotel workers, we have been advocating that their tips and their gratuity should not be taxed. Right now, when their tips are collected by the hotel and they get it in their payroll, in their pay at fortnight or monthly, it is taxed. A promise was made by this government to remove it. They haven't done so. The next PMP government is going to deliver for the hotel workers, and their tips and their gratuity will be received without tax. They'll have more money in their pocket when they get paid a month in or fortnightly. We are going to remove tax from people's pension. So the old people, the elderly, the infirm, those who have served a career of service for the nation and now relying on their pension will not have to pay tax on their pension. And we're going to ensure that the necessary arrangements are put in place so that persons who should be receiving their pension get their pension. Because right now, many times, they have to wait for months and years after they retire to start getting their pension. And it's not fair on them. Life is hard on them when they can't get their pension. We have to sort that out, and we will do so. Comrades, you will have heard, I hope, because we've been talking about it all the time, our plan for the students, to ensure that the children who sometimes don't attend school because their parents don't have lunch money will no longer have to miss school, because we're going to guarantee a hot, nutritious meal for every needy child at primary school and in secondary school under the EASE program. And for those who struggle to send the children to school because the transportation is too high, we have the right program where we'll be providing a subsidy, 10 for each child. We'll be providing a subsidy, 10,000 per month per child, if we check it out and see that they are struggling with the cost of transportation to reach school. And the money for the feeding program and for the ride program will be spent with the farmers and will be spent with the transport operators, so they will benefit as well, and the economy will have more money in it, and people will feel better off, and the children will have an easier time and will be able to learn in school and fulfill their potential. And of course, we have the First in Family Scholarship too, because we believe in education as an antidote to poverty. And I have seen with my own eyes children who are bright and have worked hard and done what their parents tell them to do and made their parents proud, keep out of bad company and do well in their exams, get a whole heap of subjects, but they can't cross the financial barrier. Well, we are going to implement the First in Family Scholarship. If you are the first child in your household to have qualified for university or college, you will get a full scholarship under the next PNP government, so that you can pursue your dreams and qualify yourself for a better job and a better life. And we expect you, in turn, to help your brothers and sisters. Yeah, man. But comrades of St. Mary, all of these programs, and we have others too, and I urge you to familiarize yourself with our manifesto and look out for the ads that we're running on TV and in social media, where we take out the different elements of the manifesto and explain them in plain English, in easy Jamaican language, so you can understand it. because we want you to know why it's important that on the 3rd of September, the People's National Party form government again. It is not just about getting rid of a wicked and uncaring and corrupt government. That is part of it. But it's also about ensuring that Jamaica can develop and that Jamaica's economy can grow and that the people of Jamaica are invested in and can support the kind of growth that is needed to transform our nation from one where so many of our people have to aspire to leave our shores to make it in life to one where they can stay right here because the opportunities are here for them to improve themselves and achieve their hopes and dreams. So the 3rd of September is a vital day for Jamaica. One aim and one destiny is what we're pursuing. And that is time come for a better life. Time come for a better life.
G, I know you are champion.
Yes, selector. So St. Mary, I have to ask you as I wrap up, are you ready for the 3 candidates here? Omar, and Chris, are you ready to bring them to Garden House? Are you ready for the People's National Party to form government and serve the nation again? And are you ready for Ayman, Martin Golding, the one the nation now called Marky G, to be the next Prime Minister of Jamaica? You look like you're ready, and you sound like you're ready. And keep in mind, the wind of change is blowing. Victory will be ours. One love, comrades. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know say Mark Golding was mentioned by Pastor Peter Chambers. This video was also a year ago. I don't know how many of you guys have seen this video, but the prophet spoke about Mark Golding. So let's hear what the prophet had to say.
One and all, this is your apostle, Elijah, Peter Chambers, once more with a pounding word. Hallelujah. A harsh one. And also an intriguing one. Hallelujah. And our scripture text today comes from, hallelujah, Psalms 68. Hallelujah. Let God arise. Let his enemies be scattered. And our theme today, born, hallelujah, to win. How can you be a winner? Hallelujah. And going to your bed 3 o'clock in the morning, campaign, saying that you need people to vote for you. You told the Jamaicans that you know to turn it up and down. You know to get the Jamaicans. So while the opposing leader is in his bed sleeping, while 3 o'clock, one woman called me from Clarendon, said, Pastor, 3 o'clock we hear bell ring. Hallelujah. Look like you smell the rat. Glory be to God. It seems like you recognize that something is about to happen all over Jamaica. The people are expressing their disgust about this present Prime Minister. And those you see, hallelujah, backing him, these are the ones who are paid. You know, the Lord has revealed to me that they're getting their slight pen. And that is why they can't see the evil. They can't come in contact, hallelujah, with all the corruption, the evil. Look at the 6 illicit. About a year now, nobody knows who are the 6 illicit.
Only hear about 6 illicit. You see how long this have been there, mate? 8 illicit now.
Politicians in the present government who has taken taxpayer money and the embezzlement of taxpayers' money, and it has been hidden. You have become one of the most corrupt government. And now the young people have recognized that your corruption is blatant. They are now seeing the manifestation of your corruption, because everybody who speak against you, they either locked up, the death squad come for them, or they're ostracized, rejected, refused, they call them false and fake. But all of you who came on social media announcing and blowing the alarm that are false and fake, we found out, we have came to the conclusion that you are the false one. You are paid by the Prime Minister. I am neither paid by the Prime Minister or the opposing party. And many of you have been voting because of your belly and money. I shook the Honorable Mark Golding hand yesterday in Discover Bay. I brought my son for the Phase 1 basketball international to pick up my son for training yesterday in Montego Bay. So I brought my son in Discover Bay for them to pick him up. I was going into the mini-mart to buy something with my head down, and I saw, a commotion, police and everybody, and I saw the Honorable Mark Golding, and he stretched his hand out, and I stretched my hand and shook his hand. And when I shook his hand, the Lord began to speak to me that the hand of Mark Golding is clean. I have shook many hands, religious hands, bishops, pastors and apostles, and the evil that comes out of their hand. All I'm saying to the Honorable Mark Golding, don't let them corrupt you. Don't let power corrupt you. When I shook your hand, I felt nothing. You are the first politician's hand I've shook. Hallelujah. And your hand is clean. There's so many hands that I've shook over the years, and there's a lot of blood on their hands.
Now, people, That is significant. And I truly pray that Mark Golden keep his hands clean. I truly pray that the PSOJ oligarchs does not infiltrate the mind of Mark Golden through any form whatsoever, through dialogue, intimidation, anything. All right? I truly pray that the Lord holds, keeps, and protect Mark Golden from the evil that surrounds and wants to control this island. The evil that Andrew Onis has aligned himself with. I truly hope that Mark Golden seeks the Most High in all that he does, right, where this country is concerned, because we need a leader that fear God. We need a leader that tremble in the fear of God. So when God's servants, like Pastor Peter Chambers, Mark Stewart, and Jeffrey Shuttleworth, and others, make recommendations to the pastor, to Mark Golden, give him word, that visions, whatever the case might be, messages from the Most High, he will receive them and he will act accordingly in the will of the Most High for the country, and in essence, we the people. Because once you have a leader that is following the Most High, no matter what outside entities and governments do, the Lord will protect this land. You understand? The tariffs and all those things and the cutting off of loan, God will bless us in surplus if we follow him as a nation. But as disobedient as we are, judgment is going to come first. You understand? Because we're not repenting. We are not repenting. Some people that some wicked things, them hand is deep and just covered in blood. They mash up people's life. Oh, that this sorcery, that, right? Taking up the gun, robbing people, right? So I really hope that Marky G stay clean, you know? Really hope so.
In Montego Bay, so I brought my son in Discovery Day for them to pick him up. I was going into the mini-mart to buy something with my head down, and I saw, a commotion. Police and everybody, and I saw the Honorable Mark Golden, and he stretched his hand out, and I stretched my hand and shook his hand. And when I shook his hand, the Lord began to speak to me that the hand of Mark Golden is clean. I have shook many hands, religious hands, bishops, pastors, and apostles, and the evil that comes out of their hand. All I'm saying to the Honorable Mark Golden, don't let them corrupt you. Don't let power corrupt you. Keep clean. When I shook your hand, I felt nothing. You are the first politician hand I've shook. Hallelujah. And your hand is clean. There's so many hands that I've shook over the years, and there's a lot of blood on their hands. Many are voting for money.
Well, advertisement for my video. I can't Pastor Peter Chambers video this. I must somebody upload that video there on Freedom platform. Because Pastor Peter Chambers video they don't have no advertisement. Because them shadow banning.
The ones destroying Jamaica. While this leader locked down the nation and the church, his representatives were in hotel drinking and breaking the very protocols they implemented. Yet the leader locked down Jamaica and the church.
Woman talk about flight grade. You say, youth. They say, I will never forgive the DPP. I will never forgive Andrew Onis for what they did in the pandemic. That one moment where the flight grade never was charged $1 and him have millions when earned as a politician, and he was never charged $1 for breaking the No Movement Day. Those are the things I think every single Jamaican should not forget, and they should keep it edged right in their forehead, right down in their forehead so that happen. And when you have a vote, you make sure you don't vote for them. You don't have to vote for PNP, you don't have to vote for UIC, but you make sure you don't vote for JLB. When they remember those things, when they remember Christopher Tufton, tell the people them say, if them want water, them take the joke. Or if you put that in their front down the head when they not vote. You must not forgive them for this wickedness. Right? All of them have to come down now, man. All of them have to come down. Just say it, the Lord. Don't think that joke?
And vaccinated thousands of citizens in the church. This government doesn't embrace education. They want the young people only to have minimal credentials so they can control them and manipulate them.
True.
All of these Jamaicans who vote for the leader for money, you are the modern day slaves. There are many contract voters in Jamaica. They are the ones destroying Jamaica. They are paid 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 50,000, up to maybe 100 or more to vote this present government in. As a citizen of Jamaica, no one should vote for money. It is our constitutional rights as a legitimate citizen to vote constitutionally. The teacher should be paid greatly. The educators are very important for the growth of any country. The next leader for Jamaica should sit down and negotiate and see how best they can come up with a great salary that will cause our teachers to live comfortably.
Yes.
The roads all over Jamaica are deplorable. The new roads are built by the Chinese and we are indebted to them. We have to pay on all the new roads. Mark that. That is built by the Chinese. What enhancement is this to the citizens of Jamaica? Reason this, look at the many communities you campaigned in. The people are booing you. So how, according to your political slaves, that you did well? So why are the people booing you in the various communities that you have campaigned through? And they are disrespecting you. You have placed a God order on the nation to keep them silent. Why are you a dictator? No one can speak in this land against your evil decision. You abuse the taxi men and women, even the bus men. You hike the traffic law. These taxi men and women who try to make ends meet, the policemen and women with illegal traffic ticket, you give them illegal traffic ticket. One young man who represents a taxi association in Kingston expressed their anger of the high tickets that came up to 210,000 Jamaican dollars.
Hey, so you see what Pastor do? Pastor talk about market share and I tell market share all I think now we need to fix it. Think Pastor idiot? You think Pastor a fool just said? Pastor, what Elena said, when do we know we don't owe the Chinese anymore? That is a damn good question. Like I share the live, guys. That's a very good question.
I saw on the news that the court ruled that the government should repay the citizens of illegal tickets given by the JCF. Listen, the people of Jamaica must understand that if you're going to vote, you need to vote against this present government.
Right.
There's so many things that have happened over 8 years. Royal Reed robbed up many money.
Talk about it.
Organization.
Do you really want to say?
No, man, and a pastor video this, man. I tell him, I'm going to look on it, man. I look on who video this. Pastor video not get money,
And
guys.
he's not behind bars. I see that he's the one suing people for what? He should be the one who should be sued and
Yes.
locked up and placed behind bars.
Yes.
There's another one in St. Catherine. He was in another corruption. There, I saw the pictures coming up back. Did you know that all of the campaigning, all of the people in corruption, they are using them in the various constituency to put them back in power? How corrupt this government is.
Government is,
And
man.
then
Tell him.
you are all over Jamaica, 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning, when the opposing leader is in his bed sleeping and all the others, ringing bell, trying to give people money to vote for you. Listen, it is unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional. You should implement a law that any government that pays people to vote for them, they should be locked up and put behind bars. Just like they put behind bars. Remember you lied on me? Remember you and the DPP looking desperately to lock me down and to put me behind prison, put me behind bars? And a lie allegation and a false allegation. And until today, some of your false hungry belly hooligans are still on social media calling me false when you are the ones who made a false allegation against me. Hallelujah. Listen, the people of Jamaica, the young people who voted you in, they said that they're not going to vote. They are angry. I have never seen such anger among the people of Jamaica. They want you out. And listen, it doesn't matter what you do. You could have get over, man. You could have soak up your green clocks.
You could have got India. You know what I will do on Jonas. Yeah, come down.
The people of Jamaica, the young people who voted you in, they said that they're not going to vote. They are angry. I have never seen such anger among the people of Jamaica. They want you out. And listen, it doesn't matter what you do. You could have get over, man. You could have soak up your green clocks. I see another shoes that they're showing on social media that you're wearing. One long mouth, green shoes. I don't know why not that. I must say, Africa, you go back, we bought that one day. Listen, the people are mocking you. The people are so upset with you. Prime Minister of Jamaica, and Jonas Bassi. Listen, the future is dark. The people of Jamaica want you out. I'm on the street. I'm in the corners of the street. They can't wait. The people says it right now. They can't wait until tomorrow. People are literally...
Call it, Andrew. Call it. Call it, Andrew.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out. From Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody. Man or woman.
And Jonas Bassi. Listen, the future is dark. The people of Jamaica want you out. I'm on the street. I'm in the corners of the street. They can't wait. The people says it right now. They can't wait until tomorrow. People are literally sleeping in the orange shirt.
Jesus Christ.
Everybody, listen, this local government will be history in the making.
Yeah,
General.
I local government, we're not talking about it, but you know, so they lose the local government election and style it. But you see that same thing, it has happen in the general election. If people them can't wait to vote out Andrew Wallace and the Labour right them cannot wait.
Election is a dog eat your supper. They're going to usher you out. So it doesn't matter what money you want. You could hike up the money to the highest. The people want you out.
Out, yeah, man. Out. No doubt.
Did you know that the most dangerous
No doubt the people want you out, Andrew. And the people say market tree. I don't say that. People them say market tree, you see it? Yeah. So they make me know what they think in the comment section about that.
Using rigorous analysis to guide policy decisions, to assess the effectiveness of our programs, and to ensure that resources are allocated efficiently. The journey addressed from the ground up, the nation can pave the way for a brighter and safer future. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the issue of land and housing. Every Jamaican aspires to own their own home. Yet we face 190,000 housing unit deficit, which has forced 21% of our population into informal settlements. The prevalence of inequitable land distribution and unaffordable housing fuels intergenerational poverty and crime. It is time for real solutions, not photo ops for a PR exercise in social housing that is not really moving the needle. Under this government, Mr. Speaker, the performance of the National Housing Trust continues to be underwhelming, to say the least. If I can quote from the February 2025 fiscal policy paper that was tabled as one of the budget documents, it says, the NHD estimates slower than planned execution of its housing projects. And it goes on. The trust expects to commence construction of 6,366 housing units compared to its original target of 15,009, and estimates to complete construction of 2,754 compared to its original target of 3,664. This has contributed to a $15.3 billion underspend in its housing expenditure, which stems predominantly from delays in the execution of its guaranteed purchase program. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the political organization that I lead views shelter and housing as basic socio-economic rights rather than privilege. We have a proud legacy where housing is concerned. We do not bulldoze the homes of vulnerable families like what took place at Clifton near Bernard Lodge. We do not evict long-standing occupiers of land with well-established homes built on them, as was attempted at Mount Pleasant near the Widest Vale. We would not take NHT funds to build houses costing between $29 and $38 million when there's such a dire shortage of affordable housing for young professionals and public sector workers. Mr. Speaker, with a focus on building houses that are affordable to the people, the next PNP administration will take a multi-pronged strategy to tackling the housing crisis. Our first strategy is a set of measures relating to the National Housing Trust. We will stop the annual extraction of the $11.4 billion from the NHT to fund the budget. Mr. Speaker, when this was originally conceived, it was written into the law as a 4-year fiscal measure in the hardest of times during a tough IMF program when our debt was spiraling out of control. It was never our intention that it would go beyond 2017. This government criticized it very trenchantly when they were in opposition. They even supported a lawsuit, which was ultimately unsuccessful, to challenge it. But then they turned around when they
What can go so? What can go so?
Embarrassing. We need some milk. The government, and I have extended it for an additional 8 years since 2017, including once again in this budget for 2025-26. Mr. Speaker, we will end this annual extraction of resources from the NHT.
We're tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need it. We need it. Help. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength is a liberator.
And our plan is to recapitalize the NHP with land to restore value for the $136.8 billion that has been taken from it to fund successive budgets over the last 12 years. We will also repurpose the NHP to have its focus on its core mandate of providing affordable houses to contributors. Using this recapitalization mechanism, we will exclude the cost of land from the price of houses built by the NHT over the next 5 years. Part passing through a reduction of between $2.5 and $3 million to contributors purchasing those homes. That is social and economic justice for the contributors whose institution has been depleted of resources to ease the final burden on the country. Teachers, nurses, police officers and other public servants, young professionals, persons with disabilities, and indeed an individual contributing to the ministry will be able to afford their own home. Mr. Speaker, the People's National Party knows that public sector workers are hurting from the way in which the pay rationalization was done. So we have come up with 3 measures to show our appreciation for their service to the nation. Our second strategy is a special National Housing Trust package of benefits for public servants, young people and low-wage earners. Firstly, public sector workers. They used to enjoy a preferred rate of interest on their NHT loans, but this government took it away. We will restore public sector workers access to reduction in their NHT interest rates. Police, nurses, teachers, doctors, firefighters, indeed all public servants who are NHT borrowers will get back this benefit. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we will give public sector workers a break when it comes to commencing their loan payments. Currently, when an NHT loan is disbursed, the borrower has to commence payments in the following month. We recognize that buying a home has a lot of other costs attached to it. We will therefore allow a public sector worker a 3-month moratorium period after disbursement of the loan.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thieves them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out. From Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Never Portland. Why not shopping to Portland? Take out somebody. Man or woman.
Before commencing any loan payments, and that will give them time to recover the expenses they've incurred, to buy some furniture, and to get their place ready to move in. And Mr. Speaker, we have one more goodie for our public sector workers. Currently, the debt service ratio, the DSR, required by the NHT is 33.3%. That means that the loan payments each month cannot exceed 33 1/3 of their gross salary. We are extending a preferred 40% debt service ratio to public sector workers for their NHT loans to allow them room to borrow a larger loan from the NHT to handle their home. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that often the hardest hurdle for young people in buying a home is the deposit. Well, young people, we have you in mind. The next PNP government will establish a special Young Owners Deposit Fund of $1 billion within the NHT. Using those NHT resources to enable young persons under 35 years of age to access $500,000 towards their deposit once they have been an NHT contributor for 2 years or more. They will be able to apply to the NHT and get their $500,000 deposit grant. Time come for young Jamaicans to own a home. And Mr. Speaker, we have to do something for the low-income borrowers from the fund, from the National Housing Trust. The cost of home insurance continues to increase. Last year alone, insurance for homes increased by 25%. And this is passed on to NHT borrowers as it's wrapped up with their monthly loan payment. So when you pay a loan, you pay for the principal, you pay for the accrued interest, and you pay for the insurance in the payment that you make. This is particularly hard on NHT borrowers at the lowest band who earn $30,000 or less per month. They also need a break. Mr. Speaker, the next PNP government will help these low-income NHT borrowers by absorbing the cost of the insurance on their homes. This means that their monthly payments will be lower and they will be able to afford a bigger mortgage loan. We are looking out for the low-income NHT borrowers. Mr. Mr. Speaker, many people earn their living in the informal sector in Jamaica, and they are not able to produce a payslip to establish their income. Many other people have formal employment, but they end up paying rent because they cannot afford to save for the deposit to pay down on a house. We will roll out the NHT rent-to-own plan to address these two situations. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, a person earning in the informal economy who can't produce a payslip, but who wants to buy an NHT house will be able to go into possession as a tenant, paying a monthly rent equivalent to a mortgage loan payment. And by establishing their ability to pay over a relatively short period of time, they will then be deemed eligible to access a mortgage loan from the NHT to buy the house. Having established proof of payment, they don't need to produce a payslip. Deemed eligible to access to a mortgage loan payment. And by establishing their ability to pay over a relatively short period of time, they will then be deemed eligible to access the mortgage loan from the NHT to buy the house. Having established proof of payment, they don't need to produce a payslip. Mr. Speaker, the other person who can't save enough for the deposit to buy a house will be able to rent an NHT house under the rent-to-own program, and a specified portion of the rent payments, and we're considering from 50 to 75%, will be accredited to the deposit, and he of the Mr. Speaker, our housing strategy includes making the Housing Agency of Jamaica the lead developer for low-income housing in the island. Most private developers have not been focusing on affordable housing because the return on investment is not as attractive as in the middle to upper bands on the market. However, approximately 50% of NHT contributors earn less than $30,000 a week, the same band of low-income borrowers who we're going to give the home insurance break to. And they cannot find a house on the market that falls within their income band.
Emotional damage. Talk to me now, people. Talk to me now. Storm up the comment section and talk to me now.
The government has a duty to protect its citizens, and we will use the HAJ to drive the construction of low-income housing. Our plan is to build 50,000 affordable houses over the next 5 years. They will be one-bedroom starter units, because we know there's a practice among our people that when you sell a Jamaican a starter unit, they will expand on it, and in time they will build their castle. Just look at Portmore. I look at many of the other communities, including Operation Pride communities, where persons who are once living in informal settlements and have been regularized have lovely houses as a result of the policies of the People's National Party. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, contributors to the NHT who are purchasing these units will not have to pay the land portion of the overall value, increasing the affordability and investment value to these buyers. They will get a significant equity from this policy. Mr. Speaker, we have already started to develop a database of government lands that are available for housing, and these are being identified across the island. When we form government, we will be not sitting and waiting for lands to be identified. The work is already being done.
People will have to admit that impressive because them already identified the land them where they are going to build the house them for the people of Jamaica. You have to listen. I want to share up the life and big up. Listen, I had to focus on this specifically because it's what I'm most excited about, the housing program. If you notice me, I look background nice because you don't know anything going on. So, what do we do?
The third part of our housing strategy is to roll out a program for orderly renewal and transformation of infrastructure in all areas, which we have named in honor of Portia Sims Miller. Under the Portia program, we will be building social houses, tearing down zinc fences, replacing them with concrete walls. We will be constructing sidewalks to facilitate the ease of movement for persons with disabilities and senior citizens. And most importantly, we will be completing all the Operation Pride projects that were left unfinished, which this government has ignored over the last 9 years. Our goal, Mr. Speaker, our goal is to bring dignified housing and to create secure, organized communities out of these informal settlements. We will will complete the outstanding infrastructure and bring land titling services to vulnerable residents in informal settlements with reasonable and affordable terms of cost reimbursement under the Porsche program. And we will bring a mix of sources to fund the program. We'll be using funds from the consolidated fund subject to the fiscal rules. We will be using some of the profits from the low-income houses built by HAJ, and I will ensure that the Porsche plan is supported by a robust and transparent governance and accountability structure. And we will pursue a housing strategy involving joint ventures and partnerships with private developers. We will crowd in private investment in the underserved market segments by a range of creative incentives to make the return on investment sufficiently attractive to private developers, and we will share more information on that at an appropriate time. Mr. Speaker, we have developed these strategies because something transformational is required in affordable housing. We will deliver transformation by repurposing the NHT to focus on its core mandate. It was established by Michael Mann in the 1970s for the purpose of empowering people who needed that kind of help. It has strayed from its mandate, and we will return it so that the people of Jamaica benefit in a real and lasting way.
Hey y'all, please remember to hit the like button. I know y'all come in sometimes and y'all forget, but the main thing, man, y'all gotta hit the like button, man, and share the live stream. Come on now, stop playing. Support. The like button is free, eh?
So there's a way, and I have to stop you quickly on this. I mean, there's a lot. I could speak on every area. I mean, it's agriculture and many other things. But essentially, we have a very difficult task ahead of us. But if Jamaica doesn't get a change of government, I don't know what kind of state we're going to be. Because we have a corrupt government.
Well, final answer to the people of Jamaica, we're at a tipping point. One thing that Richard Pondo is you have said to me today. That we can understand everybody society, why the people in society don't take all of this problem. And that's why we say we want the people of Jamaica to rise up and make the man know so we know that we're in a crisis and we're not tolerating those things anymore.
We're tired of the labor right. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need it. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength is a liberator.
Mr. Speaker, I turn to the issue of road maintenance. Jamaica's road infrastructure is in a crisis. And the Financial Investigations Division. Madam Speaker, during the last general election in 2025, in the campaign, with its manifestos and its debates and its platform speeches, the Prime Minister did not even hint at, much less disclose, his intention to take the massive salary increase that he claimed he had given up when the heat reached him after Nigel Clark announced this massive salary increase on May 16th, 2023. Not a peep out of him in the election campaign. Can you imagine that in February this year, a month or so ago, we suddenly learned that effective from payday last September 2025, right after the election, the Prime Minister would be receiving his big salary after all. Madam Speaker, that is the latest chop. That is a real Brogard move. It was a shameful deception, not worthy of the high office that you hold. Not worthy. Madam Speaker, as leaders,
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
yeah, man. Madam Speaker, as leaders, we must hold ourselves to a high standard. And we should be quick to do the right thing by leaving the scene when transgressions come to light which are not compatible with clean and honest government in Jamaica today. Unfortunately, the reverse all too often prevails. Impunity rules the roost as persons in positions of responsibility become serial transgressors. And it doesn't seem to matter because nothing happens to hold them to account. Madam Speaker, we cannot build our nation that way. We cannot build a nation that our people aspire to and deserve on such weak and wobbly ethical foundations. That is why we on this side have signed the Leadership Code of Conduct produced by the Integrity Commission. committing ourselves to upholding principles of good governance and being accountable if we fail to do so. You should be further strengthening the anti-corruption arsenal by introducing the important tool of unexplained wealth orders to further reinforce the tools available to law enforcement now for recovering illegally obtained income and wealth. That was agreed upon by both sides in 2019, but you have cast it asunder. Why have you abandoned the procedures of impeachment of parliamentarians and other holders of high office that former JLP Prime Minister Bruce Golding tabled in this House in 2011 and I updated by tabling a private member's bill in 2021? Why are you not pursuing procedures for the recall of non-performing elected representatives to ensure that there are consequences when conduct and performance fall below what is acceptable in a free and democratic society based on the rule of law? Why? We remain committed to these reforms that enhance accountability and good governance. I ask again, why have you not joined in our call for strong public education to promote wholesome values and attitudes based on love and respect for our fellow citizens and playing by the rules or changing those rules if they're not fit for purpose? Why have you not joined with that? In my budget debate presentation last year, I stated a critical dimension which concerns many people a great deal and which I feel compelled to address is what may be referred to as the moral decay of the social fabric of our country. It is manifested in a lack of respect and care in how we treat each other, the callousness of the behavior we see around us every day, and the corruption that has taken over the affairs of the nation. Indeed, it has everything to do with the values we uphold, which uphold our society and our attitudes to life and to each other in our society. That is what I said then. Former Prime Minister Percival James Patterson tried with a values and attitudes program. Sadly, it was sacrificed on the altar of partisan politics. And I think former Prime Minister Bruce Golding has acknowledged his regret about that. I remain committed to pursuing a national effort for a non-political movement that embraces principles and practices for the spiritual, moral, and ethical upliftment of Jamaica. I am committed to that. Moral and ethical upliftment of Jamaica. I am committed to that. Politicians should not seek to lead that movement, as experience has taught us that the approach of politicians leading it would likely mean it doesn't get off the ground. But it must be supported, it must be facilitated, and it must be championed by the government of the day. And you are failing to do so. As I said last year, Madam Speaker, our vision is that this movement will be led by spiritual and civic leaders who have the reputation, credibility, commitment, and desire to do so. Collectively, we must raise the bar as champions of change and restore the social fabric of this country. If we can do that, it will make it so much easier to overcome our challenges and achieve our economic and social goals. Integrity, Madam Speaker, is at the center of progress, and it is at the center of national development, and it must be at the center of inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Madam Speaker, the bureaucracy of the country must shift to a pro-growth philosophy and practice. The procurement system urgently needs to be reformed so that it does not unduly delay the execution of projects and programs. Madam Speaker, the government has been delinquent in doing this. As it stands today, the bureaucracy always errs on the side of cautious control. I'm going to repeat that because it's an important point. As it stands today, the bureaucracy of Jamaica always errs on the side of cautious control when our chronic low-growth situation requires bold steps forward. And I'm glad to see the Prime Minister applauding that point. The current arrangements are a big impediment to national development. Capital investment, especially in infrastructure, is a key input for strong economic performance. But year after year, as I've said, the capital budget is pared back because of a failure to execute capital expenditures on a timely basis. In the current fiscal year, 25-26, now ending, for example, the original budget was for $62.6 billion of capital expenditure. But that has been revised down in supplementary estimates to $55.4 billion. And in the prior fiscal year, 24-25, the original budget was for $80 billion of capital expenditure, and that ended up being $62 billion. In the fiscal policy paper, slower than anticipated project execution is given as the main cause of this underperformance. Slower than anticipated project execution. We are not sufficiently focused on tackling these inefficiencies. The sloth is reflected in our legislative process, Madam Speaker. Laws of strategic importance that require urgent amendment or passage remain on the books for years without the problem being addressed. And there are many examples of this, and I'm going to mention 5. The amendment to the companies legislation to facilitate the migration to Jamaica of companies incorporated abroad. A bill was tabled by this government, I think 3 or 4 years ago, that would have done that. Not a word since. Secondly, the amendments to the 2022 firearms legislation to address the impact that it's having on the backlog in the criminal justice system. It needs to be affixed because it is causing big problems in the criminal justice system. Thirdly, the new Customs Act that entered Parliament over 5 years ago still hasn't made it into law. We're talking about the logistics we're talking about trade, we're talking about the impetus for economic growth and development, and we can't get these critical laws passed in a timely fashion. Fourthly, the amendments to laws governing teenage promiscuity, which are throwing hundreds of adolescents before the courts each year, despite the 2018 reform recommendations of the Joint Select Committee, which I was on and some of you were on, which reviewed these laws. These should be fixed urgently. And fifthly, the legislation to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA, the vehicle announced last year to drive post-Melissa reconstruction, but remains currently a mere department within the Office of the Prime Minister, with no legislative framework, no statutory powers to enable it to pierce through the knotty bureaucracy and drive rapid transformation reconstruction. Madam Speaker, this legislative inefficiency negatively impacts our economy and our society. As regards the first of those examples, in its preliminary review of the budget for 26-27, PricewaterhouseCoopers, the international accounting firm, audit firm, commented on the need for initiatives to encourage taxpayers to bring business activities and investment home to Jamaica. We have a big diaspora. We need to encourage them to bring their capital here. PwC said, we're designed and implemented properly. This could bring in fresh economic activity that is currently taking place outside Jamaica, which in turn could bring in additional tax revenues after such activities or investments migrate to Jamaica. There is no good reason for this to remain in limbo, and it's consistent with what the opposition spokesman for finance said last Thursday about digital nomads, encouraging people abroad to come here, spend their money, and help to drive consumer demand, drive investment, and drive economic growth. Instead, what do I hear? I hear the Prime Minister retreating 30 years into his spin on FinTech. He will no doubt seek to revise history to suit his desired narrative. That is the refuge of someone who has run out of ideas. And Madam Speaker, he should have delivered a report that his government wasted over $150 million on and never delivered about that story of FinTech. That report has never been delivered. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's narrative cannot help Jamaica move forward in this perilous time. Madam Speaker, while the country's fiscal reforms have achieved debt stabilization is not the same thing as economic optimization. As the government's track record shows, debt stabilization can coexist with economic stagnation. The government's February 2026 fiscal policy paper projects that the economy will suffer a severe contraction, negative growth. In the paper, they said 4.5% of GDP. I hear the finance minister saying it won't be as bad as that based on what the PIOJ has said recently, but it's still going to be severely negative for the current fiscal year, resulting from the catastrophic impact and ongoing effects of Hurricane Melissa. Unlike the economic contraction brought by the COVID pandemic, the current downturn is caused by real damage to the productive capacity of the country, especially in Western Jamaica. Assets that were damaged or destroyed include homes, business places, hotels, hospitals, schools, farming equipment and farms, etc., electricity transmission and distribution networks, water supply facilities, and other infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I have read that 215,000 buildings sustained damage of varying severity, including approximately 190,000 homes, of which 24,000, they say, were completely destroyed. The World Bank's estimate, based on intense aerial surveys after Melissa, is that the physical damage to the assets of this country, publicly and privately owned, was US $8.8 billion. That's about 1.36 trillion Jamaican dollars. Approximately 40% of Jamaica's GDP, the current GDP. The Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ, the total loss to Jamaica from Melissa is US $12.2 billion, which is 1.982 trillion Jamaican dollars, or approximately 56% of GDP, 56%. In other words, we have been hit very, very hard, and we need to fight even harder to get the country out of the slump. Early investment in recovery is needed to turn the negative cycle occasioned by Melissa's destruction into positive economic growth. Early investment. Some of us may be familiar with the proverb, early money is like yeast. And that proverb encapsulates the truism that early investment is needed to turn the situation around. The time to aggressively pursue recovery from the Melissa disaster and to set the platform for higher levels of sustainable growth is while the fiscal rules are suspended. Now is the time to drive GDP growth, because it will be much more challenging once the maximum 2-year suspension of the fiscal rules comes to an end and the law does not permit any further extension. At that point, which is probably, I assume it will be extended for 2 years, it will extend it to 1, but I assume it will be 2 years. At that point, in other words, with the fiscal year commencing April 1, 2028, the fiscal rules will again chip in. The fiscal rules will require years of tight fiscal policy to generate higher surpluses, primary surpluses, that can bring the public debt down to the 60% legislative target by the legislative deadline. This will clamp down on expenditure on infrastructure and other public goods. Having stripped the cupboard bare with the sell-off of the Nauman Man International Airport and the Sands International Airport's future revenues, no major forward sale of assets is planned that can provide additional fiscal space at that time. And I just want to make one point. which is that although the fiscal policy paper has this target date for achieving 60% of GDP as 2030, March 31, 2030, in the law, it's still March 31, 2028. I assume the minister is going to bring legislation to fix that, but who knows? Madam Speaker, with the fiscal rules being temporarily suspended, now is the time to really focus on driving recovery and growth. However, that is not the strategy that the government is pursuing. The government's housing repair program, roofs, of $10 billion Jamaican for the current fiscal year, 25-26, is less than 1/3 of 1% of GDP. Less than 1/3 of 1% of GDP. The PIOJ says the damage to Jamaica is 56% of GDP. A $500,000 grant, Jamaican, to households rendered homeless by the storm. It is welcome, but it's also clearly inadequate to rebuild homes. The same is true for the households that suffered major damage and are receiving $200,000 grants towards their repairs, and the $75,000 grants for those who suffered relatively minor damage. All of that money is welcome, no doubt, and we're glad for those who are getting it. But clearly it is insufficient to repair the major damage to the housing stock in Western Jamaica in particular. These grants are limited to those households that have been assessed by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, and the number suggests that it will not cover 100% of those who suffered total loss or major damage. Many have not been assessed. $5 billion out of the $10 billion has been allocated to those whose homes have to be totally rebuilt, which implies support for only 10,000 households of the 24,000 homes that we are told have been totally destroyed. I'll say it again. Half of the $10 billion is for those who suffered major damage or total loss. Sorry, half of the $5 billion is for those who suffered total loss. That can only support 10,000 households being rebuilt. And we are told that 24,000 households were totally destroyed. Clearly, not even half. Similarly, with $4 billion allocated to those needing major repairs and $1 billion allocated to those needing less extensive repairs, this implies support for only 33,330 households out of 166,000 households who are estimated to have suffered damage needing repairs across both of those two categories. Madam Speaker, the upshot is that there is a real need for much more extensive investment in restoring decent, habitable shelter to Jamaicans who suffered housing damage in the hurricane. Much of that damage is uninsured. Homes that receive only partial repairs and are not restored to full habitability will mean families that are hobbled by unplanned housing repair costs for months and years to come. This will only reduce their disposable income to spend on the ordinary needs of life and feed into further economic malaise, the various manifestations of poverty, and worsen the growing problem of mental illness. The ROOF program also appears to ignore the element of resilience in its design. Merely handing out grants of amounts which are manifestly insufficient to cover the cost of adequate repairs guarantees that households resort to the least cost approaches to effecting those repairs, because the money is enough, so they have to make it stretch. This is clearly short-sighted, Madam Speaker, as Jamaicans should be using construction materials and techniques that will make their homes more resilient to future climate disasters than they were before. And I ask, where is the guidance and supervision to ensure that basic but effective techniques to ensure greater resilience are followed? I don't see any big public education telling people how to rebuild a roof properly that makes it more resilient in a low-budget way. I don't hear that. Where is the monitoring to ensure the use of bolts rather than nails and straps and other relatively low-cost construction inputs to provide greater resilience to hurricane winds and rain? I don't see it. That was 25-26, Madam Speaker. What are we to expect from the budget for the coming 26-27 fiscal year? Well, despite the massive hit to our economy and the growing despair and anger that many thousands of Jamaicans feel who really need help, the budget for the coming year allocates a contingency of $30 billion Jamaican for capital expenditure on recovery from Hurricane Melissa.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, they don't want to cover the piece of RPG. You got Prime Up TV, see? You want to put a piece of because it's too important. So, I'm listening to Marky J, see?
Yeah, man, sugar man. Has to be a government of liberation with people. All injustice, but we're going to try and find a way to deal with it. So that historical wrongs are righted, and our people feel that the government supports them, respects their culture, and we can move forward as a real, strong, cohesive nation and take on the challenges that we face. Constitutional reform, I have to say two things about that too. Because them bring a bill into Parliament to reform the Constitution. Now, we in the PNP, long time we have said, we need to have our own Jamaican head of state. We should be a republic within the Commonwealth.
And ladies and gentlemen, just to reference what he's talking about, I want you to look at the screen. Alright, look at these two articles. Alright, wait. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. No, that's not it. Right here. PJ Patterson, Jamaica Eyes Republican Future. All right. I love the Queen dearly. He told a party conference Sunday. But the time has come when we must have a head of state chosen by us. All right. This is Portia Simpson Miller. Jamaica will become a republic. New Prime Minister of House. And she took a term. She was dedicated as well. After taking office in landslide, Portia Miller pledged to drop Queen as the head. And I remember this. I could remember this moment. I was very proud. I was like, yeah, full time now. You see me? Real talk. All right, so let's continue with that.
Then recently come to accept that. But they want to do it in a piecemeal style. Well, I said, but when lead the monarchy as head of state, our final court will be his court. Anyway, plantation he come from. But that court is a good court, but it's an inaccessible court. You can't travel to England as a Jamaican without a visa. In fact, right now, I'm on can't go England, I don't have a visa, I'm not going from my own. But you know, must get a visa and you apply for it. And then now, you have to have millions and millions of dollars to take a case to the final court of Jamaica. Because the fly lawyers up there put them up in a hotel in London. You have to engage Privy Council agents in London. Then people charge us £600 an hour, English pound an hour.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way,
Emotional damage. It's in London. Then people charge us £600 an hour, English pound an hour. So seriously, our final court is not an accessible court. So we really don't have a final court right now. Only 1 and 2 cases can go to that court. And it shouldn't be so. As a lawyer, you recognize the importance of a final court because that is where the law is set right or fixed or declared in a positive way. We have our own constitution. We have our Charter of Rights. And the ultimate entity that can decide what it means and how it applies just so in the name of a foreign king. And it's someone who had it. None of them have never been here. It can't go so. The Caribbean Court of Justice, the CCJ, the Caribbean Court of Justice, was set up over 15 years ago. It was funded with a trust fund to ensure it has adequate resources to sustain it, so it don't rely on any government putting the money for it to be able to function. It is independent of politicians. It has been delivering first-class justice respected all over the world. Barbados is doing well. It's growing at a more rapid rate than Jamaica. Jamaica, I go down, Barbados, I go up. Guyana has accepted it as the final court of Guyana. Guyana has received more foreign direct investment than any other country in the region right now because of oil and gas. And they have the CCJ as their final court. Belize has it, St. Lucia has it, Dominica has it. So I said to them, if you want to deprive our people of the right to attend and bring a case to the final court if they don't get justice in Jamaica, and they can't afford to go to England to deal with that, and we have the CCJ, you don't need a visa to go there. Before it comes to Jamaica to hear cases in why would you not give the people of Jamaica that benefit and that right? After so many centuries where we haven't had it. And I said to them, if you want us to participate in this joint select committee looking at this bill we have put in Parliament, you have to give me some good arguments around this issue. I want to hear why you want to deprive the Jamaican people of that benefit and those rights. And now, I don't know say a word about it. We don't know what in a deal without when it comes to this issue. They put one sentence in a full speech which says they're going to deal with it phase 2 as a referendum. But I want to know what their position on the matter is. Because I want to know that Jamaica can move forward to full decolonization now. So we're not going to play those games with them. And then when you look at the bill they brought, they set up the thing so that the president to be can be chosen by enrollments. The president of Jamaica, because if he and I don't agree, we them set up the thing by simple majority of both houses, which they have. They can put their own person as the president. Hey, that's serious thing. The president is not just a symbolic president in Jamaica. The president has a critical role to play in appointing sensitive people to sensitive positions, like the Integrity Commission. Because the Integrity Commissioners are chosen by the Governor General, other than the Auditor General who is there as of right. But the others are chosen by the Governor General, and when the president replaces the Governor General, it's the president. So who can enrollers want to choose the president who will appoint the Integrity Commissioners who are investigating him? Anything you have to from the 1990s. I look at that bill and I say, all right,
some bad for them thing. So let's make some adjustment. Oh, no, what is Maggie G swagger? What is he? Yo, the man swagger turn up, bro. Yo, the man, get on a vibe, man. Tell you. And it's not alcohol, bro. The man confidence and in comfortability with the people, is just on another level, bro.
So that the kind of behavior that we saw there would be included within the ambit of this legislation. And a tabling 3 years ago in Parliament as a constitutional amendment. Them don't let it go no further. And then bring this thing now to Parliament, this constitutional reform bill, and they don't have nothing in it about impeachment either. So there's nothing in it dealing with accountability. There's nothing in it dealing with true sovereignty, because it's a piecemeal business. So I say to Jamaica, don't support this thing. This thing not ready.
Embarrassing. We need some milk.
You hear that, Andrew? Well thinking Jamaican. And you hear what Marky G said? It's not ready, B. It's not ready.
And they don't have nothing in it about impeachment either. So there's nothing in it dealing with accountability. There's nothing in it dealing with true sovereignty, because it's a piecemeal business. So I say to Jamaica, don't support this thing. This thing not ready. Them have to wheel and come again. And we will wheel and come again when we form government. Because constitutional reform is a vital thing. There must be true consultation with the people. So the first thing is, you don't just handpick the committee, which is what they did. Other than the 2 persons who they said I could appoint, them handpick the rest. When them found one meeting,
2 smart the man appoint, and out of everybody, out of the rest of them, I didn't pick them. One of the man them weigh the balance to fit them advantage everywhere. Andrew one is not play fair, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew one is not like democracy, you know. Andrew one is like dictatorship. Dunship, me rule, anything me say goes. He would have wanted appear to be like a democracy. You understand? But the core of him leadership is dictatorship. You understand this? We get that down the head. You understand? Let's continue.
People get to talk, yes, but nothing that they said was taken into account. It was all ignored. And they just pursued their own agenda instead to fashion this bill, which has some of the things in it, or missing some of the things that I just told you about.
What can go so?
So we are going to have a proper process, a respectful process of engagement of the Jamaican people, to deliver reform that comes from the people and the people want and will get behind. And of course, we will try and get the support of the Jamaican Labour Party, and we hope that they will be good citizens of Jamaica at the time. If they come to me with good arguments on the issues that I have raised, we would be willing to support. We'd be willing to support the thing, but they can't be in the form that they have it, because it is deficient and it is unprincipled in certain respects. So they must listen to us and hear what we have to say, but they don't seem to want to treat us with any respect. So if I so.
No, we want to close off that reaction. I'm going to play Right Mango. Yeah. I'm going to pray this. I the same thing shut about it. History lesson. Get on a pen and paper and pad. Let's read.
Dear Jamaicans, the workout is over. It's time for us to have a serious discussion. I was scrolling through my Facebook page and I woke up this. No, I seriously believe that Andrew Holness believes that all Jamaicans are stupid. No, Andrew, it's only the Labour right stupid. The rest of us actually have functioning brains and we actually have the ability to recall. I know all of we born and drop on our head as a baby. Some of our parents take good care of we and make sure so we have proper education. Of all the gaslighting, narcissistic things for him to say, this is what you come with? Really, Andrew, really? First and foremost, Kamala is going to take Jamaica down memory lane today because there's nothing wrong with my memory and there's nothing wrong with my brain and there's definitely nothing wrong with my intelligence. I didn't buy my doctorate after all. I actually worked for it. No, prior to 2017, when the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, went ahead and worked for Barbados to become a republic and separated her country from the then Queen before she passed, whenever it was. Did Andrew Holness ever talk about Jamaica becoming a republic? No, talk to me then. Talk to me good enough. No, he did not. But Andrew Holness, with his inferiority complex, was jealous of Mia Mottley and the attention she was getting because Jamaicans were calling her the Prime Minister of the Caribbean. Remember? Jamaica was saying them wish she was the Prime Minister instead of him. Remember? It wasn't even 2017. It was later.
Embarrassing. We need some milk. Embarrassing.
It was before the Queen died, before the Queen transitioned. And remember? Everybody did a big up Mia and wondering why we couldn't have that done in Jamaica. Remember? Let me bring on the down memory lane a little longer. Before that, Andrew never talked about Jamaica becoming a republic. It was always the PNP. It was always the PNP. Let me refresh your memory. For those of you who never born yet, let me show you. This was as far back as 2003 when this article was written, right? That the Prime Minister...
These are the articles you are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. This is BBC News. Yes. Let's go back to the Audible.
At the time, PJ Patterson said that he intends for Jamaica to become a republic before he leave office. And who blocked him? Who blocked him by his own admission? Bruce Golding. Bruce Golding blocked it.
Embarrassing.
Fast forward again. Hold on, let's stick a pin. I'm not done yet. Who is this in 2012? And realize I'm not even drawing for Jamaica media. I draw for BBC to show PJ Patterson. I'm a draw for Guardian to show.
Here we go. This is the Guardian, ladies and gentlemen. The Guardian, yes. Full reference. Yeah, we came with the receipts. All right. We're not playing around with y'all. There it is. The full article is right there. Go ahead and read it yourself. We're not going through all of that. Back to my lady. My lady, take it over.
Portia, because when those two prime ministers published it, it made UK news because they were concerned. Right? Portia Simpson Miller in 2012 vowed that Jamaica would become a republic during her tenure. And who blocked her? Who blocked her? Who was the opposition leader at the time who blocked Portia every chance he get? Make me refresh your memory some more. Wanna remember this? The undated resignation letter that the then leader of opposition, Andrew Holness, had his opposition senators sign. Were they signed? Why did he have these drafted? Should, in case they decide to go against him and vote for Jamaica to become a republic.
Embarrassing.
While Portia Simpson Miller was the Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Embarrassing.
This is why he had them sign it. That time, Christopher Tufton did lose his seat, remember? And it was Arthur Williams, Christopher Tufton, carried him to court.
Again, here's the receipts, ladies and gentlemen. Tufton and Williams, two senators, light of court ruling. This article right here shows everything. He requested undated resignation letters and used them to controversially remove two senators. Guys, not my word. All right, let's continue.
Over it, wanna remember? Make I refresh in the memory. So, for Andrew Holness to tell a blatant lie, it's a blatant lie, like this, and say that the PNP is hindering the progress for Jamaica to become a republic. He's gaslighting you because he can't gaslight me because I know the truth. But he's trying to bend the truth to save himself the disgrace because really and truly, come on now, how does it make sense for Jamaica to become a republic and still hold on to the Privy Council? Andrew Holness has no intention of Jamaica to become a republic. And if Andrew Holness is supposed to lose the election tomorrow and PNP win and we decide to go and push ahead for Jamaica to become a republic, Andrew Holness is going to block it at every chance he gets. Because before Siaga did, Andrew Holness promised him, said Jamaica will always be led by the UK. That's why Europe go get him PC. That's why he was so proud to go and get his PC.
He became a Privy Council member. And yeah, you know, if you guys are not aware of that, you guys need to go do your research on that. In becoming a Privy Council member. But I will show you, ladies and gentlemen. You can Snapchat this. This is what his vows look like. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can Snapchat that. You can screenshot that. Yeah, that's the vows he took as a Privy Council member. Moving right along.
To be a part of the King's Council. Remember? Look what make Andrew take on for idiot. Here, Andrew can't take me for idiot. I thank you. Have yourself a great day.
Emotional damage.
Mighty God, we need your divine intervention. We're tired of the labor rights. We're tired of the green people. We are so far. We can't take it no more. We need this. We need it. Help. Help. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength. Is a liberator.
So people, want to see what go on with the constitutional reform. The full history of it. So you are going. Want to make me know what you think about that in that comment section. Don't hit the like button, share the live. Not that.
Person, when I talk about them elite person up top, what will change for
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So, Brother Bolo, the PMP has released a very lengthy statement that I want to examine. So we're going to go into it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, silencing opposition MPs threatens Jamaican's parliamentary democracy. Kingston, Jamaica.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the first sitting of the new Parliament, on her appointment as Speaker, the member for East Rural, St. Andrew, indicated a determination to adhere to the standing orders in how this Parliament would be conducted. The two standing orders which are engaged in this discussion are Standing Order 68.3 and Standing Order 75.3. 68.3, as has been read, essentially says that these sessional select committees, which we're appointing today, should not include among their membership ministers or parliamentary secretaries. It is a fundamental standing order which supports good governance in our democracy. This is not about quibbling whether a question is in fact a statement or you're speaking a bit too long and the sort of things that often engage the Speaker at any given point in time in the cut and thrust of parliamentary proceedings. This is about the separation of powers, about accountability in governance, and about how Parliament should have appropriate checks and balances for executive excess. And that is why these sessional committees, which are review and oversight committees, are supposed to be established without the presence of persons from the executive thereon. There is no issue about government MPs being on them, and in fact, the rules provide for the government MPs providing a majority of the members of these committees. And it's based on the balance in a given parliament from time to time. That's in the standing orders. And while in Australia we heard they think that that is not an ideal situation, it is what governs our parliament. The issue is executive influence, undermining the efficacy and transparency of oversight functions of parliament in our democracy. I'd also say that the way this motion was put did not make any reference to any suspension of the standing orders. There was a suspension of the standing orders to enable the motion to be put. But the substance of the motion simply said, notwithstanding 68.3 and so on, notwithstanding 68.3, notwithstanding, it was repeated for each one of the elements of the motion. There was no invocation of the suspension of standing orders. And furthermore, I think it's an abuse of the standing order that provides for the suspension thereof for a fundamental standing order which is expressed in terms which precludes and prohibits a course of action to be pursued by invoking the provision that says that standing orders may be temporarily suspended. That is an abuse of that provision, and that's not the intention of that provision. The other standing order which is fundamental to this discussion is 75.3, and that deals with how chairmen are to be appointed for these sessional select committees. And it says that a select committee may elect a chairman from among its members. Therefore, for the leader of government business to purport today to determine who will be chairing these committees is ultra vires the rules of this House and ultra vires this particular standing order. There is nothing in the standing orders that authorize any departure from the provision that the members of the committee are to elect their chairman in relation to any of these committees, save and except those which specifically provide that the chairman is to be a particular individual. And there are a few like that. So, for example, the committee that deals with standing orders says, in 70 subsection 2, says that the Speaker shall be a member and chairman of that committee. Similarly, the House Committee also says that the minister in charge of arranging the business of the House shall be a member and the chairman of the House Committee. And the Privileges Committee also says, the provisions there say that the Speaker shall be a member and the chairman of the Committee of Privilege. Those are the three where the standing order specifically authorized, in the case of the House Committee, that the minister in charge of arranging the business of the House shall be. That is the only exception to the rule in the standing orders that ministers are not to be on these committees. So where we're heading today is a breach of the standing orders, is a breach of the principles of checks and balances in our democracy, and should not be supported. At the first sitting of this Parliament, I raised the issue of the chairmanship of these committees in light of the comment made by the Prime Minister at his swearing-in ceremony, invoking the spirit of partnership. And I said that if, as part of that partnership, we were hoping and expecting the reintroduction of a convention that had been established under a JLP government when Prime Minister was Bruce Golding, that exhorted the members of the committees then to appoint an opposition member to chair the committees. It worked well. It was an improvement on our democracy, and it did not violate the standing orders because the specific standing order, 75.3, allows that choice to be made by the members. When Portia Simpson Miller, the most honorable, became Prime Minister under the PNP government of 2012, we did not depart from that convention. To the contrary, we saw that it was an enhancement of our democracy, and we elected to follow it. And it has worked well. When the Jamaica Labour Party was returned to office in 2016, for that first term, they too, under Andrew Holness as Prime Minister, followed that convention. It was only after the 2020 election that there was a departure from that convention, and it was justified, in quotes, it was justified on the premise that the committees weren't performing adequately and that they would perform much more efficaciously if the government controlled the committees through appointing the chair. So the government has a majority on the committees and the government appoints the chairman of the committees. That is the antithesis of oversight. As a member, the newly minted member for Northwest St. Catherine said, that is not an arena of accountability, that is a ring of self-defense for the executive. So, Mr. Speaker, it was a strong sense of disappointment that I speak in this debate on this motion. I am extremely alarmed and disappointed that the government is proceeding down this undemocratic path in violation of the standing orders. I urge them to reconsider this, as we will not support this motion. Thank you.
Member from St. Catherine South, Western.
Mr. Speaker.
All right. Make the argument where you will make again, Mr. General.
When you speak yesterday about you cannot have empty words and platitude, and you start to speak and say, in regards to cry for unity, but what I've done today in the House in regards to the unity is like compatible with what we do by allowing to let Holness to become the House Speaker when they know that the opposition is against it. If that's what it means, if you understand what I am saying, that him really speak on the topic, while some people are jump up and say, Marky G stop. Marky G did speak and say him don't agree with this in this conversation when he stated that you are crying for unity. One hand can't clap. It can be just platitude and empty words. Because what happened today in this presence, in this post, is not in regards to what they're saying about unity.
Hold on, right? Hold on, Carla. Hold on. Just don't say that until me tell you. See, people, what the man just said a while ago, I don't hear nobody else making this argument. And the man is absolutely right. Mark Golding protested in fine fashion. He protested in fine fashion because he is absolutely right. Saying that you want unity is one thing. All right, remember, when me Horace Chang said, we will not be dictated to by the PMP. What that mean? Them still feel like saying, them are 49 seats. Well, all right then. Yes. Them are 10 we say, no matter what is the recommendation of the People's National Party, where the Speaker of the House is concerned, they don't care. Right? And they are going to go ahead and do what they want to do. So when the caller is right, when Marky G said, it can't be empty words and platitude. I don't even know the meaning of that word. But I remember what he said. It cannot be empty words and platitude. You have to show us
that you're about unity. And it goes by
Right.
taking the recommendations and considerations of the People's National Party very seriously, because Juliet Onus was an entire mess and a conflict of interest when she was the Speaker of the House. And it's just the truth. It's just the truth. And you not taking the consideration seriously means you don't want no unity. What you want is a lapdog. You want somebody to submit to everything that you want them to do, but you don't want to consider any of our submissions. In Parliament, there will be no peace. Go ahead, Carla.
Exactly. When you speak of platitude, they matter about morals. You understand? According to what they are saying, in the contents that they are saying it, there is no morality. So it can be just talking without morals. You know what I mean? The word platitude is consist of those kind of things. You understand? It's like a remark or a statement or something like that. We go back in high school. Then, again, on this particular topic, when Marky G sit at the ceremony and them, I run up them out, Marky G no normal enough. Marky G a protest in fine style. Marky G went there to show them that my respect is not towards you. Make sure, say, the way I promise the Jamaican people, them, you're going to fulfill it. Exactly. That's what I am here to hold you accountable for it. So when him sit down, they might try telling us, say, me no easy man, you know. Me humble. But watch me. And that Marky G say. So when some people are going to talk about him broke what protocol? Oh, you not say Andrew Holness a criminal. Oh, you not say Andrew Holness broke the constitution, a promote Zozo and state of emergency. Marky G sit down in silence. It speak louder than words. And that the Jamaican people will know.
I made that point as well, Carla. I made that point before.
You know, you know, see, so when him speak of yesterday, when him speak of platitude and empty promises, and him talk about what you all done today is not
Hold on, me Carla. Me just pull up the word platitude. Don't say nothing till me tell you, Just pause, yeah? All right. Platitude is a boring or meaningless statement that has been repeated so often, it's lost its impact or originality. I say again, a platitude is a boring or meaningless statement that has been repeated so often, it's lost its impact. It's a trite remark, often with moral content that people use to comfort in conversations or fill silence, but it can also trivialize complex situations and prevent deeper thought. So, Andrew Holness I try to pacify the people in his statement about unity to set up the PMP as if, if they don't go along if they don't go along with what the meaning of the direction that we are going as a party, blame them because of them are the problem, not us. That's what they are trying to
say. I understand. Yes. You see, that's why you say when Marky G talk about platitude, them remarks and them statements and them contents in regard to so-called morals, like they are principles. And that's the problem. So Marky G say you can't just attack the principle. You can't just attack it. So you can't just attack the moral. You can't just attack these things. Then you don't have no meaning behind it. So the JLP, I go mash up, you know. I gotta go deal with them like how you speak out of the book today. You know. Isaiah, you did read, right?
Brother, may I tell you Isaiah 5, yeah?
Yes, man. Because I tell you, you see that particular statement where you make, you can't take a bribe to free the guilty and let go the innocent. That is exactly what the EOJ did, what Matthew Siaga tried to, what Dalrymple now is in justice and all of these things. And now them claims that they want to move forward with constitutional reform.
Talk truth. Talk truth. No, Mark Golding, I have a different, you know, after this conversation, I have a bigger respect for Mark Golding. The man is a genius.
The man is strategic. The man is a strategist. The man is a strategist. I want to show you the next thing. Look when Andrew Holness is on him platform. No, the platform that doesn't belong to him. When he go sharing by the governor general. Look at Marky G face when he say, time come for us to Andrew Holness was surprised of that particular writing, you know, because he realized what about do. That's why you see him pause. Make sure read the word. When they're out, he give him time. We look on the rest of the word and say, Lord Jesus, that's what they say. You understand? Because he never knows that child and him write it. Then you know the last part now him go say, well, a first and second child. So them start Mark Golding. But watch Mark Golding face. Mark Golding just sit down humbly. I saw his majesty that sit down like how Marky G sit down, you know. And just look upon them like, I want him to the fool. I want him to know. Go and talk. Go and talk. Because right now, me have a...
Got you, boss. Got you.
Right now, me I go show.
Hey, Nina, coffee break. Did you catch the game last night?
I did.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had a crazy party at my place. Too bad you couldn't be there.
You know, I had other plans.
I actually recorded it. If you want to rewatch it. I have leftovers.
You remember a few months ago, the government borrowed 192 million US dollars, you know?
For the budget.
Yes, so it came back again for monies, but all the
Greetings, Jamaica. Today I want to speak to you about some important issues of governance that are topical at the present time and that I'm finding troubling. There's a whole question of the bureaucracy and the integrity of Jamaica's civil service. Now, the position of permanent secretary is the senior position in the civil service in any ministry. It is a permanent post for the career of that person, that officer who's appointed. That's why it's called permanent secretary. That person runs the ministry from an administrative perspective, from government to government, whichever party forms the government. So it's very important, and it is the tradition and the convention in our system, that permanent secretaries are independent, non-partisan, non-political, above reproach. Now, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Energy, Telecommunications and Transport retired effective December last year. And a new person has been appointed as the permanent secretary. That person is Kadisha Campbell Rochester. Now, Mrs. Campbell Rochester formerly was in charge at the Constituency Development Fund unit within the Office of the Prime Minister. But she is somebody who has had a close association with an MP. In fact, the MP is Andrew Holness, Prime Minister. She was the director of his NGO, his non-profit, Positive Jamaica Foundation, which was called up in the Integrity Commission report on his affairs. She was also, I believe, a director of the West Central St. Andrew Trust, another NGO that he has in relation to his constituency. How can it be right that somebody that is so closely involved in the governance of the arrangements, or was so closely involved in the governance of the arrangements for somebody's constituency, being appointed a permanent secretary in the civil service? It doesn't look right to me, and I'm bringing it to your attention. Of course, there's a broader question of the wife of the head of government, the wife of the prime minister, being appointed the umpire of the affairs of parliament, the legislature, as speaker of the house. Again, how can that be right? The tradition in our system of government is that the speaker is an independent person. Even if they come from one side or the other, they are supposed to act impartially and independently to ensure even-handedness and fairness in the conduct of parliamentary affairs. How can it be right that the wife of the head of government, the prime minister's wife, is the umpire in parliament in the form of the speaker? We objected to this strongly when the decision was announced that he was going to be reappointed speaker after the last election. Despite our objections, the appointment went ahead. Again, it doesn't look right. It isn't really consistent with the way in which the Westminster system of democracy, which is what we adhere to, ought to function. The last point I want to address is this JPS $150 million loan. Now, we, all of us, want to see electricity restored to all Jamaicans as quickly as possible after Melissa. And I express my sympathies for anyone who is still without electricity. We had raised the question, though, because the minister came to Parliament in December and said that the funding required to restore the grid was $350 million US at least. And yet the amount of money that the government was going to provide was $150 million US. Now, remember, the government's a 20% shareholder in JPS. The other 80% is owned by two overseas companies, Marubeni of Japan, East West Power of South Korea. They weren't putting any money up for the restoration because the minister had given a notice earlier in 2025 saying that their license was coming to an end and wouldn't be renewed in 2027. So they didn't have any security that they would still be in charge of Jamaica's electricity grid come 2027, and they weren't going to put up any money without any security. So the government was putting up money far beyond its 20%. But still, at least $200 million less than the minister told us was needed to fix the grid. We asked him, how is it a good idea to put some funding in without knowing how the necessary amount would be reached and obtained? He never answered that question. I asked him again on Tuesday. Again, he dodged the question. And I'm saying a matter as fundamental as this, where the government's resources, which is really the proceeds of the catastrophe bond, 150 million, has been lent to company JPS that Jamaica owns 20% of, in a scenario where we're told that the necessary resources to do the job is 350 million, so it's not even half of what's required. How is it a good idea to proceed without explaining how you're going to finance the full restoration project? Who is not going to have their light restored because the money can't stretch to what is needed? These questions have never been answered, despite how important this issue is to Jamaica this time. Again, not good governance, people. We need to be vigilant. We need to stay on our toes because things are going in a direction that suggests that we have concerns that we must be vigilant about. Over to you.
Gentlemen, it's your brother Bolo VNR. We're in this space again. I was busy a while ago. Computer was running, the debate is going on, but I was listening from another device. And some very interesting points was brought up by the Honorable Mark Jefferson Golding in regards to the tax exemptions and some agreements. WHO, I think it's WHO, not WHO, but some agreements that has been upended by the recent moves by Donald Trump and the United States government, right? And ladies and gentlemen, I want us to really listen carefully, right, to the questions, get the dictionary, try to really grasp what is being asked by Mr. Mark Jefferson Golding, because remember, he's a lawyer by profession, so he understands the legalities of contracts, especially contracts between countries. And listen, just listen. That's all I have to say. Just listen, because what I am hearing, we are in some serious hot water, and food security should be the number one agenda for this government and any government that is also facing similar effects of these tariffs. So let us hear what Mark Golding has to say, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too understand the need for the tax break, essentially, that's been given to our security companies bringing in the armored vehicles. We all know the terrible situation that has been faced by them with the multiple robberies of ATMs and of armored vehicles arriving to either deliver. So I don't think anybody in the House would have an issue with that. I also want to endorse a concern raised by my colleague, the member for Western St. Andrew, in relation to the timing of the implementation of this amendment to the GCT Act, third schedule. As has been said, we are now in an era where measures including tariffs, but also not limited to tariffs, all sorts of measures affecting trade are being touted, being pushed, being considered, and it's a very unsettled environment because we don't know where it's all going to end. In the meantime, we are removing a protective measure that was in place for the benefit of local producers of food and exposing them to the loss of that protection. Yes, there may be other import duties and charges that the importers of these items will have to pay, but as has been said, it is well established that for some of our trading partners, there are heavy subsidies that their producers enjoy from the states in which those countries, those producers are producing those food items. So it's not a level playing field in terms of the cost structures that the various competing players have to contend with. And the removal of this at this time seems to me to be premature. And
we need help, Jesus.
That the various competing players have to contend with. And the removal of this at this time seems to me to be premature. And although it was announced in the budget debate a year ago, and it's only coming here now, it seems to me that much has changed since then in terms of the international environment concerning trade. And I think we would be well advised to wait to see how the dust settles before we rush to implement this permanently in our law. And I also endorse and would like to...
Remember, people, law is this man's expertise. The JLP would be advised. They would be advised to listen to this man right here. And also,
I'm going to play Marky G first, and then I'm going to go back to the PMP lawyer. But Marky G gave an extensive scope in his questioning that really has me perturbed. Listen.
And I would also like to endorse and look forward to hearing the answers to the questions as to how this particular measure originated. You know, who was bringing pressure against Jamaica on this issue? Which country or countries? Where did it reach in the WTO system?
WTO.
What was Jamaica's stand?
You know, say funny enough, Fred boy. You know, say I was actually playing over one of the videos of me when I talk about the housing thing. I'm gonna start reposting video there, you know.
Brethren, everything we prophesy, they come true.
I start reposting thing there, man. Come here to say, yo, the conversation they started like a rap. But true still, we are talking about Dwayne Vaz and the whole vibes.
No, let me tell you something. I am disappointed in what I hear. Because you see, Colin Inchman, in fact, we must give credit to Colin Inchman. Colin Inchman is the man who really, and Drebrian is correct. When 2020, Dwayne Vaz lost his seat, plus we lost Region 6. Remember, we had no seat in Region 6, From Westmoreland to St. James, there was no seat. And when Colin Inchman took up the challenge of taking on the leadership, a lot of people look at Colin Inchman and say, you're crazy. You don't see this hard for rebuild. But understand who is Colin Inchman. Colin Inchman was trained around PJ Patterson. He was a student at PJ. Yeah? So people need to understand. And then why Dwayne hate Colin Inchman now? Colin Inchman is from Eastern Westmoreland. Yeah?
Okay.
And he gave the nod to Dayton being the candidate there. Because the people respect him. Yeah?
Okay.
So he was able to convince the people to give the support. Not even PJ so much him at the ground man and him run the ground. PJ
not even PJ?
Not even PJ can talk to them like how Colin Inchman can talk to them.
Wow, influence the normal then, man.
Yes. So he's a grown, and then not only that, he's a strategist.
Yes. Right?
So many of us who benefited from training, Colin Inchman was like the numbers man who come show we how to do the numbers. Yeah?
But then, based off how you explained to me, head boy, Dwayne Vaz should be privy to this information.
He knows.
But then his challenge for chairmanship has to be seen as an attempt to destabilize the People's National Party.
Let me tell you what is happening, and let's be real. Dwayne Vaz knows that after this election, he might not get that seat to run the next election. When you're a regional chair, you determine who runs in the region. Yeah. So what he's doing is setting up. He must say, as well as I put butter a puss mouth.
Yes.
So he's setting up himself. So when it is time come, nobody could remove him from the seat.
So right? It's a power play man make him move.
It's a power play man make. When you're a regional chair, remember that all the region is the regional chair that sign off on candidate selection. Yeah?
Right.
And then the party do the ratification. And most time, whomever the region send, the party just do the stamp. Yeah? Just a rubber stamp. Unless there's any bad antecedents.
Right.
But because you say I'm not going to give no labor right not much to record. But if the accusations coming from Drebrian, and we know Drebrian is a man who normally talk and take back nothing.
True.
Yeah?
But you don't listen to Mr. Wayne so Mr. Wayne some big.
But me listen to something when you talk to him, when it come to him to that him a big up. Yeah? And we know some of the next one. Let me tell you what them are do. And we're going to be real. And it is time for us to call out the nonsense.
Yes.
Damien called me last year. When I called Damien last year, actually, in December of last year, I asked Damien what he was doing because I was hearing things going around. I told him in no uncertain terms, because Damien was my YO president and still is my friend. I told him in no uncertain terms, I am not supporting you for leader. at this time.
Yes.
I will give my full support to Mark Golden because the reality of it is that the party cannot endure any leadership challenge at this time. Yeah? When I heard today, based upon what Dwayne is doing, and I'm referring to Dwayne's situation, I'm not going to try to tie Dwayne to Damon because I have no proof. Yeah?
Yes.
Dwayne is not qualified to be a regional chair. What Dwayne needs to do is go back into his seat and rebuild it. Let's be real. Imagine you have a council like Julia Chang, with all her behavior and all her whatever. She has had to leave and join the JLP.
Let me cut you for a second for just make this point. Nobody is not spreading propaganda. If you notice my statements that I made, if what Drebrian is saying is true, I am truly disappointed.
Absolutely.
You understand? I never confirmed or denied anything what the man said. And then what I heard Mr. Wayne Lonesome say further solidifies that something is happening. These two individuals not coming out here if you can talk things when I go so. If you can spread propaganda.
Well, let me talk as somebody who grew up in the YO. Meaning I grew up around Damien and Dwayne Vaz. Yeah? Dwayne Vaz and Damien are best friends. That's a fact.
Okay.
That's a fact. When Dwayne came to replace Roger Clark after he died, I was analyzed, sorry, because we're on TikTok, right?
Yes.
Damien gave Dwayne a lot of support, right? They have always maintained a cordial relationship. But I don't want to go with that argument, as I said, because I don't have the evidence if that is what it is. What you're saying is to leave. Yeah, give context. Yes, I want to give the context. But what I can say, he needs to leave Colin Inchman alone. And I am telling Dwayne Vaz that I am prepared to put on my political shoes. And I will come in Region 6 and march on him. Because the reason for it is, why would you want to take a region from somebody who has taken it from nil to 6 to 10? 6 to 10. Nil you're coming from, and you want to come and take over. What Dwayne needs to do is go back into the Cornwall Mountain Division, go back into Petersfield Division, go into the division in Sav, and go and repair the relationship with some of the people on the ground.
Yes.
After the last election, the people didn't vote for Dwayne Vaz, The people voted for Mark Golden, and I want him to know that.
True. I said that before. I was saying that before. That's one of the reasons why enough people voted for some of them, and Mark Golden them vote for. Because
if it was him alone, Dwayne Vaz would not have been MP today. And I don't feel good to talk about people who I know and I respect. And regardless of what people want to say about Dwayne is somebody I respect. Yeah?
Yes.
So I am not attacking Dwayne, but I'm simply saying to Dwayne, allow the thing is fresh. I could understand if it's down maybe 2-3 years from my election, you say you want to be regional chair. Right? If Inchman bring us from nil to 6, what is to stop him to bring us from 6 to 10? Or 6 to 10. Yeah? But as it is very impossible to get 6 to 10 in that region because you can't win a strong seat if you did it. Nothing possible under God. You can't beat Chirai. You maybe can beat Chirai Clark. No, we know the numbers.
Nothing impossible under God.
Bolo, I am. You see, when I deal with numbers, I don't talk about God because God don't have nothing to do with numbers. Numbers is mathematics.
Yeah, the science, I think.
Yes, the science. So the reality of it is they need to cool out with the nonsense. And what he should have been doing now is taking the opportunity to go into his constituency, advocate. And I am not going to call him down because there's a lot of things I could say. Right? See, that Cornwall Mountain, we vote for Mark Golden. I tell you, see somebody just comment there.
Yeah, man.
So I know it's a place that I know. It's a seat where we used to go down in a lot. We used to have a lot of PNP YO meetings at the Godfrey Stewart High School. Yeah?
Right now, we're not selection, we're not using, brother. We're not using, brother.
No, man, it needs to cool.
Anytime you see a man start out so and behave, so we're not going to use him. And the people them not like him, make it worse, so you come and try bring up this. So remember Peter with Portia. We don't want that, brother. We not going to use you again, brother. Don't do it to the
Right, but as I say, Uncle Sidney, we now go give no vibe to that argument there because we don't know how true the challenge part of it is in terms of Damien.
No, but for you start something, and you know, come out and deny it. That means you're true. Look how long that, you know, I him go talk something, you know. Him go talk something.
Last night, me saying, come on, come
him go talk it and nobody tell no lie.
It a cause up disaster.
No, so when talk last night, Bolo, I miss
Same a challenge,
Inchman.
Yeah.
No, all right, I want people to understand, nothing is wrong with him wanting to challenge Inchman. In the sense that the party constitution allows it. Right? Yes. It allows him to, any member can challenge for any position in the party. That's how democratic the PNP is.
Yes.
But the question is, are you the most capable and qualified candidate to do so? That is the issue now. So I don't want us to confuse ourselves, you know.
Right.
Right? Because the PNP has a strong democratic background, which will allow people to contest. You can even contest Mark Golding on the conference floor. That is how powerful the PNP democracy is. Anybody who's a member of the party. Yeah? Right. But when you're going to come now, in the midst of us trying to rebuild and challenge somebody who has done well, I could understand. Okay. What if somebody in Region 3 decided to challenge Dennis Garden? It would be justified. You know why? Dennis Garden win no new seats. We got the same results we had in Region 3, which is Kingston and St. Andrew. So then I would say yes, and I'm saying anybody should go challenge a man. I'm just simply saying.
Yeah, I understand the example, yeah.
From a justification point of view, then you would have make sense. Region 5, you don't even have any justification because we win back Northeast, we win back South Manchester, right? We really only got back 2 out of what we never had. So this notion and Dwayne Vaz as youth and his age, calling Inchman is a man almost approach him 70. So relax yourself, let the man fulfill out the rest of the political term, which is the duration of the government's term. And after that, we could see where it goes. Nobody want, and Dwayne, please, I respect you. This is not rumbar politics, yeah? This is serious politics, my friend.
We don't respect nobody who behave so, brother. We don't respect if you go behave so at this time, yeah. No challenge.
Yeah, one thing, Uncle Sidney, a serious man in a ball.
Uncle Sidney around. Nobody behave so, brother. Nobody know.
And a serious comment, you know.
Man, at 14 we went there, you know, man. And man going to 28. At the end of this one, you go to we get 29 to car. Prime Minister look shaky. Right?
Shaky.
Right?
July 27th. Remember
right?
good.
Right? And we get a 90,000 new vote. We get one never vote yet. So the man work and you want come shake up something where you feel double down, you know.
No, but what I'm saying, when me I say Sydney, the man pretty much build the foundation for the house and the house are erect. And the man them come like them want come bring a demolition, man. No, my general.
You want me to respect man like that.
No, work out. I understand where head boy has about the democracy of the People's National Party and all of that. And him well within him right to do what I do. But if you truly are about the people of Jamaica and the People's National Party, this is not something that
not at this time.
This is not prudent at all. Not prudent at all.
At this time.
Them man head boy, them man they will sell out, brother. Them man they will sell out. You know why me say that? You know say you mess it up. And you get 0 out of 10. And a man bring it back and bring back 6. You have to join with that man and go forward now and say we can get even 2 more, make it. You know,
what they should try to do to Uncle Sidney is to see if him could use Colin Inchman to take back all of the councils in the region.
You know that me I say?
So we could have get back St. James Council.
You have to pull apart now. If you have to pull apart
and Westmoreland increase the count.
And you could, remember, you know, a man will have it all, you know. And he lose 10 out of 10. And this man bring it back and make it get 6. You join with him and work with him now. Because you know, say, all right. See, I like what Ed Boy said. You a young man must just know your 40s are both best or no. This man I have him last term I got him. Work with him right. He said we work with him, he go drop right in your hand again. So just work with him.
If he work with him, he can learn something from him.
You know that, yo man, hey man, you say sometimes if we kill about the power, you know man, you say for you what more I said that last night, man. Everything got left you. Everything left you for you no more. No chance. When you jump,
I rule the iron fist in the head, boy.
Yeah, man. A real bigger this, a real Cuban leader this, you know?
Yo, I saw Dr. Orin Cole state.
Man. Look here.
Yo, big up Dr. Orin Cole, yeah, man. Hey.
If somebody boots him to say that, Aaron go drink some rum and say that, Aaron said that after I won from that left you're not even finish your speech, man. Everything take away from you, man.
Poor Dwayne. I don't know if Dwayne was sober when he make up his mind. Hey, the man love the JD rum, you know.
You know, shake off that time of it. If somebody boot you, become say that.
You remember when me and you and Raja used to stop anyway, and I go say too much.
Yes, make that left that alone.
But let me tell you something still. It's a youth, regardless, I'm going to tell you, it's a youth where when Raja gave him the seat, because many of us who were around Raja Clark was like one of our elder. To many of us in the YO, Raja look out for young people, right?
Yes.
And when Raja bring him come and Raja said, this is the man we're going to replace him. The whole of us in YO supported him, right? Gave him strength. When him go run and win that seat, they don't not even know him win. We go down, we go help the seat. Them time I go to college, right? And when me look and see in his first term, and a man who back him to his Carl Blight, yeah, was one of the big men them around him, Carl Blight, really strengthened him too. And I am saying, Dwayne, you have gotten the support of older men in your life, right? Done with the nonsense. And Drebrian says something and him not lying. That part of him talk about St. Mary, me can't talk about St. Mary, because I know that I'm my yard.
That I am should ask a friend about that from the start, you know, because
the two of them. And me I say it, and me want you hear me, because I know, the two of you know yourself. Don't know no foolishness. You just a first term MP. One on win by 11, and one barely scraped through because he was a new candidate. Done the foolishness.
Why? Me not tell no lie. I am very disappointed.
Done the foolishness.
Very disappointed.
Because I will put on my boot. And when I put on my boot and march, it might be only one term when you get. I mean, I campaign against PNP, so it means you not go there. You not go be the candidate again.
Mighty God.
And Uncle Sidney, 1 second, because I want to tell you something why you see them come with this. You see this speech, and we have to be real. And I think this is one of the problems the PNP has faced over the years. We have tried to bury things under the carpet too much instead of deal with it and just try to get over it and quickly.
Yes.
A lot of these people, you see, some of them still come with them Peter Phillips and them Porsche agenda. Yeah? Me have to straight up. They need to understand that there's a new sheriff in town, and that sheriff is called Mark Golding.
That's right.
At the end of the day, we come from a school where say we respect the leader. We don't care if me did support you, if you was my first choice, second, third, or last choice. Because you are the comrade leader, I give you my respect. Because you know what comrade leader mean? If you're not no real socialist movement in a Cuba, in a Nicaragua, in any Spanish country, you go against the comrade leader. Let me tell you something, I hate that fear.
Yeah, man, that's true, man.
I hate that fear.
You better pray before you do it. While you do it,
you better pray.
If you open your mouth, you can't pray again. Remember, so you pray before you do it.
That is it.
You pray after you do it, but you're not going to be talk.
Then shall look, you see, a democratic socialism we are dealing with.
Oh, brethren, remember, you know, there was a man in Cuba. You see that school when name Gavi Maceo? Let them tell about the man named Maceo and in Cuba. When Maceo was a part, the other guy named Antonio Maceo, he was a part of the revolution. And he come now and feel say he want to be leader. Yeah? That was it against Fidel. That was it for him. Yeah?
Some of them things that, because right now, make me sure.
Okay. So,
Let me show a man the truth, man. Imagine now, you don't want nothing more than that, brother, because you still say the man bring it back. I want to tell you something, no. My goal is a good man still, you know, because all me, you see a man like me, and you lose that, you can't even run back again. Look at that one, you lose 10 out of 10 and come back or run. And them place a PMP. Let me tell you, a PMP strong hold them place the Westmoreland and them place there and a PMP place, you know.
Yeah.
And you get a place like call where PJ Pattison, where yo man, why me don't know. Me say my goal really a
So
good man.
you did hear why Ed Boy did hear why Mr. Hassan removed from in position?
Well, I think too also too, typically when they're going for positions like leadership, so I don't know if Richie going run back for VP. Yeah, typically when they're running back for VP or regional chair, they would resign from the shadow cabinet to allow for time to prepare to do their internal election. So it don't necessarily mean it's a fact. Because I know Richie is a number one supporter of Makiji. So I would be surprised.
No, what I heard it was from Drebrian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Him says some murmurings or some things was said about the Sazan and him hear back. You understand? When in the parliament area they said happen amongst PMP members.
Oh.
Right? Yes, so him tell Marky G say to remove him. That Drebrian said the video is on my YouTube, guys.
No man, remember Uncle Bolo, once you tell me something, you know it's going.
No man, I just invite you to go watch it, come on and listen to full context.
No. well
that big up.
I could understand, and I know Richie is a man, him easy to get in him feeling, so.
Well, there you go. No, you give me more context to it now. No, you give me more context to it now.
The day when Juliet told us about him up, you know, I lucky she look at some bad word Richie didn't want to tell her.
Yeah, because say when I get rid of swell up. Mrs. say when I get bad and swell up, man.
Richie, man, him not take bad up, you know. So well, you know, let me tell you, that's how it is, you know, when you're in an organization, but I want the labor rights to know this. Currency and Morrison not talk to Babsy. Babsy not talk to Currency.
Only for them a fight with them one of them.
It's worse than over there. So, and in fact, we can afford to have our small little squabbles amongst ourselves because we're in opposition. You should never have them when you're in government because it
Thank you very much.
Suffer. Yeah.
Hey, you know what them are going to find out?
You can't tell Xavier to step down, and he can't tell thing that to step down. And he can't step down himself. So you know, and anyone my goal is to step down and step. You have to step down, you know.
Half a step.
Anybody will step down. You know, no.
Hold on, somebody said they hear say JLP below over 300 school. The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar.
Nobody come to we argument. We're ready for top with top. Man, fling away, man. I will come to that.
No, I ask them one question, man. They not say
something. Ask so else, man. Don't come and so ask not, man. Whether you have paid, I know if you are deal just or no. Along way, man.
Oh my God.
Ask not yes, man. I feel like you want to break with stride.
When
we are beat. If I pay people get beat, we beat him. If I labor, we beat him. No come straight, come pull on, brother. I man to know themselves. Brother. And nobody come bring on the thing right just now become disturbed with flow going. We are flow straight now to the local government or the general too. Come and look to by next year, then time and general suppose you line up the call again, you know. So now when you come break the strike.
Me really admire Mark Golden leadership and based off of how corrupt Jamaica is right now under the Jamaica Labour Party. The man is the perfect antidote, brother. The man is the perfect antidote because set the legislation and set certain things in place for future leaders to come where them can't really go too far from the white line. You understand? There's a prison work and them something there. And Mark Bowling want to come set the thing because I know what to do, you know. You know what to do. You know the man, them know if you do turn we in Singapore. You know what them do people in Singapore were corrupt, man? You men go know find out what them do with people in Singapore were corrupt.
Bingo.
Okay. As that more Mark Bolin doing in Jamaica. I bet you enough of them not come with them foolishness again.
Mark Bolin tell a man say, yo, by the first day you get a letter from IC, make me know what I want, you know. If you get it today, no make tonight pass and you not tell me.
Yes.
If you not tell me, remember say, actually do your plan. So anybody get a letter, so long as you reach it, tell me by night, come down, call me, tell me. And make we talk about it. Because I want a clean thing. Me know when me go there talk to you, say, boy, when you read out my parliament, you never tell me. I can't, you know, brother. When me can't take up
But look, but Uncle Sydney, look on the synergy that has been happening in the parliament. Look how the man must stand up to the GLP in the parliament. Look how the kids get some life what we never see in the party before.
You want to break that stride.
And you want to come. Let me tell you, I've got to sing Bro God song. Oh no, nobody's gonna slow me down. Oh no. Nobody's gonna break my stride.
In our last.
Hey, if only put a sing in a head, boy.
But I can't sing for savings, and that's why I'm singing that way then.
If only put a sing, boy, we'll tell you.
When he done in our last, it's a me belly full, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fatter boy.
Fatter boy, yeah.
I'm eating belly.
Gentlemen, you know, just to wrap up this conversation.
Right.
Nah, seriousness. We don't need the Dwayne Vast thing.
Yeah, man.
There's so much issues going on right now. We're in the 9th month after Hurricane Melissa, and people is still living under tarpaulin.
No, but no house, no deliver. Container
Where
house
is the modular house them? Where the man them say them a go build? Where Desmond Mackenzie was so defensive about? Where Marlon Morgan run out about? Where is these things? The house them where them say come, them put up any yet? Then give nobody wants to hear.
Bolo, you know them. They would have cut ribbon to put up the house them.
No, it's a rhetorical question. Them not put up none.
No, sir. You know, say 900 in a storeroom. I'm over here.
And you see Junior now, man, in the comment section, I said the school they want to fix up in a St. James. We get damaged by the hurricane. When them plan to do that? After hurricane season, after
no, when school returns. Yeah. But Bolo, I want your people.
If they call local government item or use it, take an issue, say them at work.
I want people to realize something. That, remember, you know, though we have been today listening to Ralston. And you see Ralston, anytime when you get a chance to listen to Colin Bell and Ralston on,
no,
try to listen.
Me I go live later on, man, and go over that.
Ralston break something this evening, Bolo, so I really want you to listen.
Yeah, man, me I go over it tonight, man. About
you know what was published today? They were hiding the data from the people. Every single collection, meaning so if it is on the, you know you have different ways in which government get revenue, right? So it can be the environmental levy, it can be GCT, it can be different we would consider income coming to government, right? Through taxation. Every single one of them is below numbers. It's over 32 billion less the government collect.
Mighty God.
Which means that we are in deeper trouble. So that's why I see them push this ticket thing now. And ticket your
take money from the people them.
Right, to see if they can actually generate a new revenue system.
Listen to me. All of the man them will drive. Everybody. We don't need to plan 2 weeks strike. No left on the yard.
You know, yes, September. You know,
no left on the yard for 2 weeks straight. No work, no nothing. No lockdown the blurred North country. Peaceful protest on the yard. No movement.
First week in September, man.
We don't have to wait so long. Tapping nice with September. Starting in August.
No,
we don't have to wait so long. If they watch out, when I do it for 2 weeks, I used to say they're not budge, knock them again.
Yeah, you know the reason why them say so, Bolo? Them a make sure I say, yeah, what they say now. Gather your food, gather your medication, gather your water, gather everything, because we don't want no man say, boy, you have to go look food and have that. So you make sure. Right, so we
prepare for lockdown, man. Prepare for lockdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. The wicked
lockdown, man.
Right.
The wicked.
Prepare that so you see a storm a come.
Hit them where it hurts, man. Hit them where it hurts. That me I tell you, if all I taxi man them, all I teacher them, all I nurse them, everybody turn of them yard, every doctor, all police too. That is about something. Turn on the yard. Police don't have taxi on the road, no found have taxi on the road.
But that's the next thing. And here, you see the new ticketing system where them put in?
Mm-hmm.
The new ticketing system, no matter how you think, because you could have called your police friend or you have your police brethren out there, it not going to help you because the new ticketing system you now waste no time.
Yeah, man, it's dangerous, man. You see little girl, you see big woman, on the video where I ball over 10,000 a ticket.
Yeah, man. Me see it.
Me see she a labor right, you know. Boy, if you can't hear enough, go feel it, man. That's all me know.
Well,
we did that one from last year.
Andre always say prepare for what is to come.
Yes,
and for what is to come, be prepared. And I hit happen now.
You know when it gentlemen, can I go end the live, you know.
Right. You know when it go get wicked? You know one thing why look and see how it going to get really serious in Jamaica? Imagine the man them get the money. How much billion US them get? 4 point something billion US. Really, them only have access to 2 point something outside. The rest is for private sector. Right? Yeah. You know, say, Ralston revealed something today. Ralston say, no, them not spend 1 red cent outside. So what them wait upon? You know what they're waiting on? They're waiting closer to an election time to start to spend that money. So remember, Andrew said the people resilient, you know. In other words, he say people them long
man, they can go and suffer, man.
Then can go and suffer. So in waiting until that time now to go lego them money there in the local government and the general coming up, right? Or they're waiting to thief it because that's the only else conclusion we can come to. And when they thief it, it's gonna be the retirement savings to go home. We can't function. We can't function, so it is crazy to see that the country is in dire need of assistance. And the man sit down for almost $3 billion to spend in the country and not doing anything. The economy in a bad shape, you know?
What you mean? If the economy in a bad shape and it now get better because the effects of the war, although the war done, it's going to go on for months. It's going to go on for months.
That war not done. The war just start back yesterday.
Yeah, and yesterday them lock the Strait of Hormuz again. Lord Jesus.
Let me tell you, Iran, you see like when you're an artist and you find a song where Alkaline say, they don't want me, me cut back and come back with the formula. Yeah? Iran find the formula and it named lock the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, man, I tell you. No war needed, eh? Just lock it.
So that going forward, that is going to decimate the American economy. You know what that means for us in Jamaica come December? Look and see, between November to December, there's going to be low tourist arrivals in Jamaica. Because the price of gasoline going to be high. Those are the predictions I'm making.
Price of fuel, ticket fare going to go up.
Ticket fare going to go up because aviation gas are going to go back up. That's one. Two, anytime there is economic hardship in North America, whether it's Canada, the USA, we have less tourists come. Because remember, tourism is a dependent economy. Depend on what is good going on in that country for them to come.
And the one and two people they could have donated $50, $20. Boy, when I see that again, boy, I tell you.
No. Bolo, remember a couple years, last year and the year before, you know? When you do a live, I know the amount of people that would have top up the super. You see that happen now?
Nope. Nah.
Yeah? You was a perfect example, and then I'll allow you to close the program. If you go anywhere in Jamaica now, look on a Sunday. Sundays are day where people used to go out. Even if them go all in the town center, go just wall a vibe and wall a drink.
Or the river or the beach.
them nah go nowhere. That for sure, you say, that are the simplest form of economics you can look upon. Them nah go nowhere.
General, me can tell you this, I'm not afraid to talk. It is way more challenging to put food on your table now than it was 1 or 6 months ago. 6 months ago, 1 year ago, 8 months ago, from last year, 1 year ago, because I call it from last year summer. When we track back from them time till now, it is way more challenging. If you did eat certain amount of food a day, it cut in about 2/3. So you eat 2/3 less than what you eat last year. I now ask Christ. You can't afford it.
Is that food war the people them are fighting?
You cannot afford it. You cannot afford it.
Is that food war the food that fight the people them hard?
Cannot afford it.
The price of run go up. The price of run go up the hill and them a try catch up and heal them back.
Yes.
And so the price I go left them. Anyway, brother Bolo, you know what's going on. Keep the fire. So now you learn to my account this man.
So you get back your phone then?
But Bolo, let me tell you something. I enjoy not having a phone right now. I have
I mean, you want to go and to Android and say, boy, the reason why not hearing it, boy, no man, is because you have a phone is seeing them.
But hey, let me tell you, this phone really is an Apple phone. Where I had an Apple phone, but they locked me out of the Apple store, so I can't get me access to my WhatsApp. So guess what now? I am so happy now. You hear, because guess what? I forward on TikTok and I have beat the labor right then, boy. I never know so TikTok sweet. When me you not talk about TikTok sweet. So before the week out, you're going to hear me back because I just ordered a new phone. So
yeah, man.
But, me I enjoy the little break. All some people I call me and say, tell them email if it's not important. Important. So all the best, my family, and keep up the hard work.
Yeah, man, respect me, G.
Yeah, man, and all the best to your listeners. Yeah, man, one at under my nose. I'm out.
All
right, cool.
Yeah, my people. So, you know, this situation, me not deal with it. All the videos them I put out, that me I put out, I'm done. We have wholly more pressing real issues that people are facing in their day-to-day life to talk about. And we don't talk. Whoever rise against Mark Golden fix up on himself. And yeah, no bother with that. We're not going to lose maximum credibility. Zane, so let it be clear that we don't have no intention to rise up against Mark Golden. You understand? Do the right thing. Alright? That is it. People, on YouTube, on Bolo VNR 2.0, Bolo VNR clips, and Bolo VNR on TikTok. Thank you for your support. And guys, when you see the numbers them go up, we encourage the people them to double tap up the screen for me then.
And their cronies.
Yeah, man.
That is why I am determined to bring a new form of governance to the country with integrity in the center of everything we do, and accountability, our mantra, so that people can believe that their government is working in their interests. That is why, comrades, we're going to juke them with the impeachment legislation. We're going to juke them with the unexplained wealth order. We're going to juke them with the disclosure of our financial returns for all members of our government. Not just the Prime Minister, whose can't be published because he's not certified, and not just the leader of the opposition. Comrades, to all undecided voters out there, and all persons who don't consider themselves connected to a political party, come the 3rd of September, you have a choice to make. Do you want to put Jamaica under 5 more years of corrupt rule with a leader whose certified situation is improper? He cannot have his return certified, and where institutions of governance are under attack. Or do you want a Jamaica where the institutions of accountability are supported and strengthened, and where the persons who are serving in government have signed the leadership code of conduct? All of our representatives in the shadow cabinet have signed the Integrity Commission Code of Conduct. Not one JLP has signed it. That is a signal of what to expect if those people come back to government again. Comrades, I heard last night in the debate where one of their debaters took an idea that I had proposed in my budget speech in 2022 and tried to pretend that it is theirs. This is something they do all the time. They are copycats. They don't have original thoughts.
Embarrassing.
I had said in 22 and I say it now. All of our student loan borrowers, we are going to give you an amnesty so that your arrears of interest and any penalties that have been charged to your account are forgiven, because we want to ensure you get a fresh start when the next government of the PNP comes into office, and take the burden of those arrears off of you, because we want to reform the way the student loan system works. It is a fact that hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans live on land and they don't have any ownership paper to show and give them the security of tenure. It was after slavery that the colonialists passed the law to say that you had to live on land for over 60 years, public land, before you could acquire title. That was at a time when the average life expectancy of human beings on earth was way less than 60. They never wanted our people to own land in this country. Well, the next PNP government is going to look after your interests. We want you to become owners. We will amend the law so that you're entitled to a title for your property after 25 years of possession on public land. And we're going to make it happen. And for the workers of this country, for too long, some employers have been abusing the contract work system. Have you like on a puppet on a string where you're on short-term contracts being renewed and you don't get the benefits that the law of Jamaica intends for you to have? We are going to put an end to that. There will be no more abuse of the contract work system. You will be properly recognized as employees with the full range of rights and benefits that you are supposed to have under the employment law of Jamaica. And if you are employed in the public sector or the private sector and you're earning up to $6 million a year and you earn overtime pay, the next PNP government is going to make your overtime pay tax-free. You will have more money in your pocket on payday under the PNP. And for our hotel workers and other workers in hospitality who rely on tips and gratuity for a portion of their income, we are going to implement the promise we made months ago. Once we form government, your tips and your gratuity will no longer be taxed. You will get that money in your pocket without deduction of tax. The PNP is looking after the interests of the hotel workers and hospitality workers. And we recognize.
Hi girls, Riya beta, staying for dinner? Hi auntie, if it's okay. Of course. Kya kar rahi ho? Nothing mama. Oh wow, ChatGPT can make pictures? Auntie, it's mid-journey. Yeah. Show me? I'd love to try. Mama, it's kind of complicated to explain. Auntie, maybe like YouTube is not your thing, but YouTube is great for beginners. Of course.
That we have to do more for our children and their parents who are struggling under the cost of living pressures. That is why we have the EASE program, to ensure a hot, nutritious meal for every needy child. 55% of the school children are from a situation where they are suffering from food insecurity. Under the PNP, come to school. You don't need lunch money. You will get your hot, nutritious meal produced from good Jamaican food, grown by the good Jamaican farmers. We're going to spend $9 billion a year extra to make that happen. And for the parents who struggle with the lunch money and also with the transportation costs, and the children are not going to school 5 days a week during the school term because the transportation costs are too much for them, we're going to send out the social worker. We're going to send out the guidance counselor. We're going to check it out. And if that's your situation, $10,000 a month per child you will get as a subsidy to cover your transportation costs. Under the next PNP government, 20,000 families will benefit from that across Jamaica. We're going to juke them with the ride. We're going to juke them with the ease. And we want to ensure that those children who work so hard and try to make their parents proud, and they are keep themselves out of bad company, and they get their subjects and they want to go further to university or college, but they can't cross it financially. The first in family scholarship is for you. We're going to juke them with that too, because we want to make sure that they can go to university or college on a full scholarship, and their families will be uplifted out of poverty, because at least one of them will get into the ranks of those who are earning a better income in the society. Now, comrades, when we launched our manifesto a couple of weeks ago, we said that we were going to be publishing another document summarizing the main points in our manifesto, but with a little icing on the cake too. And tomorrow we will be launching that document. But there's something I want to give you a sneak preview of tonight. Now I hear the Labourites are talking about adjusting the rate of income tax, but that is going to benefit those who are very, very wealthy more than it will benefit those who are less wealthy, because the rate, once reduced for them, means that they will be paying less tax because they're earning more to begin with. We are going to deal with that matter in a way that benefits those who need it most. Under the PNP government that is to come, we will be increasing the tax threshold so that persons who currently pay tax at 25%, if they're earning up to $3.5 million a year, they will be paying tax at 0%. Under the next PNP government, we'll be raising the threshold to give them a tax-free income. Turn up the thing. Turn up the thing. Turn up the thing. Turn up. If you want it to really get nice, no time to make the right choice. And we won't stop there, because as the economy improves and the fiscal space improves, we will raise that tax threshold further and further, because we want money to be in the pockets of those who are struggling right now to make ends meet, so they can consume goods and services and make the economy stronger, make their lives better, and make Jamaica move up, up, up. One aim and one destiny is what we are dealing with for all Jamaican people. So, comrades, I feel the energy here tonight, and I'm asking everybody here tonight to maintain that energy right through until the polls close on the 3rd of September. Let us deliver a new day for Jamaica. Let us deliver a better life for our families and for generations to come. Let us clean up our act in this country. Let us clean up our environment in this country. Let us do it with clean hands and a clean heart. Join Iman, Marky G, on the journey to progress, because we're marching on to victory. One love, comrades. God bless you all. The 3rd of September will be a new day, and we will see the light of progress once again. Power to the people. Power to the people.
Now, this is a raw reaction, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Golding went to church in Brownstown, and this happened. All right? Make we see. Let us see. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know, say Mark Golding was in Central Kingston for basically, you know, hand the people them next candidate for the PMP. Right? And Marky G had few words, but some effective ones. He even addressed the situation with Lawrence Rowe briefly. You understand? Rosette said, Bolo, I don't believe they should take him in once, bitten twice shy. Oh, you're talking about Lawrence Rowe? Yeah. That have to them decide, you know. And in Mr. Mark Golding's infinite knowledge of these things, if you notice how the PMP really operates, they keep their things within. You understand? Alright, or at least they try to as much as possible. So, yeah. Honesty is definitely good policy. Rosette say, Bolo, we are praying for God to have his way with Marky G. May I pray for God to have his way with Jamaica. Yeah? And may I pray for God, I'm praying that Marky G look to God sincerely for guidance in his operations as Prime Minister of the country when it happens. You understand? And leading up to this entire election process. Pansy said he's going to do well.
Others like Steve are going to go on board. Carmen is on spot. I agree with her suggestion. I like Steve energy and intent. Big up yourself in an elder. Manners and first time sick panty in I chat. Respect to everybody. Carmen, big up. Alright, let's continue. Are you a Marky G? I deal with that? No. See what Marky G go on. Alright, see Marky G. I know the music thing. I have to be careful with the music thing. You know? Alright.
Come chairman of the meeting, Mario Mitchell, come chairman of the party, Dr. Brownberg, come General Secretary, Dr. Dane Campbell, come MPs, come councillors, come caretakers, all the workers and warriors who are here. Big up Central Kingston. Big up. I want to say a special shout out to my peeps from South St. Andrew. And all of the constituencies around town will come in and feel the vibes here tonight. Life is full. Because you know, when make something good come out of adversity right here, so. That's right, that's right. And I brought to you a man of quality, a man of performance, a man of loyalty to the people, a man who has served in his constituency in another capacity and served it well and has earned the respect of the people. And you know, I believe in Steve because Steve has shown what he can do already, and he's moving into a new realm of service to you, the people of Central Kingston. And I know he will deliver. And he also increases my options when we form the next government. Because the man has certain skills and certain knowledge and certain experience.
You wanna hear that? You wanna hear about the GC a while ago? The man have certain skills, so he increase him ability of maneuver and structure the next government. With a man have this skill, say, hey, Marky G is smart, you know? Me not tell no lie. The PMP win with that one. In terms of the appointment itself, yeah, man. This is a good move. This is a good move. Me not lie, this is a good move.
The people of Central Kingston. And I know he will deliver. And he also increases my options when we form the next government. Because the man has certain skills and certain knowledge and certain experience and certain network. So I'm very happy to have him on board. All these different things have been said in the last few days.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how much lie can tell.
Oh my God, shots fired. Shots fired. Oh, do you hear that? Hey! Marky G said, don't know how much lie can tell. So much has been said in the last few days. Lawrence Rowe, come down. You need to go apologize. If you don't have no tape, if you don't have no evidence, you need to do the right thing and apologize and take responsibility and beg for forgiveness. Why you do it? Why you do it?
So I'm very happy to have him on board. All these different things have been said in the last few days. Why I don't know how much lie can tell. On radio, on TV, and wherever, social media. The party took a decision in accordance with the rules of the party, in the best interest of the people of Central Kingston, because you have to win the seat, you want to unite our political candidate, and we live the victory. And we found Steve McGregor, and he's willing to serve, and he came on board. The man is a member of the party, and he leave the force and join the party.
What? From the left force in China, on the era Marky G said people, they operated within the rules of the party. So why is Nationwide running around with this narrative about hush money and as if some type of corruption happened with how the PNP is operated? Pay fuse. Time come down, you know.
And you know, I think it will be a new day for Central Kingston. For all the little shenanigans and things that go on before, that cut out now.
Yeah.
A real man is here to serve the people, to live for the people.
Stand up.
Comrades and friends, we have work to do. This government can't deliver the change that Jamaica needs. It can't deliver the hope that the people crave for. We're going to set up housing with affordable housing for the people. We're going to set up agriculture with a new policy to support the farmers in this country. We're going to build out the logistics infrastructure so real value can be created and real wealth can be created in this country. We're going to fix the education system, starting at the source, the little bit to them, early childhood development and primary. So when we start them right, and them great future ahead of them. We're going to fix the training structures of the country, integrating the private sector and the state sector to train our people for the jobs of today and tomorrow and the future so that they can earn good money, providing service that the world needs, because Jamaicans are stars, because they need to give them the opportunity and give them the support, and they will shine bright like any diamond.
You got your things. All you have to do is give Jamaican opportunity. And then shine bright like a diamond. Jamaican people are stars, man. I mean, I talk about hardworking Jamaican people. Jamaican people where put the metal, the pedal to the metal. You see what I say? And go out and push. You them just need an opportunity. That's all they need. Right? Just present the opportunity to them where they can make real earnings and see what happens. You'd be surprised what they build. Him never tell a lie. Big up Marky G.
Some people, we are on a great mission. I want to thank each and every one for coming out tonight to support this transition in a show of strength here in Central Kingston. PNP is ready, and we're coming to take up this one because we need this one to serve Jamaica and move the movement forward. Comrades, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Marky G with a short and spicy one. But you're not done yet. What are the people? What are they?
Very important thing to do. Comrades of Central Kingston, it brings me great pleasure to present to you a man of quality, a man of power, a man of vision, a man of commitment, a man of integrity, a man who you deserve to serve you well. I bring to you your candidate in the next general election for the great constituency of Central Kingston, the constituency of Ralph Brown, the constituency of Michael Joshua Manley.
Oh, my apologies. Michael Joshua Manley. That is the constituency. That's why it's so important to the PNP.
Constituency of Rodney Bates and many others, but I'm here to bring to you tonight your candidate, the victory candidate for the next general election, Comrade Steve McRae.
So people will see what go on. Marky G now play with the road, you know. The momentum going into the next general election is full speed ahead. Remember that term there? Full speed ahead. Now, big up BOJ TV, you know. I feel them clip this. But just drop a while ago, boy, them at work. So fair use. Them do an interview with Mr. Steve McGregor. And he says, Steve McGregor to bring policing skills to Central Kingston. So make we hear what him have to say. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this.
Steve McGregor, NP candidate for the People's National Party. Amid the controversy, what is your initial reaction to your ascension to this position?
Well, as I said, where the controversy is concerned, I am not a part of that. I have no issue with Mr. Rowe. I don't know him personally, I know of him, I know his name. And I will say again, I am going to make an effort to meet with him before the week is out, because I need to sit with him one-to-one, man-to-man, and speak about the PNP going forward. Because if he's a comrade, I want him on my team. So as I said, he's no longer the anchor man for the team. I am that man. So I am the man that will be taking home the relay. If he's a part of my team, there's a gold medal at the end of the race for him. Guess what? All him have to do is to stay on my love train, and we're good. Nothing more with that contract.
People, don't you love the clear and concise message from this man? Simple. If the man is still a comrade, I want him to be a part of the team. Right? So once we have an understanding, it's good. Him don't have no issue with him. He was not there for that. Right? So if you're a comrade, let's work together. Period. I love it. Tell me what y'all think about that.
In security, what is that that you can bring to people to the landscape that will make a difference?
All right.
Why does Steve make a difference?
Good question. I said on the platform, I was brought to Kingston Central Division after the 2010 Joint Police Military Operation, if you guys can remember.
Yeah.
Then Commissioner Ellington said to me, we want somebody that is going to take charge, offer himself as a leader to the people and bring back control of downtown Kingston. And we set out. And in my efforts, policing with the consent of the people, meaning making the people the centerpiece of whatever strategy that we use for policing.
Wow.
We succeeded in bringing the murder rate down to 18, unprecedented. It was written in the paper with the same commissioner congratulating me, for me and my team for what we did. So I'm going to set about doing that. And it didn't stop there.
People, that is incredible, you know. Central Kingston, bringing down the crime to 18. Like literally, homicides is only 18 persons in Central Kingston. You got to be kidding me, bro. I gotta find that article. Wait a minute. I gotta find that article.
Because I was promoted and sent to West Kingston. And that is history. You all know what I did in West Kingston. When I was being transferred, I was the first police officer that they block road for from a hardcore community like West Kingston. I am bringing that kind of approach to my leadership here. I am going to engage the police officers that are happy, I must say, for me being here, because they have somebody that can represent for them. I know what they need. I know what they always need and what is good for them. So I'm going to engage with the commanding officer of Kingston Central. Get him to come out and speak to the people, to reassure them, because we underestimate what the fear of crime is doing to this country. It's been a long day, so you know, fear of crime is very important to know. The police force brought down the murder rate from just over 1,400 to 1,000. Good, but guess what? Mass shooting, senior people being killed is driving up the fear of crime.
I like this guy, man. I really like this guy, man. I think they should stop speaking about the crime going down, because the fear of crime has definitely risen. The type of crime that's happening in Jamaica is ridiculous. Guys, I found the article, you know. I actually found the article. Look at this. Look at this. Shooting, unaliving, crime, other major crimes trending down. That is the young Mr. Steve McGregor. Superintendent Steve McGregor, head of Kingston Central Police Division, points to 5 guns that were recovered by his team on Luke Lane in Kingston yesterday. After nearly 2 years of dramatic decline from record levels of unalivings and shootings have begun showing marginal increases. Statistics compiled by the Jamaica Constabulary Force show that up to last weekend there were 742 reported unalives this year. You remember these days, guys? 2% increase when compared to the correspondence last year. So, you see, despite this, however, JCF statistics points out that such and such and such and such and such. All right, I don't want to really say that on here. Assistant Commissioner Devon Watkins, who heads the criminal investigation branch, underscored that the overall major crime is down 25%. So, man, this guy really has a record of outstanding work. I mean, hey, man, Marky G, hey, you winning on this one, bro. The PMP just won, bro. This is a win for the PMP. I'm sorry. I don't care what nobody want to say. If you got this guy to be the MP with his experience, come on, man. Come on, bro. Hey, congratulations to the PMP, man. Hey, chill, what up, broski? Congratulations to the PMP, man. Oh, this is big. This is huge.
We must bring that down. How we are going to bring that down is for the commanding officers to engage with the citizens. Tell them what you want of them. In Area 4 here, where the Central Kingston Division is, we have some young commanders with energy. So I am going to lead the trek to get them out to do this. And we will make it.
All right, you would have done some reconnaissance and know exactly what are some of the issues that you would want to tackle immediately. What are some of those issues you believe that you have to tackle immediately?
What do you mean?
In terms of projects that you may need to implement and look at.
Well, as I say, the projects that we are going to use, it has to do with building camaraderie, empowering the citizens, empowering the young people. So this round robin dance issue that I told you that we will bring, where we will have Love Train Sundays. So at the end of every month, each community will have a Love Train Sunday, the edition of the community. So if it is Tel Aviv, it is Love Train Sunday, Tel Aviv edition. And how I do it, as they know, every and each one of the communities will go to that function and support it. They will have to submit to me a project that they will use proceeds from that event to build in the community. I will continue to do this on and on. So we are cementing the citizens together. So what I'm saying, it is not about winning an election, but starting a movement. And as I become the MP, this start, and you can test me to see if it will work.
Finally, Mr. Rowe is actually watching. What's the direct message to Lawrence?
I am going to reach out to you, sir. And we want to sit and talk, man to man. And we can do this privately. If you want us to do it before the media, we can do it. But I am going to reach out to you. So if you're willing, Steve McGregor is ready.
Well, final answer to the people of Jamaica. We're at a tipping point. One thing that Richard Pandora, CEO of Separate, said to me today, that he can't understand why everybody's so silent and why the people are so silent and not take all of this problem. And that's why I say, one, the people of Jamaica for wise up and rise up.
Yeah, man.
The man them know, so we know that we are in a crisis and we're not tolerating those things anymore.
And because we're in this crisis, you need to have appointments like this, man. The PMP is winning on this one, ladies and gentlemen. Marky G, great move. Great move as a leader in this appointment right here. You know, I mean, come on. He's a straight shooter, guys. He's a straight shooter. Good people. Follow me on all my platforms, Bolo VNR 2.0, Bolo VNR Clips, and Bolo VNR. Yes, yes. Remember that the donation link is pinned at the top of the comment section. We have the Cash App open, and we also have the PayPal as well. All right? Is it not pinned? If it's not pinned, I will pin it. Now, Marky G did this speech in St. Louis, and I would be remiss if I did not share it with you guys, the fullness of it, because I will leave a shot in fire for the JLP and Andrew Onis. Let's get into this right now, ladies and gentlemen. All right? And I'm going to play it. I'm going to tell me what I think at the end of it. More, I'm going to go and start up the comment section. All right? Let's go.
Yeah, not concluded. Pull up. Yes, I know what it's up. You know that. Tell me. What's the job? Money so flat it and you want to send to get dark and clouded. Yeah, man. He's the selector. Comrade chairman of the meeting, Councillor Mario Mitchell, Vice Master. Yeah, man. All of the comrades on the platform, councillors, councillor caretakers, candidates, Norman Scott, Vice President of the People's National Party, Mayor of St. Catherine, Spanish Town, and candidate for Southeast St. Elizabeth. Our wonderful Onononos, Princess of Southwest, Miranda Wellington. Oh gosh, man. I want to big up Comrade Zulika Chess. She would have been here, but some people visiting from foreign and they're flying out tomorrow. And she has an important meeting with them in Kingston. So she asked if she could be excused, and I said, yes, I know you have to deal with that. And of course, Comrade Patricia Scarlett Forrester, who was with me. Well, both of them were with me much of the day. And she couldn't be here this evening. But she's working hard as well. I'm very impressed with how she's approaching her first assignment in representation and politics. And I know she's going to cause some surprises up in Northwest. It has been a good day, comrades. I left my yard at 7:30 this morning. Google Maps sent me wide because I'm telling me 2.5 hours to reach Butters. Anyway, I reached I thought I was going to reach at 10. I reached at 9:10. Anyway, we were at school out and then we started at 10. And we've been through all 4 constituencies in St. Elizabeth today. And we've walked all the major towns. And we've meted and greeted with the people. And we've felt a vibe which is very powerful among the people. And I know that St. Elizabeth is going to be part of the change that is going to bring the People's National Party back into government whenever this Labour government calls the election. I know that is going to be an important part. Now, we are here in this community of Slide. And I want to say it's my first time visiting Slide. And I love what I'm seeing here. The sea of orange is very, very pretty indeed. And very, very massive indeed. And I know that this community is a farming community. I want to build up all of the youth them who in the farming industry trying to make a living for themselves and their family. Now I was the Minister of Justice for Portia Simpson Miller when she was Prime Minister from 2012 to 2016. When I came into office as Minister of Justice, ganja was totally illegal in Jamaica. If you were caught with a spliff, you get a criminal record. If you're caught with a chalice, worse. If you are farming even 1 or 3, police could molest you and lock you up for cultivation or even charge you for dealing in ganja. And I said no. President Obama was the president of the United States of America. And I heard this about weed as a youngster. Anyway, certain movements was going on in America at that time to open up the ganja industry in America. And they said, well, if America did that, our time too. And so we designed a reform to change the ganja laws. And we were very meticulous and careful about it. Because of the international treaties that govern ganja across the world, we didn't want to violate those. Because Jamaica is a small country. I want to abide by the rule of international law.
Ganja people wanna listen up.
So people can respect it and don't this way anyway. So we designed the thing carefully. And we decriminalize personal use of ganja up to 2 ounces. You can't be arrested. You can't be charged. If you had a past criminal record for personal use of ganja and you apply for a police certificate for your police record, it is supposed to be automatically removed from that record and don't come on the certificate. And we created a new industry of medicinal and therapeutic ganja in this country. We lost the election in February 2016. The Labourites inherit the thing. Them don't understand it. Them don't love it. Because we don't want to pioneer it. And that's how them mentality stay. If we do something, even if it's a good thing, they don't really want to do it. And that's why they're banned.
Shot fire by the Labourite, them pan the one, the market G. Hey.
We don't want to pioneer it. And that's how them mentality stay. If we do something, even if it's a good thing, they don't really want to deny it. And that's why them abandon that Unite for Change. That's why they mash up the peace management initiative. And that is why the ganja industry has lost its way in this country. But the next PNP government, we're going to look at this thing seriously again. And the ganja farmers of St. Elizabeth and all over Jamaica want a new deal for them. So that they can make their money out of this thing without any fear of being terrorized by anybody or by any agent of the state. Yeah, man. And we know that agriculture is a mainstay here in St. Elizabeth. Them call St. Elizabeth the breadbasket parish of the country. So the whole of Jamaica rate St. Elizabeth for agriculture. But we know that farmers of this parish are having a hard time. We know that they can't get access to financing easily. The BC banks make it quite difficult to borrow money to invest in their farming. We know that the price of the agricultural inputs, tools and equipment, fertilizer, etc. are very high. And we know that there's no proper storage facilities. If you have excess produce, you have to take the price of the market sometimes. If there's excess production, the price collapses. You have a government that gives food permit imports to friend and company. And those food permit imports result in sometimes goods coming into the market in Jamaica and our farmers suffer because the price drops and they can't even sell their onion and their goods. We have to fix all of these things. Agriculture is essential to the future of the country. Agriculture must be a mainstay of a resilient economy. Food security. The pandemic showed us you can't rely on foreign to feed the people because sometimes things happen and ships can't come. And ports are congested elsewhere, and things get very expensive to bring in. So we must build with agricultural industry.
People, food security is everything. Marky G never tell a lie.
And we intend to have a very robust, progressive policy around agriculture to support the farmers of this country so they can produce and they can make good money out of farming. I am in dialogue with some experts, working out how we can make the cost of living a little more bearable on the people and make the inputs that the farmers need a little more reasonable in price. And I intend to announce those things in due course. But tonight is not the night. But the Labourite them love copy things and go. Honestly, attribute them to the minds that develop them. And people, I saw the road coming here. I drove the road coming here in my old vehicle, my 2012 vehicle. And I said to myself, Channel, you know, people that deserve better. The people that deserve better. And when you see me, Miranda Wellington, who's a little energizer body, and she's out there several days a week with the people, listening to them, trying her best to support them however she can, without the benefit of an MP who can get behind her. If you give me Miranda Wellington, we have to give you something that will make you say yes. You know, party leader Marky G, appreciate what you have done for us in giving us this wonderful young lady to be here, your representative. Side, Park of Duke Street, Diamond, into Garden House, to represent them. Some people, it's a serious thing we have ahead of us.
serious thing we have ahead of us, no joke.
We believe and we see that the people of Jamaica want change. This government has lost its way. They're talking about pivoting. It's a gimmick government. Everything is a new word or slang or an acronym or something to try. Has lost its way. They're talking about pivoting. It's a gimmick government. Everything is a new word or slang or an acronym or something to try and fool the people. But they can't change course because they don't have the skills required to navigate a change, of course. So we're on this path of underdevelopment, where Jamaica is not growing as an economy. In fact, 2024 is very likely to have negative growth. And they can't say it's a regional reality. No, because other countries in the region have been growing at fairly good rates of growth.
When you hear that, count, you know, so they love excuse me. Play that again.
To navigate a change, of course. So we're on this path of underdevelopment.
Share up the life, people. Like and share up the life. Don't keep it to yourself.
2024 is very likely to have negative growth.
Yeah.
They can't say it's a regional reality.
Yeah.
No, because other countries in the region have been growing at fairly good rates of growth while we are stalling here.
When you hear that, people, them can't blame it on climate change. They can't blame it, say, other countries, because you know them love the blame game, and they know them love to find excuse, you know. And for them style that, you know, one market G and make them know, say, yo, we're not taking those excuses, my friend. Other countries are doing well, so what is your excuse? We not manage the country good, period.
So we need a government that can take a fresh approach, can invest in the people of the country, improve the education system, focusing at the early childhood and primary level, so that all of our youths, by the time they're going into secondary school, they're ready for secondary school. They can read and write. They can do the basic arithmetic, adding, subtracting, little division, little multiplication. We need to focus on that. We can't grow a country with about 30% of the youth and leave in primary school and can't read and write, which is what is happening now.
That bad. That really. We never know say that's so much percentage. That's 1/3 of the population, you know. That bad.
We want to provide training opportunities for young people so that they can get into the job market with the skills that are needed for the world that is unfolding here on Earth. Artificial intelligence is coming rapidly into the society across the world. It is going to change the world of work. Tasks that require human beings now will be done by machines and computers. The technology is advancing rapidly. We need to train our people so that they can be part of that change and they can survive through that change and even thrive with that change.
People, we must write that's a very important, you know. Because I don't think this government that we have right now is factoring this. They are not preparing the people for the industrial change of robots. Robots are going to take over a lot of the jobs, like him said. You understand? Market, you know what time it is. You know what I want. You know what you need to do. You know what I mean?
We need to integrate the business community and the training system of the state into one system so that the people are being trained, the youth are being trained in the things that the business people need and that investors need so they can get good quality jobs. The road network in Jamaica is a crazy thing. The Prime Minister from Parliament yesterday, and I said, first of all, they have done virtually no maintenance on the road network for 9 years. And the roads are in deplorable condition all over Jamaica. This is a good example. And the Prime Minister, when he sick, the people feel a way about it and are angry about it. He says, oh, there's an emergency in relation to the state of the roads.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
The Prime Minister, when he's sick, the people feel a way about it and are angry about it. He says, oh, there's an emergency in relation to the state of the roads. Oh. And then he went out a political program called SPARK. He don't talk about a systemic change so that we can get Jamaica out of this situation where we have such poor road maintenance. He might do a one-off thing. He sell 12 years of future revenue from Norman the airport. 12 years of future revenue of the government. He sell it to collect of money up front now. We spend this fiscal year to help himself get re-elected. And that's about, $70 billion, $70+ billion is what they collected from selling. So every year for the next 12 years, there will be no revenue from Norman Manley Airport for Jamaica to use. And it's not like you take that money and fix the education system, or take that money and ensure that the hospital experience when you're sick and you go to a public hospital is a pleasant experience, an experience where you're treated with dignity, where you feel yes and comfortable and you get good treatment. No, the man do some handout thing to try buy the election. And then spend this thing, he introduces this one-off program called Spark, which will fix a few roads, and then we're back to square one. We need an integrated approach. Why is it that the highways, whether it be the North-South Highway, or the PJ Patterson East-West Highway, it's not a pothole on them road. A good road then. So we not talk about climate.
Odin, big up, walk.
Because the emergency with the road. Foolishness.
G-Ride, big up.
Cause the road into bad enough. Them don't maintain the road. When the road get bad, they just allow it to get bad and worse and worse. Then it becomes a little pothole to a big swimming pool. Them have a road in Jamaica with banana growing in the road. I personally see it with my own eyes. And I hear say a man is drowning in a pothole in Jamaica.
He needs some milk.
Hold on there. Maggie G, where's the guard?
That is funny, honey.
No, that part that really tickled me.
That's funny.
Hold on there, what Maggie G said.
That is
Big
funny.
swimming pool. Them have a road in Jamaica with banana growing in the road. I personally see that with my own eyes. And I hear say a man is drowning in a pothole in Jamaica. What can go so?
Yo, the way our Mark one is a what can go so is hilarious. What can go so? Oh my goodness, Lord of mercy. Just pay that back.
Jamaica with banana growing in the road. I personally see that with my own eyes.
Oh my God.
And I hear say a man is drowning in a pothole in Jamaica.
Yo! Hey, Jamaica nice, yeah, man.
No, my people. We need to be wise and we are integrated approach. Whatever the road is, if it's not a road on a private man land, but it's a road that the public use, whether it's in a housing scheme, or it's a community road, or it's a road from one town to the next in the interior of the country, whatever the road is, we need a proper system of maintenance to protect the assets of the country and make sure that people's experience in transport is a positive one. A lot of money is being wasted. The amount of front-end parts you have to buy and tire we have to buy where you shouldn't have to buy because the road is so terrible. Costing foreign exchange. They lose their way. However, Prime Minister.
Them a got tired fishing face. Watch Marky G, I really that's fine. Hey, no one I rap with him here. I want to hear you Jamaica there, man. Watch it, Jenna. Hey.
However, Prime Minister, this is another arms out situation. Jamaica is not a real place.
Real arms house.
We have a Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Whose integrity commission.
Like and share.
Where every parliamentarian has to file every year. You have to list everything you own. You have to list every debt that you owe.
Yeah, Marky G,
you have to list
go.
all of your income, whether it's a salary you get.
Yeah.
You have to investment income.
Yeah.
It's all in there.
Yeah.
And you have to file it with the integrity commission and look through it. And then ask a lot of questions and if it don't look straight. His own car certified from 2021. He's the Prime Minister of the country. His one is being sent for investigation for a corruption offence called illicit enrichment. You know what illicit enrichment means? It means that you have assets that you don't have the income to show how you earn that. That means that some hanky-panky thing they go on and you have to explain it when you go to prison.
Hanky-panky.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Oh my God. Shot fire, people. Shot fire. Hey. No, they're up with Marky G. Watch it, General. Watch it, General. Watch it, General.
We have a Prime Minister whose Integrity Commission filings can't certify. The Integrity Commission said the man not giving them the information they need to understand the 28 bank account and the hundreds of millions of dollars passing from one of these companies to the other. This is the Prime Minister of the country now, and they run all them private business matters why he's Prime Minister. You don't understand that, because I'm going to tell you, when I was Minister of Justice 4 years. I had to bust my backside, working hard for the people of this country. I never do any other type of work. Because we had to make sure we pass the IMF test. And the IMF test at the time required a lot of legislation. And I was in charge of legislation. And I said to myself, you man, you can't make the people of Jamaica think you can't work. You have to put out the effort and make sure we pass every test on time. And every single piece of legislation is about 30 of them just for the IMF program. And they keep going to the trenches after them. Saturday, Sunday, midday, we have draft class for me bad banger.
Think market G normal. You man say bad for the traffic.
Sunday, midday, we have draft class for me bad banger. We have draft for the team. Yeah, man. And we pass every test. And Jamaica change tax system completely. I would set myself from this debt trap that we were in to now where we reach today, where Jamaica has a lower debt to GDP ratio than Britain and the US and Barbados. I set that trend there for Jamaica benefit from that. Money right in the
Think market G around with them.
So people, Jamaica is on a path where the head of his government, the Prime Minister, is not in good standing with the country's anti-corruption agency. The man carry them to court. This is the Prime Minister, man. Carry them to court to strike down the Integrity Commission Act, which his government passed. He never designed it. It's I designed it. It's I bring it to government. But then eventually pass it because we only get one term. We lose by one seat every time. There's a story not going on that.
My next story that. Bangara.
The country can't move forward like that. If I was in that position as leader, we take on myself. Take on myself. No man is so important that he must remain as Prime Minister with such a cloud hanging over his head. It's a disgrace. It puts the country in a bad light. And you can't leave Jamaica forward under the bad light and the cloud. So people, comrades and friends, we're on a serious journey. We are on a serious mission. And don't feel like it's going to come easy. The energy on the ground for the PNP turn up. The people them wants to change. And them I said, yeah man, Market G look like he deserve a chance. Let's go with Market G on the team. But what matters really is on election day, how much people, how many, come out to vote and put them in beside the head and the ballot beside Miranda Wellington name and ensure that Floyd Green, Bolo and Miranda come in the battle.
Watch Market G and rhythm for the girls them now for the wife. Yo!
Admiral Bailey.
Yeah.
And the same goes for Norman Scott. Because we need Southeast, we need Southwest.
Yeah.
And we bring in a veteran, a skillful politician, and a man whose heart is here in St. Elizabeth. And I know.
Like I share the video the people, I wonder if I didn't have to cover before me cut out, you know.
Yeah man, confident interest. And comrade.
It's just part time, we start up, I warm up.
We're going to create some waves and create some surprises. But we have to do the work. And they're going to come at us hard. They're already telling us man our lies about.
Oh gosh, man.
Every day is a different lie they must spend. But to me it's like water for ducks pot.
Yeah.
Because my father and mother grow me right.
You remember?
I'm going to mix up in a dirty bunga and bunga.
You're not here! You're not here! Shot fire! The man say mother and father grow him right and you know mix up in a dirty banga wrong. Hey yo! Talk to them, Marty G.
But to me it's like water for ducks pot. It was hard. They're already telling us man our lies about me. Every day is a different lie they must spend on me. But to me it's like water for ducks pot. Because my father and mother grow me right. I'm gonna mix up in a dirty bunga, man.
Marky G, fire shut off. I will liberate them and them media houses.
Of Southwest, St. Elizabeth. And of St. Elizabeth as a whole. We're relying on you.
What do you mean?
And when them come with them little pranks,
yeah,
and them little bribes,
yeah,
and them little hands out business, nobody sell out yourself, or sell out your family, or sell out your future, or sell out Jamaica. Stand firm.
Stand firm.
Stand firm in the great tradition of Michael Joshua Manley.
What do you mean? Chase those crazy ballets out of town.
And deliver a new day. Deliver hope to Jamaica. Deliver a clean-hearted government.
Yeah.
A government that is going to look about the interests of the people.
Oh, you mean?
A government that is going to invest in the people. A government that is going to take Jamaica forward in the right direction.
That is it.
A government that you can be proud of. A government that you can have trust and confidence in. That is what we're offering. That is what we're bringing. We're not bringing bribery. We're not bringing corruption. We're not bringing badness.
They're not here.
But we're not afraid of a guy. We're not afraid of a body man.
What you say?
Emotional damage.
Marky G said them not afraid of no guy.
We're not bringing bribery. We're not bringing corruption. We're not bringing badness. None of that. But we're not afraid of a guy. We're not afraid of a body man.
Remember that. Hey, now go on. And so what we say about the Chinese unity.
So the brave people are slight. Enough love and take enough respect every time.
Yeah.
I can only say to you tonight. You've heard what we have to say. And I want to ask you one question. Are you ready?
Ready? Look like them ready enough, people. Look like they're ready.
Ball out!
If you're ready, ball out. Ball out. Jesus.
Jamaica need help.
Right now.
Shift the parliament.
Shift the parliament.
Shift the election.
Shift the election.
Shift everything.
Shift everything.
Remove them out there.
Remove them
Take
out
out the
there.
cockroach.
Take out the cockroach.
Take out the thief.
Take out the
Take out the
thief.
criminal them.
The criminal them.
Take out the thief them.
The thief them.
Take out the murderer them.
Take out the murderer them.
Take out the gang leader them.
Take out the gang leader
out
them.
of parliament.
Whoa, take them out.
From Portland. Take them out.
Portland.
I hear Portland.
I'm going over there.
They go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland?
I don't know what I'm going.
Take out somebody.
Yeah.
Man or woman.
Yeah. Mother God, hey. Fast forward this guy. We don't have time for waste, you know. Yeah.
It's been a wonderful day. It's been a wonderful evening.
Yeah.
I'm going to drive go back to Kingston now. All I can say is thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Thank you for everything that you're doing to support our candidate. Power to the people, I say. Power to the people. Power to the people. God bless you. The word is always love.
Sweet that people. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, remember to like the video coming through the door and also share the video. Now, we remember the situation with Delroy Chuck and the statements that he made, the very damning statements that he made, advising his colleagues to not follow or not support the Integrity Commission by the laws that are there in the Integrity Commission Act, where giving your information about your spouse and your children's income. All right, we're very aware of it. It's been well documented and a lot of conversation has gone around it. Now, there has been some updates and some news articles around that, which I'm going to examine right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. First, we're going to go to this article. Golding doubles down on PNP's call for Chuck resignation. Let's listen to the audio.
We need a justice minister who encourages compliance with the rule of law and doesn't tell parliamentarians to violate the Integrity Commission Act. If I was Minister of Justice and I was saying the things that the current Minister of Justice was saying, I would have to take with myself. He must go.
May God bless the great institutions of the country that keep the society together. May God bless the Integrity Commission that leads the fight against corruption in the land. Because corruption is a scourge against the will of God. And the institutions on earth that fight against corruption deserve our full support.
Talk about it.
How can he be giving incorrect, negligent advice to his own colleagues about what their obligations are under the law that is under his own portfolio? It is a disgrace what is happening in this country. I was at Rebel Salute last night, and I want to tell you, the amount of people there who see me and say to me, say, you know, say, me never vote yet, but in the next section, me have to vote for you because we need somebody like you to take us forward.
Hey. Only thing I joke, people, I can't tell you from personal experience. No, it's not even Mark Golding. This is God's doing. This is where the Pastor Peter Chambers is right again. The people are going to turn against Andrew Onis, and they are turning. Every single exposure, every single thing that utters out of the JLP mouth, them put themselves down in a dirt more where the election is concerned. Ryan Campbell, what's going on? Simone Beckford, Georgia, big up. We see you in our chat, man. Holy for respect. No, seriously. Now here we have another article. Nia says Chuck should be reprimanded if he doesn't withdraw controversial IC comment. Executive Director of the National Integrity Action, the NIA, Professor Trevor Monroe, is calling for Justice Minister Delroy Chuck to be reprimanded if he refuses to withdraw his controversial comment that is seemingly in breach of the Integrity Commission Act. Professor Monroe made the call on Jamaicans for Justice JFJ produced show Let's Talk Justice on Nationwide 90 FM on Monday. Listen to this.
The Justice Minister advised his colleague parliamentarians in the lower house last week against disclosing the salaries of their spouses or children to the Integrity Commission. The comment is a breach of the existing Integrity Commission Act. Since then, the opposition has called for his resignation, but Minister Chuck has rejected that call. Speaking with Nationwide News over the weekend, he apologized for his phrasing of the comment, claiming it was misinterpreted.
My statement was totally misinterpreted. It was not clear as it should have been, and for that I apologize. What my stated intention was related to the relevant members who indicated that their spouses had refused to provide the information.
Stop lying! Stop lying! Stop lying.
Stop the cap.
Stop.
Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Over the weekend, he apologized for his phrasing of the comment, claiming it was misinterpreted.
My statement was totally misinterpreted. It was not clear as it should have been, and for that I apologize.
You see, these are the types of things that trigger me, you know. These are the types of things that trigger me. What does he mean it wasn't clear? Huh? What do you mean by that? What? Bro, what? Man, whose mans is this, bro? Whose mans is this? I don't, I'm going to play the audio because I'm going to find the clip when he said what he said. Listen to this.
What my stated intention was related to the relevant members who indicated that their spouses had refused to provide the information, documentation, and verification of their salary, assets, and liabilities. So it was not a statement to say that members should flout the law. My presentation was directed to those declarants whose spouses were not prepared to indicate their salary, assets, and liabilities, and to verify them when the IC asked for further information.
But according to Professor Monroe, that explanation is not enough. He's calling for the Justice Minister to be reprimanded if he refuses to withdraw the comment.
Position that was espoused and stated by Minister Chuck needs to be disavowed by him, if not by him, by the government, and that the minister must be reprimanded if he declines to withdraw and to apologize.
Professor Monroe says given that corruption is being treated as an active threat to democracy, now is the time to comply with these provisions.
quite easily, and happens in so many other countries, a particular public official, so minded, whether MP or otherwise, can hide assets in the name of his wife. People can make big cash donations in the context of, say, an election campaign in return for favors, and that never appears on any statement that the MP or politician would make because it's not in his name. So the ease with which they can be used as conduits to hide corrupt assets or corruptly acquired income is what the law is designed to protect against.
And Executive Director of JFJ, Michael Jackson, says the silence from the government is deafening. She's urging the minister to issue a clear apology.
I don't think that is clarity being sought. I think it's almost the minister chastising the Integrity Commission for even asking for those things in the first place, notwithstanding the reality and the fact that is the Minister of Justice who piloted this bill into it becoming the act that we're now governed by. And I think the type of obfuscation coming from the government side is unfortunate because all that was required was an apology rather than trying to clarify what was clearly said. There was no misinterpretation from the public.
Shalois Michael for Nationwide News.
Absolutely no misinterpretation from the public, ladies and gentlemen. This is blatant lying by Delroy Chuck, and we have to call a spade a spade. The JLP refuses in these positions. They refuse to actually take responsibility for their actions. You understand? And it's a damn shame. It really is a damn shame. Nobody gets sanctioned in the JLP when they do wrong. They use PR and try to sweep it under the rug and stuff like that. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'm truly sick and tired of it. See, look at the article right here.
Not getting people are not getting notification.
Look at the article.
They can, so we can go through this thing here.
All right, so it's the Observer. I just wanted to make sure that we look at the actual document of his quotation. The Observer, not their business. That's the first thing. Not their business. Right? Not their business. Let me type it there, so. Trust me, I'm really pissed off, man. Yo, listen. I'm really pissed off. You don't even understand. Like, this dude is ridiculous, bro. This dude is ridiculous.
My statement was totally misinterpreted. It was not clear as it should have been, and for that I apologize. What my stated intention was related to the relevant members who indicated that their spouses had refused to provide the information.
Pause. I'm annoyed hearing his voice. All right, look here. Look at the article, see? It says the Justice Minister Delroy Chuck says he's advised members of the Parliament not to divulge the salaries of their spouses or children to the Integrity Commission during the course of the investigation. He also wants limits to be placed on the IC in terms of what it can and cannot investigate. Chuck made the admission on Tuesday during a brief meeting in Parliament, Integrity Commission Oversight Committee. He regards such information as the personal business of spouse or children. According to Chuck, some MPs have asked him if it's right for the IC to be requesting information regarding the salaries of their spouse and children. No, this is the question. Is it right for them to do so? What is Chuck's position? Chuck's position is that what? He asked the question, why is the Integrity Commission asking members to indicate the salary of their spouse or sometimes of their children? I don't know if this is something that is appropriate, because I have advised the relevant members, let them know your spouse is not prepared to divulge their salary. He said, people, what is the misinterpretation here? Can somebody explain to me what is the misinterpretation here? Let's listen to Delroy Chuck, right? Let's listen to him in this audio again. What did he say?
My statement was totally misinterpreted. It was not clear as it should have.
More to tell me what more clear than when I see on the screen. What is more clear than this? The man is asking the question, why is the Integrity Commission asking the members to indicate their salary? Which is a dumb question because he's a King's Counsel and he knows the law. And common sense and world understanding, world events, you know that when somebody's going to rob money, they use their closest people to them to hide the money. Their child, their baby were just born, you understand, put things in them account, right? All of these things, them wife, the closest person to them. And then Marlon Morgan had the audacity to say that somebody's gonna use their second cousin. Me like how Diane Jackson Miller rub him out, you see. Me love how she rub him out, you see. Damn foolishness. These people are unconscionable, right? And they're exposing themselves to be, as I call them, the Jamaica Lawless Party, because they have a problem following the law, right? They want everybody else to follow the law but them. How can a King's Council tell the people them say, I advise you, right? I advised the relevant members to let the IC know your spouse is not prepared to divulge their salary. Or if you advise them to do that, you're supposed to advise them that, listen, you cannot do that. It's against the law. You are a public servant. If you don't want your salary of your spouses to be divulged or your kids, don't become a politician. Don't become a public servant. Delroy Chuck is a national disgrace. He needs to resign now. And they need to put more pressure upon him. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Eh? What can go so?
And for that, I apologize.
No apology now go
My
work with that.
stated intention was related to the relevant members who indicated that their spouses had refused to provide the information, documentation, and verification of their salary assets and liabilities. So it was not a statement to say that members should flout the law. My presentation was directed to those declarants whose spouses were not prepared to indicate their salary as
So he's saying that. So this is the spin that he's putting on it. This is his spin. He's saying that he was speaking to the people that have a problem. Their spouse had a problem with declaring their assets. Brother, you're still telling people them foolishness. You're still telling them to break the law. Because you are advising them to let them know that they are not prepared to divulge their salary. No, that is very, very bad advice. That is very, very bad advice from a King's Council. It's like you go to the lawyer and ask the lawyer, what is the legal thing to do? And he tell you the illegal thing to do. That is literally what Delroy Chuck did. Sassy, what's up? It's literally what he did. Right? This is ridiculous, man. I ain't never seen nothing like this in my life. These people are the worst. They are the absolute worst.
Position that was espoused and stated by Minister Chuck needs to be disavowed by him, if not by him, by the government, and that the minister must be reprimanded if he declines to withdraw and to apologize.
He's not going to withdraw the comment. He's not going to do it because the JLP, for the most part, these people that are there right now, they are some arrogant. They feel like them above the law. And they feel like they're above an apology and they don't make mistakes, right? But yet still they want to reprimand Dr. Dayton Campbell about comments about taxes on food, right? They want to talk about corruption and $15 million scandal, right? But yet still they're not talking about the billions of dollars. And that's the next topic I'm going to go into, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we're going to go into the Auditor General. Tell me when you put that in the comment section. Absolutely ridiculous.
Comrade chairpersons of the meeting, what a delightful pair. We have two councillors, TJ and Comrade Harty. All of the comrades on the platform, General Secretary, big up yourself. Yeah, man. Enough love and thing every time. Comrades, workers, warriors, foot soldiers, supporters, when me come in a Black River tonight, Mrs. say turn Orange River, PNP, come down, bank to bank in a Black River. Oh, what a energy. Oh, what a joy. Oh, what a beauty I see before my eyes. I am so proud of where our party has reached as we march on to progress. Comrade, time come and time will come because the PNP is now an unstoppable force in this land of Jamaica. People want change. People want progress. They want to see better in their lives. And it is the People's National Party that is going to deliver that change. Comrades and friends, we have before us tonight the 4 candidates for the 4 constituencies here in St. Elizabeth. We have assembled a wonderful team to represent the people of St. Elizabeth in Garden House in Parliament. Starting in the north, in the northeast, we have a wonderful attorney at law, a brilliant woman, a woman who can talk for you, a woman who has plans for you. I say, hail up Zulika Jess. When I move over to Northwest, we have a principal of a school, a horticultural lady of the soil, Patricia Scarlett. She's already acting like the MP, and the people up there want to see change. When I look down in the south, the southeast, we have brought in a man of experience, one of the top mayors in the country, a man who knows how to run things properly, a man who can get things done. Them say Scotty make you happy. I know he will make you happy. Norman Scott. And of course, Black River. Down south here in Southwest, we have a true champion, a warrior for the people. She not sell you out. She not fleece your pocket. She's not gonna rip you off. She's gonna serve you well. She's gonna represent you well. She's gonna stand up for your rights and stand up for your best interests. Miranda Wellington. Comrades, it is now in your hands to make the change that you want to see. I have every confidence that you will do so. That's in election day, on election day, you will make sure you act in your best interest, in the best interest of your family, in the best interest of your community and of your parish and of Jamaica, and bring home these 4 wonderful comrades to represent you, to walk up Duke Street with me and sit down in the parliament beside me, where we will be forming the next government of Jamaica. And comrades, we're not seeking power for power's sake. Power will never drunk me, come in a rundown power. Power is a tool to uplift the people of this country, and it must be in the hands of somebody who can be trusted to use it responsibly, not to abuse your rights, not to rip off the people. That is why, comrades, we have had to be standing up for the people in so many ways. We've had to stand up to prevent the abuse of states of emergency when they were using it like confetti and detaining thousands of youths and putting their life through hell and making them lose their work and criminalizing them in many instances. And we said, no, that is not the purpose of the state of emergency. It is in the Constitution to protect the state from being subverted in a crisis. It is not a new form of curfew or a new policing tool. And we took them to court, and we stood up in Parliament and stopped it from being extended. And the court agreed with us, and the court ruled that it was unconstitutional, and that every single one of the over 25 states of emergency declared because of Andrew Holness were null and void, illegal and unconstitutional. And comrades, as the General Secretary has said, as Minister of Justice, I saw the ganja issue as a human rights issue and as an economic rights issue. A human rights issue, because from I was a youth, I know and I have seen so many youths haul and pulled by police because them have a little draw weed, or a little spliff in them hand, or in them jaw corner, or a Rasta man of him chalice, or him chill on pipe, and they must say yes to Jah and praise Jah, and the police want to lock him up for that. And I said no. And when them kill Mario Dean in jail over a spliff tail, I said it has to stop. and we brought legislation and we decriminalized the personal use of ganja, and the policeman can't do that to you again. And the economic rights was the other part of it, because we say ganja should be uplifting the people, the small farmers who build the industry and help to build the brand of Jamaica around ganja, which is our internationally respected brand. And so we created a regime for medicinal and therapeutic ganja with the man, the little small man, the little small farmer, very much in the center of our consciousness. And then we lose the 2016 election and the Labour Right took it over. And they don't believe in it and they don't understand it. And the thing has been a complete waste of an opportunity. But when the next People's National Party government is formed, it will be a new day for ganja farmers in Jamaica, because we intend to complete our mission of liberation and upliftment and using ganja for the benefit of the whole world. Comrades, our platform is built on addressing the real issues affecting the Jamaican people. We realize that our educational advancement is being undermined because so many of our children are not attending school 5 days a week. They're not attending school because their parents struggle with the lunch money or their parents struggle with the cost of transportation. And that is why we have the ease and we have the rise. The ease is to say every needy child in school in Jamaica will get the benefit of a hot, nutritious meal every day under the People's National Party government. We're going to spend $9 billion a year more to make that happen. And most of that money will be spent with our farmers, because it's our farmers who are going to produce the food to feed our children in this country, and they can learn. And we have the right program because we recognize that the cost and availability of transportation is a real hindrance to many, many parents. And for those, we have 20,000 families that are going to benefit from our right program when we roll it out. $500 per day, $2,500 per week, $10,000 per month for that family to help cover the cost of transportation. So yes, we want a bus system. We want safe buses. We want reliable buses. But buses alone can't do it, because we know the terrain of Jamaica, where it's up and down, enough bad road. So we have to have a proper plan that can reach each and every one. And that is what the PNP plan will do, because we want to make Jamaica move forward, and all our children must have the opportunity. That's why we come with the First in Family program. We realize that education is the best antidote to poverty. And we don't want to see a situation where a family hands down poverty from one generation to the next. It's been going on for too long in this country. So we have the First in Family program. We're under the next PNP government. If you are the first person in your family ever to be attending university or college, the PNP government will give you a full scholarship to uplift you, so you can pay it forward and uplift your brothers and sisters and your family members and take them out of poverty too. And then when it comes to the Student Loan Bureau, we're going to cap your monthly payment at an affordable percentage of what you actually earn. And if it's at a time when you're not working, we're going to suspend the obligation to pay so your credit record don't get spoiled up. We are thinking about the students of this country and young people, and we want to make it safe and attractive for them to invest in their own education. And the Student Loan Bureau will be reformed to achieve that. When it comes to housing, Floyd Morris tell you about our plans. We intend to build 50,000 houses in 5 years, affordable houses, using public lands that are not suitable for agriculture. At least 500 houses in every constituency. And when we build those houses, we're going to make sure they come to you at an affordable price, because we're not going to charge you no money for the land value at all. So when you buy the house, you're getting a value above what you're paying of $2 to $3 or even $4 million. That is what the PNP government will do to uplift the people of this country in housing. And we have the rent to... And we have the rent to... own scheme. We have
She thinks she's going to vote this election.
resilience and sustainable.
Big up at our Fire Press. Make sure you subscribe to our platform. Just say, man, say PMP News Round at our Fire Press. Make sure you
Next Prime Minister, St. Thomas Western, make welcome, Comrade Jefferson Golden.
Yeah, this is being man.
Remember good no man, you can't take your music.
Yeah, them not bad like me. Now them know me.
One market G. All I deal with night chat the article, you know.
Comrade Chairman, Comrade Mario Mitchell, all of the comrades on the platform, we have been introduced many times. Enough respect to each and every one. Special shout out, of course, to Comrade Sister Rose Marie Shaw, candidate for Eastern St. Thomas, and the candidate and next member of Parliament for Western St. Thomas, Comrade Hubert Ryan Williams. I mean, I'll call him Hubert, you know, because more everybody knows, say, when them look on the ballot and them say Hubert, that man we attack. That man we attack. May I tell you now, people, you've heard from a member of Parliament. He is a man of courage. He is a man of intelligence. He is a man with plans for Western St. Thomas. He has the skill set from his educational background, from his political experience as a councillor, to deliver real solutions for the people of St. Thomas. He wants to use agriculture as an economic vehicle to help the farmers, whether it be the coffee.
Bust the flavor.
Not the advertisement.
The issue of water farmer solutions for the St. Thomas. He has the skill set from his educational background, from his political experience as a councillor, to deliver real solutions for the people of St. Thomas. He wants to use agriculture as an economic vehicle to help the farmers, whether it be the coffee farmers up on the hills or the onion farmers on the plains, whether it be the issue of water, whether it be the issue of the price of the crops, whether it be the issue of the permits that certain people bring in competing crops to undermine the economics for our farmers in St. Thomas, and they end up suffering because other men who have the permits through Fenn and Company bring in the goods and the market collapse, and then you hear what the man say, what happened next? He wants to make sure that the entertainment sector, which is so vital to St. Thomas, the round robin, the fish fry, even the setup them, can run the right way. And the next People's National Party government is identifying the creative and the cultural industries as a vehicle for growth in this country. And it starts with the grassroots entertainment sector of which he spoke. Right now, we have a system where some little arbitrary thing can play and people can find that them party get locked down and they don't have no justice in it. And the system for getting the permits is not transparent. And so it's a system of abuse. We want to change that as the next People's National Party government. We want to make sure everybody knows where they stand and how they can get their permit. And it's accessible and it's fair and just in how it's delivered. Because the economy of the people of St. Thomas, it will benefit tremendously from being able to enjoy that sector growing and flourishing in the way it should. In our budget presentation last week, we presented a series of proposals as to how we want to take Jamaica forward. It must be grounded in ethics. That means righteousness in how we deal with each other, inspired by God. Too much corruption in the country. And you in Western St. Thomas know a lot about that because you've been experiencing it under the regime in which you have been held. Comrades and friends, it's time to get rid of those things from our politics in the country. It's time to ensure that the people can have trust and confidence in the leadership of the country. That the resources of the people entrusted to the elected officials are used for the benefit of the people and people only, and not for friend and company. So ethics is a critical part of the next PMP government. And we're going to work with the churches and we're going to work with civil society to roll out a values and attitudes program, not directed by us as the politicians, but by the wise heads who everybody knows don't really partial when it comes to politics, and they're just thinking about the people of Jamaica, and they can see this as a progressive movement to a better place in terms of values and attitudes in the country. Comrades, the housing situation in Jamaica is in a very bad place. Affordable housing is not accessible to the people. There have been a construction boom, but the houses that have been built are houses way out of reach of the ordinary Jamaicans, civil servants, public servants, and ordinary Jamaicans. We are going to change that. We are going to repurpose the National Housing Trust, bring it back to the vision of Michael Joshua Manley, who founded it in the 1970s, to be an agency to empower people to own their homes. We are going to recapitalize the National Housing Trust with public lands that are available and allow those to be developed as affordable housing. And we will make sure the price is affordable to the people, because we won't charge the people for the land value in the house. And that will give them a better deal. So when they buy a house, they immediately have equity in the house, because the land portion of the price, they never have to pay for that. We have a system in place, or in mind, to put in place in the housing trust for public sector workers. We're going to give them back the interest rate reduction that this government took from them. For the lowest band of borrowers who earn less than $30,000 or less a month, we're going to take out the insurance cost out of their monthly payment, because insurance has been going up and making it more and more difficult for them to manage. We are going to take that off of them and remove that burden. We're going to take $1 billion of the resources of the National Housing Trust and make it available as a deposit fund to help first-time buyers up to 35 years old who have been contributing for 2 years to the trust to get a $500,000 grant towards a deposit so they can pay down on a house. Because we know that that is a big hurdle to home ownership in the country. We have the rent-to-own plan. If you're a person who is employed in the informal economy, you have your little business, your little hustling, and you don't have a pay slip, and you can't go into the NHT and establish your monthly income in a documented way, we will say, all right, you want this house that we have in our portfolio for sale. You can go in there and rent it for a period of time. And once you've established that you can make the monthly payments, which are the same as the mortgage payments, we will flip it and make sure that you can borrow that mortgage and buy that house. We want to empower the people who are not presently able to access mortgages. And for those who are not earning enough to save for a deposit, and they don't fall within the 35 and under bracket, but they well want them house, we will allow them to go into the house as a tenant, and then a portion of their rent will go towards the deposit fund. And once the deposit fund reaches the necessary amount, it will pay down their deposit. They can draw down the mortgage and buy the house and become an owner of their own house. That is the kind of planning we have for the people of Jamaica. So comrades, when it comes to labor relations, this contract work device that is out there in the economy, sometimes it is being used in an abusive way to keep people on recurring short-term contracts, and they can't get any benefits under the employment law. They can't get holiday pay when they take leave. They don't have several of the benefits that proper employees under the law of the land are supposed to have. We are going to bring legislation to end that and ensure that all workers who are really employees of the country, whatever the contractual device that the employer may use, must be treated as an employer and have the full rights that we have struggled for over the centuries to make sure that every Jamaican worker should have. So the next PMP government is going to be a government of liberation for the people. It's going to be a government of empowerment for the people. It is going to be a government of upliftment for the people. Julian spoke about our education policy and our training policy, because we want to have our people as productive as possible so we can attract the investment with the better high-tech, better paid jobs. Because right now, although unemployment is low, hunger is all over the land. 55% of Jamaicans are suffering from moderate or severe food insecurity. That means they're not getting the right diet. That's why we have so much pressure and sugar and so much stroke in Jamaica. People not eating the right food because they can't afford it. So we need a total revolution in how we deal with all of these things and put Jamaica on the right path forward. We are the ones who brought the solutions that have enabled the public debt in this country to come from the high level it once was where the country was on the edge of financial collapse, down now to where it is today, where the public debt is no longer such a frightening thing, because we know how to manage it. But this Labour Party government, they can't take it to the next level. They've had 9 years. The Prime Minister himself has been the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The jobs he's created, he himself admitted, are marginal jobs which leave people on the edge of poverty. And there's been no economic growth. The man has been a failure in his portfolio and a failure as leader of the country because he does not know what it takes to move the country forward. We are going to sort out the bureaucracy of the country and make sure the system is efficient and user-friendly and get rid of the rules that are out of date and frustrate people and the processes that no longer fit for purpose and get in the way of progress. We will fix those things. I am going to chair the task force with responsibility for that. I am going to chair it myself because I have the skill set to make that happen. So people, it's important that we get enumerated if we're not on the voters list and we're minded to vote for the PNP. If you know anybody out there who's a PNP-minded person who tells you, yeah, them like Markichi and they love the plans and they love the team and they think we can deliver for Jamaica and they're not on the voters list, please make sure they get enumerated by next week, Monday, so that they can be on the voters list that will be published at the end of May, because there's a good chance that that will be the voters list that we vote on in the next election. And comrades and friends, Hubert Ryan Williams is stepping forward as your candidate in the next general elections. We know the opponent you're up against. We know the way he plays his politics. But what? We are the People's National Party workers and warriors, and we will stand firm and deliver the victory for the People's National Party. After so many years, this is the time. We can do it, comrades. Are you ready? Hear from you. Are you ready for Hubert Ryan Williams? Are you ready for the People's National Party? Are you ready for the victory in the next general elections? Well, comrades, you sound like you're ready, and we are ready. So let us march forward together. Time come, comrades. Time come. Victory is ours. God bless you all.
One Marky G.
Comrades, I have one more task before we wrap up the proceedings tonight. And this is a formality, but it is an important formality. And it is to present to you the candidate. Comrades of Western St. Thomas, it is a great honor and a pleasure to I, Mark Jefferson Golding, President of the People's National Party, to present to you, the comrades of Western St. Thomas, your candidate for the next general elections to come in Jamaica. And I give to you Hubert Ryan Williams.
One Marky G. One Marky G.
Power to the people. Power to the people.
Tell you, ramp with Marky G.
In a call up.